All thoughts are equal. Laruelle and Non-Human Philosophy. John O. Maoilearca. All thoughts are equal is an original act and development of non-philosophical thinking. John O. Maoilearca gives a virtuoso tour of Laruellean thought and offers a highly significant mutation of non-philosophy in his own right. Ian James, University of Cambridge. All Thoughts Are Equal is into the work of French philosopher François Laruelle and an exercise in non-human thinking. For Laruelle, standard forms of philosophy continue to dominate our models of what counts as exemplary thought and knowledge. By contrast, what Laruelle calls his non-standard approach attempts to bring democracy into thought because all forms of thinking, including the non-human, are equal. John O. Maoilearca examines how philosophy might appear when viewed with non-philosophical and non-human eyes. He does so by refusing to explain Laruelle through orthodox philosophy, opting instead to follow the structure of a film, Lars von Trier's The Five Obstructions, as an example of the non-standard method. Von Trier's documentary is a meditation on the creative limits set by film, both technologically and aesthetically, and how these limits can push our experience of film and ourselves beyond what is normally deemed the perfect human. All Thoughts Are Equal adopts film's constraints in its own experiment by showing how Laruelle's radically new style of philosophy is best presented through our most non-human form of thought that found in cinema. John O. Maoilearca is Professor of Film and Television Studies at Kingston University, London. He is author of Post-Continental Philosophy, An Outline and Refractions of Reality, Philosophy and the Moving Image and co-editor of Laruelle and Non-Philosophy. In his name reverted from the English Maoilearca to the original Irish O Maoilearca, which translates as follower of the animal. 5 Postural Mutations of Laruelle and the Non-Human. A non-philosophy postulates that there will always be philosophy, not because philosophy has not died or has survived, but because what is essential for it is that it is by definition of its own posture or by internal postulation. François Laruelle, Principles of Non-Philosophy. Question: what's the difference between a philosopher and a derailed train? Answer: the train will eventually stop. We begin with a quotation and a joke, as is the fashion. It is doubtless that philosophers have been a perennial and easy target for ridicule since Aristophanes' The Clouds, at least some of it well deserved, some of it less so. Philosophy itself, however, is more than a half-hearted jest, as François Laruelle warns. Philosophy is too serious an affair to be left to the philosophers alone. In what follows in these pages, philosophical thought will be presented as a relentless, unstoppable force, which is why Laruelle himself is under no illusion that his work could ever counter this force completely. Philosophy is here to stay. Despite what appears to many as philosophy's benign, abstracted appearance, the stance adopted here takes it to be the supreme form of thought control, or, to be perfectly clear, a device for controlling what counts as thought. Its objective is to capture everything under its own authority, its definitions of reality, knowledge, and, most particularly, thinking itself, an aristocratism of thinking. Its very form is transcendence, specifically, its own transcendence over every rival thought, regardless of content, whether the philosophy in question is deemed metaphysical, critical, or even radical is unimportant. What matters most to it is simply that it is that such authority of thought, or philosophy, exists. So, whatever else it might be, philosophy is also a question of extreme importance for Laruelle. Of course, this rather melodramatic and, some might say, hugely overgeneralized picture of philosophy may seem counterintuitive. And this will be especially so to those philosophers who characterize their discipline in epistemic terms, be it of analysis, argument, clarification, questioning, or wonder. Philosophy is neither aristocratic nor democratic for them, for such moralizing terms are inapplicable to its questions of knowledge. Others would go even further in opposing the Laruellean view, only now precisely by placing philosophy in a highly moral position, as both a benchmark and a safeguard of intellectual freedom and human flourishing. Agnes Heller, for instance, argues that every philosophy is in its structure democratic. In her book Radical Philosophy, She paints an altogether different picture of the discipline. It was said that the challenge of philosophy, "Come, let us think together, let us seek the truth together," is addressed to everyone, for philosophy assumes that all people are equally rational beings. It was said that philosophy appeals to the understanding and not to the belief of reasonable people. It was said that philosophy recognizes no other authority than human reason. Human reason is the sole authority for philosophy, the one that allows it to address all people equally. So why should Laruelle think of philosophy in such draconian terms, when so many think of it as a force for good or, at worst, no more than a moral irrelevance, being ethically neutral? The reason is because philosophy's democracy is, he claims, an illusion. Indeed, Heller herself, while declaring that, left-wing, radical thought is always democratic, also admits that such philosophies also have a painfully aristocratic aspect. They ascribe to every person abilities and values of which the majority of men and women are either ignorant or unconscious. Yet what for Heller is an unfortunate but still incidental feature of even radical thought for Laruelle exposes philosophy's authoritarian core. Despite appearances to the contrary, philosophy remains our dominant form of knowledge, according to Laruelle. Or rather, it is the very form of domination within knowledge. Adopting many shapes and poses, empiricism, rationalism, idealism, materialism, scientism, even anti-philosophy, its fundamental pose is as a form of exemplary thinking. It is the model for all foundational thinking, even when those foundations are differential or anti-foundational. As Laruelle puts it, philosophy is not first for nothing, it is that which declares itself first and possessor. Even in our contemporary scientistic era, in epistemic relations, philosophy holds the dominant place, science the dominated place. In positivism or scientism, the hierarchy is reversed or inverted, but it is still philosophy that dominates in anti-philosophy. The superior or dominant place is in effect always occupied by philosophy. Scientism is a philosophy too, albeit a self-hating one. Alternatively, those philosophies that posit a more open, liberal thought of embodiment, or of the unsaid, or of the unthought, the subaltern, thought of the outside, pure difference, and so on, inasmuch as they remain philosophical positions, also maintain a covert dominance. Every philosophical critique of philosophy is first critique and, as a result, can only be founded upon a non-being or an other which it supposes given. The givenness that supports both totalizing critique, scientism, and anti-totalitarian thought is ultimately that of philosophy itself, its entitlement to judge the value, ontological, epistemic, ethical, or aesthetic, of all things. This is its own givenness, that it is. Philosophy generates an authoritarian image or authoritarian mechanism that it calls reality or the world. By contrast, non-philosophy aspires to bring democracy into thought, because what it says is that philosophy, the discipline that posits itself exclusively as the power to think at the highest level, does not have a monopoly on thinking. In non-philosophy, all thoughts are equalized. However, this equivalence or conceptual democracy is not political in the philosophical and representational sense of the term, with all its attendant troubles. It is not a theoretical democracy which would leave what counts as theory alone, but the democracy of theory itself. Such a non-representational democracy aims to resolve the traditional hierarchies of philosophy with experience, art, ethics, technology, mysticism, science, etc., by mutating just what thought and theory might be by universalizing thought beyond philosophy. Coming from the Latin, equalis, equality, not only means the state of being equal but also even or level. According to Laruelle, philosophically driven arguments can only go so far before becoming lexically circular, referring us back to the start, or ostensive. With an abstraction such as equality, moreover, the inadequacies of the more seemingly exact lexical strategy are even more instructive. To say that equality means X, or Y or Z, necessitates a willful blindness toward its own semantic circularity, to wit, equality equals X, or Y or Z. Of course, the question of equality, its nature, origins, and current impediments is a pressing one among those forms of philosophy focused on political programs. Does it reside in some kind of sovereign power like sensibility or self-awareness, as Peter Singer argues, or in the lack of any such power, invulnerability, as Jacques Derrida claims? Or is it based on a quantity opposed to any quality, be it sensibility, vulnerability, or anything else, Alain Badiou's view? Doubtless, these particular philosophers should not be numbered among strict political egalitarians on a par with, say, G. A. Cohen or Amartya Sen. Rather, it is because they attempt to give a philosophical argument for egalitarian thought, that is supposedly non-circular, that, as we will see, they are apt material for non-philosophical study, that is, one that levels or equalizes all arguments. One purpose of this study is to explain Laruelle's strange image of philosophy only without either the authority, or the terms of reference, found in philosophers' explanations of philosophy. As such, it strives to see how thought might appear when we look at it with non-philosophical eyes, once it is defetishized, as Laruelle puts it. It also serves to defetishize the much-vaunted human reason of philosophical power. Instead, the question of both what is human and what is reason will be given a non-standard rendering, one that goes beyond historicism, Foucault, MacIntyre, Feyerabend, towards something non-human. Indeed, the theme of the non-human, in particular the animal, must remain prominent in this study, given that a striking implication of Laruelle's non-standard approach to both man and philosophy is that what would be most unthinkable for philosophers, an animal philosophy, becomes thinkable for non-philosophers. In some of what we will hear, it will seem at first that Laruelle victimizes philosophy too much, what with his accusations of circularity, narcissism, and intolerance. This is especially the case when he appears to personalize philosophy through the proper names of Immanuel Kant, Jacques Derrida, Gilles Deleuze, Alain Badiou, and various others. Indeed, hearing such a long charge sheet can have a reverse effect on some readers and encourage a stubborn defense of the accused. However, though such a reflex is understandable, we should be careful not to take things so personally. What is on trial, so to speak, is a kind of thought, a structure, or position in thinking. Indeed, we would encourage a type of literalization of this notion of position. Philosophy is the position thought adopts when it becomes authoritarian, irrespective of its source in extra-philosophical domains, like science, art, or history. When these fields enter into a purported dominance, real or ideal, on account of their self-nomination as supreme thought, then they become philosophical. As Laruelle writes in Anti-Badiou, we blame the philosopher for nothing. Badiou, insofar as he strives to succeed Derrida and Deleuze, on the contrary, we blame him right down to his philosopher-sufficient essence, the essence, and not at all the way in which he puts it to work. This essence is in fact a kind of behavior, an activity of positioning rather than a specific body of knowledge, or history, or method, such as Alain Badiou's, for that is only one version of it. The history of philosophy is always retrospectively constructed, of course, with either some new names being written in, as some old ones are written out, or certain permanent names, like Plato or Hegel, being constantly reinterpreted. But no name, Laruelle claims, however big it is, not even Plato or Hegel, sums up philosophy or can substitute itself for it. No proper human name of history can substitute itself for the name of philosophy, a quality performative name. The proper names of Deleuze, Derrida, and Kant are not used here as those of once living persons, but for the many ruses by which thought can appoint itself the arbiter of all thought, even when it appears at its most benign and open-minded. Consequently, the authority and power of the philosopher seen particularly in the posturing of the public intellectual is not that of an actual person such as Slavoj Žižek, Jürgen Habermas, or Badiou, but something in the essence of philosophy itself. The apparent power of the intellectual is that of thought when it raises itself to the level of a total, complete, or all-powerful position, even if only ideally. Individuals do not have this power, it is rather that philosophical thought is the power of being in a certain position. As Katerina Kolozova describes, adherence to a determinate theoretical horizon provides one with the comfort and safety of philosophical certainty. It is a tufus certainty established by the hybridization of the transcendental, or thought, and the real, the comfortable sense of unshakability in one's philosophical knowledge and the safe sense of knowing the reality. Knowing or representing X, philosophically, is the power of being in a position over X, transcending X, even if one must use mathematics, or physics, or poetry to enter into this position. Understood in this fashion, philosophy is also the authoritarian structure of a kind of thinking that can operate in numerous domains, whether or not we call them philosophy. Such a self-promoting thought, that is, one that promotes itself as the model of thought, is not tethered to certain names or historical disciplines. As Laruelle has said in a recent interview, every discipline very soon arrives at its own sufficiency, in the sense that it tends to auto-finalize itself, raise itself to the level of a total, complete, or all-powerful thought. Philosophy is a vector, an affair of movements and becomings, of lines and vectors, of reversals and displacements. It is a phase state in thought rather than any universally acknowledged content, one that gives itself sovereign power of thought over all others, whether they be philosophers or non-philosophers, and even whether they be human or non-human. So what is unusual, and undoubtedly counterintuitive, about non-philosophy is the consistency with which it materializes all thought, including its own. Within a radically immanent approach, it renders transcendence as immanence, as position. This immanentist stance thereby sees philosophical thinking as both a performance and a physical tendency or spatial activity, which will be described as the power of distancing or withdrawal. It is this core to philosophy, as the most persistent performance or position of power, that is under interrogation. Here, non-philosophy, then, attempts to reorient, rather than oppose, philosophy understood as a material tendency, vector, or orientation. In this introductory chapter, we look at Laruelle's general non-philosophical approach, his attitude toward philosophical representation, performative consistency, material thought, decision, posture, and science, his unusual treatment of the human, anthropomorphism and extended definitions of thought, and the methodology adopted for this study, non-philosophy's artistic source material, the use of cinema to inform our approach, the horror of the non-human, and an outline of the arguments. Structure. Lengthy though it is, covering this material now will save us some time later. All thoughts are equal, but some thoughts appear more equal than others, from position to representation. François Laruelle, B., is Professor Emeritus in Philosophy at the University of Nanterre, Paris, the inventor of non-standard philosophy, or just non-philosophy, and the author of more than 25 books on this topic. His project, as he sees it, is the attempt to envision philosophy as a material and to study it from a genuinely nonpartisan point of view. The ideas of philosophy are no longer positions to be argued with, critiqued, accepted, or promoted, but raw material to be utilized. It is not a question any more of how we should study philosophy philosophically, but rather one of what should we make of philosophy itself. As he also writes, there is a body of philosophy, a philosophical materiality, a conceptual and lived material, and one can treat philosophy as a part of physical nature. In pursuing this task, then, we must first avoid the circular method of treating philosophy philosophically and instead propose a means of causing thought to function otherwise than philosophically. This is neither to reject philosophy nor to surpass it in any recognizably philosophical terms. Such an approach only claims to succeed the faith and authority of philosophy, never to deny its reality, nor to refuse it at least a relative autonomy. Non-philosophy negates only that part of it that can be negated, its sufficiency. Instead, Laruelle wishes to utilize philosophy and will do so employing models from both the sciences, like biology and physics, as well as the arts, such as photography and music. Taking this view of philosophy and thought also brings about an expansion of the definitions of both indefinitely, which, as we will see, is ultimately to refuse to define either. Laruelle aims to Tootherize philosophy, to democratize it. As soon as I give a definition, it is a failure. We have to refuse the temptation or appearance of definition. However, this gesture goes beyond merely relativizing thought within a pluralism that is actually indifferent to philosophy, all opinions are valid, or anarchizing knowledge as part of a methodology where anything goes. Rather, the flat thought Laruelle strives for is democratic because it is materialized in different ways, some of them scientific, quantum physics, biology, geometry, some of them aesthetic, photography, performance art, music. Standard philosophy. The positioning of authority over thought does not have a monopoly on what counts as thought or even philosophy. What might look like relativism, then, is always expansion, and inclusivity of thought. Moreover, non-standard philosophy also refuses any fixed definition of the real or the human. Whether this inclusivity might also extend to the non-human, to a thought and philosophy that is not the right of Homo sapiens alone, is, therefore, a further question for this work. One thing we must be clear about from the start is that non-philosophy is not an anti-philosophy. Laruelle is not heralding another end of philosophy nor the kind of internal critique of philosophy common in much post-Kantian European thought. His use of the term non-philosophy is neither a dialectical negation nor even something contrary to philosophy. While non-philosophy has overtones of anti-philosophy, it cannot recognize itself in current anti-philosophy, whose origins are predominantly philosophical. As we will see later, the death of philosophy is more often than not only a botched suicide attempt, a cry for help, or demand for attention, rather than a genuine thirst for annihilation. There is indeed a suicide of philosophy, but it has lasted as long as philosophy's own history. Rather, modeling the name non-philosophy on an analogy with non-Euclidean geometry, Laruelle proposes a broadened, pluralistic science of thought and philosophy as well as a major reworking of philosophical concepts. Crucially, the non in non-Euclidean is not a negative. Non-Euclidean geometries do not negate the principles of Euclid's elements but affirm them within a broader or amplified paradigm that allows other, apparently opposed geometries to coexist, while also explaining where and in what respects they are still relevant. Similarly, non-philosophy attempts a transformation that locates philosophy as one instance in a larger set of theoretical forms. It is a positive act. The non is therefore not an all-powerful negation. It has a status or function only at a level that is no longer dialectical, no longer at the level of signifier and sense, but that of usage. It is a non that affects the usage of terms, a live that transforms them. Non-philosophy is a conception of philosophy, and all forms of thought, that allows us to see them as equivalent according to a broader explanatory paradigm. It enlarges the set of things that can count as thoughtful, a set that includes existing philosophy but also a host of what are often presently deemed, by standard philosophy, to be non-philosophical, art, technology, natural science. In addition, Laruelle integrates present examples of philosophy with instances of what those same philosophies regard as their opposites within philosophy. In this democracy of thinking, all thought is equalized when regarded as raw material for non-philosophy, that is, as part of the real, or one, as it is also called, rather than as representations of it. We now need to introduce the connection between non-philosophy and representation in some detail. Each method of philosophical thought, philosophical being understood once again as a phase state of thought, because it occupies itself with representing the whole exclusively, misses its target in part. It is partial, just one method. Yet this is not to say that each and every philosophy misses it entirely, that they all misrepresent. Laruelle is not saying that method X is wrong and that it can be improved upon or replaced with a truer method Y. The real is indifferent to every attempt at representing it. This is because every thought, when regarded as a physical body, is already a part of it, and a part cannot be the whole, even through the magic of representation, which always fails to capture its core complete. Separated from each of their claims to exclusive truth, philosophical positions becomes a question of precisely that, positions in space, a question of physics and the material coexistence of different thoughts. Alternatively, what makes the arguments of the philosophers circular is due to their representational form. Philosophical reasoning is tautological, privileging one piece of empirical evidence by raising its status to the transcendent or representational, creating what Michel Foucault called empirico-transcendental doublets. Philosophical practice mixes the real with a predecided representational schema, be it substance and accident, actual and virtual, being and nothingness, phenomenal and noumenal, and so on, that attempts to transcend the real, through these philosophical concepts. The resulting worldview, however, is entirely relative to this decisive starting point. Hence, we have what Laruelle describes as all the great circles of philosophy: unity of experience, Kant, Lebenswelt, Husserl, being in the world and care, Heidegger, general perception of flesh, Merleau-Ponty, etc. And as we saw, each philosophy's transcendent form leaves no room for alternative positions. As a consequence of their attempts to exhaust all explanatory space, each philosophy, be it phenomenology, deconstruction, Platonism, or any other, cannot explain its rival's existence as anything other than illusion or error, or misrepresentation. Nor can it justify the grounds of such illusions or errors without again presupposing what a proper representation and a proper ground might be. Even pluralism, ostensibly affirming all other views, or at worst being indifferent to them, still occupies a position and must thereby elbow out both non-pluralist and other kinds of pluralist positions to make room for itself. In all of this, Laruelle may appear rather unoriginal. For some, his ideas will sound like a version of Kant's critical philosophy: metaphysics cannot represent the thing in itself, for its truths are the result of the manifold after it has been reconfigured through the mind's structure of knowing. The human mind refracts rather than reflects reality. Indeed, long before even Kant, Francis Bacon had already written in his Novum Organum that human understanding is like a false mirror, which, receiving rays irregularly, distorts and discolors the nature of things by mingling its own nature with it. In fact, Laruelle would be the first to admit that the intraphilosophical critique of the mirror and reflection is almost universal, being also found in Fichte, Husserl, Wittgenstein, Heidegger, and Levinas. His own work, however, concerns the reality of the reflection within a philosophy of immanence as well as an extension of the critique of human metaphysics to all thought of the real. It is not just metaphysics that is asked to forego its supposed power to represent reality, but any philosophy that would hope to represent things in their essence, that believes that it can capture reality through its own putative powers of questioning, wonder, deduction, induction, intuition, will to power, affective encounter, sympathy, selfless attention, pluralist affirmation, and so on. Kant's critique needs to be generalized from one of metaphysics to one of philosophy as such. As a result, Laruelle's accusations concern all self-styled philosophical thought, metaphysical and non-metaphysical. Ironically, Kantian transcendental deduction must be included in this lineup too, in as much as it also believes that reality can be thought, even if only through inference, as this is defined and understood according to its own method. In short, at no time is a representationalist critique being offered by Laruelle, that is, one that judges philosophies according to epistemic values. His is not an attempt to improve upon other philosophies' failed pictures of the real. Non-philosophy does not draw its motivation from philosophy's failure but from the positive necessity of explaining it, of elaborating the reasons of this inability within the real itself or the ego that forces every thought to its foreclosure. Philosophy, on the other hand, ignores this foreclosure and claims or wants to know the real. The function of a non-philosophy is to integrate, rather than reduce, replace, or eliminate, philosophical views back into the real by surveying them together in a democratic, immanent, revision where no one view is superior to or transcends the other. At the same time, such a real integration shows their physical limits, the fact that they are seen to share a space, that their one theory is never as total as it hopes to be, indicates that they cannot occupy the entirety of that space alone, what the real really is. Yet philosophical views are not dismissed thereby as failed representations. Rather, they and their limits, irreducible remainders, aporias, even circularities, all the usual tools of critique, are made real, they are physicalized as parts of the real. What such an affirmation entails for a non-philosophical pluralism like this, in its own position such that it does not enter into a new form of authority, remains to be seen. Taken individually, each philosophy is as arbitrary and circular as the other, though some will be more complex. Such complexity only serves to occlude their ultimately tautological grounding. This is especially true of those philosophies of philosophy that offer definitions of proper thought. The fact is that the various forms of thinking privileged by different philosophies is always done by fiat, stemming from a position. The history of philosophy is a litany of different baptisms, thinking descriptively, poetically, mathematically, affectively, embodiedly, analogically, syllogistically, fuzzily, paraconsistently, thinking through a method of questions, of problems, of dialogue, of dialectic, of genealogy, of historicism, of deconstruction, and so on. Taken on their own, though, each of these exemplary cases restricts the idea of thinking in a presumptive manner, either by positing what could count as thinking per se or by positing what counts as good, proper, or true thinking. Even Badiou's apparent egalitarianism toward art, science, politics, and love, as forms of thinking, masks a demand, says Laruelle, that philosophy define their essence and itself be their excellent form and their ultimate type, whether the thought of thought, or what totalizes or simply gathers thought, picks it up as a last resort, etc. In other words, philosophy always remains king, it auto-presents itself as title holder of thought. Non-philosophy, on the contrary, is the manner of thinking that does not know a priori what it is to think or to think the one. And in practice, this means that it is essential, as Laruelle constantly reiterates, to remodel thought or the cogitative in terms of the autonomy of the real, or again, what is necessary is to change the paradigm of thinking, and what counts as thinking. And this change of paradigm, which he also calls a mutation, must be continually reperformed, in case it should fall into one position. The work of non-philosophy, therefore, is an ongoing experiment in what results from seeing philosophical thought in a non-philosophical way, thought as just one other, real, thing rather than thought as the real representation of all things. This is what Laruelle dubs a thinking according to or alongside the real. Performative inconsistency. To examine better the means by which non-philosophy tries to avoid becoming another position, we must return to the question of what makes Laruelle's non-philosophy different, only now in terms of its activity. What it attempts, he says, is not a new philosophical paradigm but the transformation of philosophy. Laruelle is adamant that non-philosophy is a new practice of philosophy rather than a philosophical taking of sides and thus inside philosophy. Various commentators agree on this point, Rocco Gangle describing his work as a radically new form of thought, Robin McKay calling it a new mode of thought. A weak interpretation of such ascriptions might take them to imply merely a peculiar variation upon philosophical method, most often owing to novel subject matter, whereas, in fact, Laruelle seeks a radical mutation in methodology and content at the same time. He seeks an experience of thought that is even non-Greek in terms of its philosophical trajectory, which, for Laruelle, means that it must avoid logical identity at all cost. Whereas standard philosophical approaches take their conception of what proper philosophy is and then apply it to all and sundry objects, which Laruelle calls the principle of sufficient philosophy, non-philosophy is a style of thought that mutates with its object. Hence, non-philosophy is neither theoretical nor practical nor aesthetic, etc., in the sense whereby philosophy defines separated regions of experience. It is all of these at once. So, despite its own sometimes abstract and abstracted appearance, non-philosophy is intended to be a practical theory too. Indeed, it is forwarded as a performative thought that does things, to philosophy and to theory generally, albeit through words in Laruelle's own practice. Laruelle even goes so far as to say that non-philosophy is a practice, it is enacted en act, almost criminally performative au crime pres, this is the only way of demonstrating it. This practice involves taking the concepts of philosophy and attempting to extract all transcendence from them, in a manner and with what success we have yet to ascertain, to review them as parts of the real and no longer as representations. Of course, non-philosophy is hardly unique in placing practice at the heart of its method, nor in endorsing a democratic pluralism as regards the definition of thought. Many philosophies of difference cherish such ideas too. Yet Laruelle is not being naive, he knows that such values, openness, practice, tolerance, are universally commended. What is different is Laruelle's constant acknowledgement of the difficulty of practicing them, of practicing tolerance and even of practicing practice. This concern with consistency in actually doing what one says and saying what one does, is crucial to the difference between philosophy and non-philosophy. It is its essential, performative element, but we know through the philosophers themselves, in an undoubtedly still limited manner, that they do not say what they are doing, and do not do what they are saying. Even the most open philosophies, of difference, still aspire to seize reality exclusively. Deleuze, for example, believes that thought should think of itself as immanent to the real, rather than as a representation that transcends it. So far, so non-philosophical. Yet Deleuze would perform this explanation in the name of his philosophy. The image of thought he has in mind is as depicted in his explanation, with all its architectonics of the real readily defined and hierarchized, virtual versus actual, bodies without organs versus the organism, war machines, rhizomes, etc. Even though Deleuze embraces multiplicity and a variety of kinds of thought in what he says, artistic and scientific as well as philosophical, all the same, what enables him to say this is his own highest thought, or creation of concepts, it is this that belongs to Deleuzian philosophy alone. He explains the real, not Boulez, nor Artaud, nor Bacon, they provide the material for the philosopher. For this is Deleuze's performative, though it is one that does not do what it says. The same even goes for Deleuze and philosophy as such. Co-authoring a book on philosophy, with Felix Guattari, is a performative act. Let's suppose that there exists a book called What is Philosophy, and that it claims to answer this question by virtue of its own existence or manifestation. Thus it is impossible to talk about it, because this book is at the center of philosophy and philosophy is at the center of this book, because philosophia sub natura and one does not converse with God. Because he remains a philosopher, Deleuze cannot enact the egalitarian demands of radical immanence that he espouses. This is not a matter of unwitting self-deception or bad faith, nor conscious duplicity. It is part and parcel of the nature of philosophical thought as autopositional or self-positing. For Laruelle, there is no explaining what the real really is, because every thought, be it Deleuzian or not, be it philosophical or not, is as good or as bad an explanation as any other, for they are all, non-summative, material parts. What follows from an axiom of radical immanence, if acted upon, is that non-philosophy does do what it is saying. Or at least it says that it does. Such consistent practice is easier said than done. And, indeed, who is to judge whether it has been successful? Undoubtedly, a number of problems emerge when it comes to evaluating such immanent performativity. For a start, it may be that Laruelle is deluding himself as to his own consistency and actually falling into performative contradiction whenever he refers to his own thought as an identity of saying and doing, simply because he is describing what he is doing elsewhere instead of doing it here. Second, on one level it is just trivially true that any utterance is a kind of action. What is less obvious is when an utterance's form and content are one and the same, if such a duality can be applied to Laruelle. What is most in need of argument, however, is the notion that the saying, here and now, both expresses and embodies what it says consistently in all contexts. If, that is, this is what Laruelle means by consistency, The nature of this will be examined in the final chapter, as well as the threat of trivial explosion, whereby all things become performative. We could attempt to make things easier for ourselves and avoid the dangers of triviality, self-delusion, or contradiction by invoking a use-mentioned distinction here. On this view, it might be that when Laruelle says that, to paraphrase, philosophy does not do what it says and non-philosophy does do what it says, this utterance is itself to be taken as a mention rather than a use of its terms. As such, it would fall within philosophical purview and avoid the various abysses of self-reference, because the referring statement only mentions itself. To mention animal in saying animal is not animal avoids the pitfalls of using animal in saying animal is not animal. Of course, this fix would come at the cost of subverting non-philosophy's entire enterprise by renaturalizing it. The salvage would also be on the basis of a distinction that is itself contestable, both between philosophy and non-philosophy and among philosophers. Laruelle sees usage as such a large part of the non-standard approach that even mentioning his own thought is itself a kind of usage, called cloning. The duality of use mention rests on philosophical assumptions that non-philosophy cannot share, especially concerning representation and the nature of self-reference or metatalk. So, while it is possible to save non-philosophy from certain aporia in this manner, the price is too high. The operation may be a success, but we lose the patient. We need another approach if we are going to give non-philosophy a better run for its money. The performative dimension of thought is one more notion that is not unique to Laruelle, of course. As Jaco Hintikau once showed, even Descartes' cogito, ergo sum can be understood as a performative act rather than an inference. Performative contradictions to this sentence is not true, I am asleep, everything is a lie have been the source of the many paradoxes that have kept philosophers distracted for centuries and a major point of entry into the performative aspects of philosophical thought. The lack of fit between the content and the performance of an utterance saying I am asleep does not lie well with being asleep, unless, of course, one happens to talk in one's sleep, can generate numerous ideas on the nature of thought and language. The misfit, inconsistency, between the speech as act, the doing, and what is said is also important with respect to the performance of philosophies as a whole, however, and not just in its particular speech acts. In Emmanuel Levinas's work, for example, the ethical message found in his book Totality and Infinity concerning the inability of any being in the world to totalize or objectivize our infinite ethical responsibility toward the other appears to be contradicted by the very writing of Totality and Infinity, which is all too adept at conveying its message objectively, that is, through beings in the world. Hence, spurred on in part by Jacques Derrida's criticisms, the sequel to that text, Otherwise Than Being or Beyond Essence, played a far more complex game with language, between content and performance, or the said and the saying, to scupper any false impression that this book has some ontological, worldly, thing that it wanted to say. In a similar vein, Derrida himself is famed for supposedly having stopped arguing for his quasi-concept of difference in the S in favor of actually performing it in the S, in books like Glass, to be consistent with his message regarding the futility of self-present arguments, logocentrism. Note, however, the emphasis for both of these figures on using performance to avoid contradiction, to assure consistency. One might even say that neither Derrida nor Levinas abandoned logocentric argument in toto because, to salvage the coherence of their positions, they adopted a higher-order meta-argument, through the performative. The performative was a means to an end, even though that end concerned such seemingly extra-philosophical notions as alterity and difference. We will see this philosophical urgency to save coherence again in chapter, despite it being done to protect a paraconsistent position. The performative was never the end in itself for these philosophers. Regardless of its best efforts, for Laruelle there is a constitutive disingenuity in any one philosophy given its ongoing desire to explain reality from its position. Even when a philosophy is seemingly aware of its own performativity and the impossibility of transcending it, it still attempts to sidestep the implications of such radical immanence. Its act, there is always the exception to the case. The philosopher, legislating for reason, the life of the mind de la pensée or social life, makes an exception even of the fact that he does not do what he says or does not say what he does, but, speaking the law, he makes an exception and enjoys the privilege of speaking about it and imposing it with his authority. I speak the truth, says the liar, I speak democracy, says the anti-democrat. This is the paradox of the philosopher as thinker of the whole, who is never short of expedients for presenting the paradox as if it were acceptable. For there is the rub, if inconsistency is the content of one's thought, of one's argument, and philosophy is autoposition par excellence, the coherence of a self-identical argument, then one must continually invent new ways of arguing that no longer appear either as philosophical or even as coherent. There must be auto-mutation or self-destruction built in. By pushing this idea to its practicable limit, Laruelle produces the strange vision of a non-philosophical philosophy. Hence, his approach must be seen as performative all the time. In fact, this is its primary constraint. In non-philosophy, thought in act is not distinct, in its essence at least, from its effects or its speech, because, if it is relatively free regarding its cause, this is its cause as imprinted with a radical performativity, unlike philosophy, which only reaches this under the form of a circle, or more or less a circle, or in another case some sort of unconscious which destroys it. Non-philosophy is constrained materials aside to do what it says and say what it does. This constraint, according to Laruelle, is transcendental in nature, a to do in saying, to say in doing. The only instance whose usage speaks itself through this identity without fault. However, notwithstanding the mutation that Laruelle will also render to the concept of the transcendental itself, which we will chart in chapter, the concept of the performative will mutate in his hands too, taking it away from its linguistic and active origins, speech acts, and attaching it to the real as a form of passive performativity. All of these ideas will need to be addressed again later. Material thinking. This emphasis on philosophy and thought as material is part and parcel of non-philosophy's formal innovation. It approaches thought, rigorously, consistently, as material, as a thing, immanent to the real. Crucially, though, non-philosophy operates without any commitments to a philosophical materialism that would only infect its practice with various ideas about matter, definitions of what is truly matter, hierarchies of what true matter explains, causes, determines, and so on. Instead, using models directly from physics, biology, or art, Laruelle performs a quasi-physics of philosophy, the quasi-denoting a non-positivist, non-reductive approach that takes the model of thought from one domain, like non-Euclidean geometry, as we saw, to shed light on another. Laruelle's choice of models appears somewhat arbitrary and is indeed contingent on his own biography. What counts in their usage is not any supposedly true picture of what there is offered by one or the other, but the style of thinking that each practices. This is not a project in naturalizing philosophy out of existence. Laruelle is far from being a post-Quinian who would replace folk philosophy with the discourses of one or other hard science. Philosophy's thoughts are retained in all their molar specificity but are shorn of their ambition to explain everything, to become bodily parts. There is a body or a thickness of philosophy that needs to be acknowledged. As a consequence, the materiality of philosophy is not to be understood according to standard materialist approaches, the technoscientisms of computationalism, biologism, or physicalism, for example. What Laruelle says of photography in the concept of non-photography is no less true of philosophy qua matter for non-philosophy. His approach, he writes, is a materiality without materialist thesis, since every thesis is already given in it, in its turn, as flat, just like any other singularity whatsoever. Far from giving back perception, history, or actuality, etc., in a weakened form, photography gives for the first time a field of infinite materialities which the photographer is immediately plugged into. This field remains beyond the grasp of any external, philosophical, semiological, analytic, artistic, etc., Technology. It is a field of infinite materialities, not one or other domains, neuroscience or physics or mathematics, to which everything can be reduced, and through which philosophy can thereafter explain everything by proxy of it becoming the philosophy of neuroscience, of physics, of mathematics, or of whatever else. Philosophical materialism remains especially hubristic and hypocritical in this regard, though it claims to follow a scientific reduction of the real practiced vicariously through the physicists or mathematicians who offer theories of everything. What counts is its lead in appointing the favored science, physics today, mathematics tomorrow, for wholly philosophical reasons of its own making. It is the kingmaker who is truly the king, like the so-called masochist who has all the power. Once again, philosophy does not do what it says. Significantly, philosophy must leave the origins of its godlike powers of representation a mystery, or palm it onto a theory of reference, of statements and their relations, which has a plethora of its own idiosyncratic mysteries. As Laruelle puts it in Principe de Minorite, what renders a statement material or rather real and not merely materialist, can be demonstrated neither in terms of its objects, nor its meaning or signification, nor by its materiality as statement, that differential materiality or relatively indivisible and continuous distance relating it to other statements. As far as a statement is concerned, at least insofar as it is grasped in its essence, to be materialist is never a question of the manner in which it relates to other statements, but consists rather in its refusing to enter into a relation, a becoming, or mediating tendency. Refusing to allow itself to be inscribed within the strategy of a reciprocity, the economy of a community, into the trade between positions, forces, or powers. Philosophy, materialist or otherwise, orchestrates an entire network of statements, about science and philosophy, conferring legitimacy on some, illegitimacy on others. But its own power to confer high and low grades must remain outside of the network as a transcendent. By contrast, Laruelle's postulate, or posture, as we will explain later, could be described as a non-relational, auto-effective hypothesis, that is, a conjecture that all thought, including itself, is material. Think this, it says, thought is a thing, the real is the thing, of thought, it's in itself. If we take this thought seriously, i.e., as consistently as possible, it follows that it too is a material thing, though not because it might be composed from neurons, atoms, or sets. The thought implicates itself, hence the auto, but it sidesteps a possible response from philosophy that this consistency is grounded upon meta-level reflection, so proving that non-philosophy is actually only more philosophy. It avoids this trap because it explicitly posits itself as performative rather than representational. It is not saying how things really stand. As such, non-philosophy is not some form of higher-order reflection, representation, of philosophy, or metaphilosophy. Non-philosophy as a practice never appeals to the meta-, understood as a transcendent form behind material practice. And that is also why non-philosophy is always a use of philosophy. That said, non-philosophy can look very similar to philosophy on account of an apparent ventriloquism of approach that utilizes the discourse of philosophy in its own speech acts. It does indeed appear to some as simply more philosophy, be it in the adopted shape of Kantian, Derridian, Deleuzian, or even Badiouian thought. This impression, according to Laruelle, is itself the product of philosophical narcissism, though, for philosophy cannot see anything other than itself in other forms of thought. Hence, all of the non-philosophical strategies to resist being taken as one more account of the real, its avowed performativity and materiality, will themselves be taken up by philosophy as only another set of representations, and so as simply another philosophy, and, indeed, a not very original one at that. Laruelle's posture, however, remains one that endeavors to see all thought including its own as part of the real rather than a picture of it. The posture alone is new, following the hypothesis, what happens if thought is not a representation but a thing, with radical self-consistency. But, of course, nothing of logical necessity follows from this, one does not have to see non-philosophy as performative, nobody has to do anything of necessity. This description of Laruelle, too, is only an invitation or suggestion to adopt a similar posture. The structure of decision and postural mutation. Philosophy, by contrast, is all about necessity. In history, the world and the facts, one finds a type of decision that is called necessary and more than necessary, it is called unavoidable and christens itself philosophy. Perhaps the most implausible aspect of Laruelle's approach to philosophical thought is also the most controversial trait of his depiction of philosophy, namely, this notion of decision. Though he admits that the term philosophy, la philosophie, is a highly ambiguous expression, as often multiple as it is one, and even that its history bears witness to several ways of philosophizing, Laruelle still retains the structure of decision as the one invariant of every philosophy. Decision is philosophy's lowest common denominator, so to speak. Each and every philosophy involves a decision specifically, to explain or represent the real in one exclusive way, its own. Such a sweeping statement, as Laruelle scholar Anthony Paul Smith recognizes, begs the question as to its universal applicability. Surely Laruelle homogenizes philosophy too much. Nonetheless, Smith defends this idea of decision on a number of grounds. It seems plausible since Laruelle has traced it within European philosophy's most radical philosophers, Spinoza, Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche, Heidegger, Derrida, Deleuze, Michel Henry, and Badiou, among others. Others who have taken up the task of non-philosophy have also located this structure in the thought of phenomenologists such as Husserl, Levinas, and Marion, in the philosophically influenced sociology of Pierre Bourdieu, in the anti-philosophies of Blanquet and Lacan, and stretching from the ancient philosophy of Plato to contemporary standard approaches to epistemology and aesthetics. Still, despite these corroborative remarks, one can imagine how most will only see this as a set of assertions rather than as evidence. Indeed, the continued resistance from many others to the structure of decision may well be due to the associated connotations of it apparently being an intellectual act. Decision here would seem individualistic, voluntary, and conscious. Yet confirmation of the presence of such features in all philosophical thought is rare, to say the least. Additionally, a methodological individualism like this, if such be the case in non-philosophy, would itself be a very large presupposition on Laruelle's part. It could easily be countered by philosophies positing alternative sources for their position: radical encounter with the outside, fundamental existential choice, revelation, wonder, common sense, prayer, a gift. Moreover, from the perspective of the newcomer to non-philosophy, Laruelle's approach would then appear to be just one more position in a game of positions, slugging it out with the other philosophies, and on a terrain of their making to boot. So much for a significantly new kind of thought. Now, of course, there is more to decision than this depiction, something indeed more physical and even, as we will argue, animal, that thereby retains a radically otherwise lost when it is understood too intellectually and too anthropocentrically. For a start, decision does not itself have a metaphysical essence, as free, say, or conscious, for it is precisely the invariant position that hallucinates such essences in the real. In the most basic terms, to decide is simply to cut oneself off from the real, to make a cut decidir, de off plus cidir cut. To cut off, to decide. At second glance, then, there is in fact something quite spatial, even behavioral, about this game of positions. And, qua position, to decide also has something to do with withdrawal. As Laruelle put it in an interview, to philosophize on X is to withdraw from X, to take an essential distance from the term for which we will posit other terms. Philosophy, understood as decisionistic in this manner, then, is a withdrawal, a distancing, a cut-off. It is this distance that allows it its sense of authority to capture, to transcend, to represent things objectively, essentially, fundamentally, or with greatest intelligence, wisdom, logic, clarity, etc. Regardless of whether the language incorporates any actual imagery of separation, detachment, spacing, horizontally, distanciation, spatialization, deterritorialization, or even logical space, the space of reasons, etc. When thought enters the phase state of philosophy, it enters the position of distance and withdrawal. This distance is also the sufficiency of philosophy, which is entirely in philosophy's own mind, or rather in its auto-position. This sense of entitlement is a delusion because philosophy, like any other thought, is necessarily insufficient, a mere part. Philosophy is, however, the part that has wandered furthest and even takes its errancy as the power to see the real with absolute clarity. What it sees is a hallucination, though, I call hallucinating. Every thought or vision which believes to see the real when it only sees the all, which believes to see the one when it sees being. It is a hallucinating of the type, I think, therefore I am. The hallucination itself, however, is a product of this distance, which, because everything is immanent to the real, should also be understood as a product of the real. Distance is a type of auto-exile from the real by the real that generates the duality of a philosophy and the real. The one or the real is the cause and the object of the illusion, a hallucination that bases itself on a unitary projection of the one and which, from the start, falls outside of that as the world itself. These initial remarks on distance, withdrawal, and position, which we will extend in chapter, also let us glimpse a further possibility, that of a conversion of withdrawal. Here is why. Laruelle's message for philosophy is, prima facie, simple: not everything is philosophizable. As soon as we gloss this message a little further, however, things become more nuanced. Not everything is thinkable by standard philosophy. Or, even further, what counts as philosophy must mutate for some things to be philosophizable at all. If philosophy is to acknowledge the specific form of thinking indigenous to film, for instance, then it must mutate into film philosophy, that is, a new kind of audiovisual philosophy. Otherwise, cinematic thinking will be misunderstood as a covered form of extant, written philosophy, hidden somewhere within the textual components of some film dialogue and plot. The mutation of philosophy reflects a change in emphasis from the real, of film, fitting the needs of philosophy to philosophy fitting the real. We no longer have the concept of an unconditioned thought, philosophy, that limits phenomena, its objects, but rather the unconditional phenomenal itself determining and limiting thought. Or, again, whereas the philosopher wants to fold the real onto his thought, non-philosophy constrains us to do the opposite, fold our thought onto the real by modifying the concept in accordance with it. So, where philosophy thinks of itself as self-sufficient, sui generis, immaterial, and transcendent, non-philosophy sees it as a dependent, material, immanent exile of the real. And this difference in emphasis can be translated into a change or conversion of direction. According to Laruelle, its withdrawn position requires redirection. Thought that was directed from philosophy to the real, when newly viewed non-philosophically, inverts itself to being directed from the real to philosophy. And it really is a change in direction or orientation, as Laruelle puts it himself. My problem is that of the reorientation of thought. We might even say that the mutation reorients thought as an orientation. However, in its claim to be a radical inversion of philosophy's relationship with the real, non-philosophy aspires to more than merely reversing the relationship between the two, for that would leave the door open to an eventual counter-reversal. Non-philosophy aims to invert the relationship fundamentally, with no subsequent volte-face. This reorientation or radical inversion is also the mutation that expands thought, and precisely because the mutation is ultimately determined by the real rather than by a decision, philosophy. This is a postural mutation, a change of vector or directionality that issues from the one, or, to be exact, from a vision in one and a democracy in thought, as we will explain further. The philosophical decision, then, can be seen as either a determining, intellectual, disembodied, position or, through reorientation, as a bodily posture determined by the real. As Antibadia relates, the real, or one, is that of a posture, and is given as a lived without life, or is felt through and through in the image where, however, it is never projected, as in a first image that would precede it. This still fairly subtle idea deserves an extended quotation from Laruelle's Philosophy and Non-Philosophy. The one is a postural rather than decisional and positional identity. Here one must distinguish between the postural and the positional. The postural designates a holding not of self, but in self, the how this holding is held insofar as it has essentially never reposed except in itself. Posture is more subjective, corporeal, and undivided than position, more internal, spontaneous, and naive than will and decision. Posture is too immanent and completed, it indivisibly involves the individual's entire being too much to reinstate a decision or make it equal to a position, which is always relative to another position, always alienable and revocable, always to be taken up and taken back up. Hence one can describe the mode of thinking that corresponds with the one as nothing but one, as a postural and subjective experience of thought from the outset, freed from the constraints of the world, from the codes of philosophy, from the norms of transcendent exteriority, from the rules of speculative figuration or the speculative imagination. In other words, it is necessary to distinguish the figurative, but also the figural, relational, and positional, from the postural, but as the necessary kernel of reality that precedes them absolutely and instead constrains them to be distinguished from it as mediated by unreality. Rather than will and decision being understood through methodological individualism, posture, for Laruelle, connotes something more subjective, corporeal, and undivided, terms that are close approximates to immanence, as he understands it. He also puts it as follows in En tant qu'un: postural mutations are more profound still than changes of philosophy or of positions. Just as position is not the same as posture, so mutation must be seen as more than simply change. These key concepts of posture, position, and mutation will be analyzed fully in chapters and, respectively. The first of these will need our special attention. There have only been a few discussions of posture within recent philosophical literature. John Schumacher's Human Posture, The Nature of Inquiry is a pertinent example, given that it describes how posture is the way a thing makes a place in the world, or how to be in the world is to have a posture. His study, which is primarily phenomenological, concentrates on the human, however, and especially the human face, though even here his description of the face as an orientation of facing is not without connection with Laruelle's more abstract concepts of withdrawal and distance. A human face, early or modern, introduces a kind of loosening from the world, making possible the reference of that face's orientation in the world to that face itself. A modern human face is not only loosened from the world, but also, so it is said, broken apart from the world. Alternatively, Annette Bayer's Postures of the Mind, despite its rather empiricist approach to mind and morals, actually comes closer to the abstracted, non-psychological nature of Laruelle's inquiry. Taking her cue from a line in John Locke's essay, she writes that Locke, realizing that at least some words did not name simple or complex ideas which themselves named atomic or molecular things, added a brief chapter on particles to Book 3 of the essay concerning human understanding, and gave these little non-names such as but the job of indicating not ideas but the actions of the mind relating to those ideas, and the several postures of the mind in discoursing. The following essays in the philosophy of mind and in ethics do try to direct attention away from the overcultivated field of single beliefs, intentions, and intentional actions to the individual abilities, social powers, continuing policies and purposes, virtues and vices they exhibit. A distrust of supposedly discrete events and entities, of Lockean namables, is one pervasive theme. I have tried to look at streams of developing and decaying beliefs and intentions, at changes of mind as well as decisions and realizations, and at assessment not just of single actions but of lives and of character, at moral style of life. Her non-intentionalist approach to beliefs, their formation, reformation, and decay does not go much further into the concept of posture than this, but her one example of a Lockean posture of the mind, the non-name of but, is salient, for as Locke writes, all animals have sense, but a dog is an animal. Bayer describes herself as a contrarian, and so a philosopher, which would point to the importance of but within philosophical postures, postures that Laruelle would more readily call positions. To understand this but, and all its avatars in contradiction, agonistics, the dialectic, negation, polemic, etc., in terms of behavior and even animality, non-human postures, will be one tack in our attempt to comprehend decision as positional, withdrawal, distance, separation. But we are not trying to form a genealogy, foundation, or truth of posture on Laruelle's behalf here. It is the mutation, or non-foundation, of posture, its ongoing performativity, that distinguishes it from philosophical position. Keeping this in mind will help us to understand the meaning of decision. All the more, taking it further away from transcendent representation and closer to an immanent, physical, behavioral, and even non-human rendering. We will also see how non-philosophy takes the decisional structure of philosophies and, using both art and science, clones or reperforms it such that, instead of a thought representing the real in being cut off from it, we have a thought that performs the real as a postural part of it. Inch by inch, we will see Laruelle's account of philosophy and decision shift from a seemingly personalized and judgmental critique closer to an impersonal descriptive science. To get us started, then, we need to know a little more about what Laruelle means by science. Hypotheses of real science. The first thing to understand about non-philosophy's self-image as a science, Laruelle often uses this title as an alternative name, is how unscientistic it is. It works through axioms, hypotheses, and thought experiments, but they are not employed as a means, however indirect, to verify a thought. Rather, they are used to generate an experiment and sow experience in thinking. Scientific verification, as one more authority, does not interest Laruelle. Beyond any truth that has been verified, validated, there is an axiomatic form of the true that allows the transformation of the discourse of representation. It is this axiomatic form, which can also be rendered as posture, that really counts. Even as a simple hypothesis, it non-philosophy must, this is our second demand, contribute to transforming the reality of philosophy and science, rather than just having knowledge of it. In effect, the hypothesis of non-philosophy can neither be empirically justified nor invalidated through comparison to experience, it must at least also transform experience. Hence, any appearance of scientism in Laruelle's work, as might be gleaned from its continual references to both general science and biology, geometry, and physics, is based on a false inference that being scientific, for him, is a form of authorization, a proof, of enlightenment. Yet Laruelle never makes claims that even come close to biologism, mathematicism, or physicalism. All knowledges are equal, or flat, vis-a-vis their discoveries. If philosophy has not been able to explore the nature and extent of flat thoughts, let us change our general hypothesis and horizon. Science, a new science perhaps, shall be the guiding thread. On condition that we globally re-evaluate and reveal the thinking at work in science. Indeed, rather than enlightenment, Laruelle is more interested in our experience of the unproven, the foreclosure of all thought, equally, before the real. His is a black universe, where everything is equally dark, and equalized by the dark. All the same, Laruelle is not a proponent of an anti- or counter-enlightenment either. This equality of color is actually scientific, but scientific in neither a heliocentric, Kantian, nor Ptolemaic orientation. There is no absolute sun, no center in science. If there is a real task of thought, it is instead in what is no longer completely a reversal and definitely not a Copernican reversal. To put science at the center and philosophy at the periphery? Not quite, for when science is really at the center, there is no longer center or periphery. Nothing, not even philosophy, turns around it. Science disintegrates, it is an activity rather than a body of knowledge, a posture that continually unearths the foundations of authoritarian knowledge. Rather than one more variant of the Copernican revolution, Laruelle's project, he writes, is to introduce into philosophy a Lobachevskian and Riemannian mutation. This is a non-Euclidean extension of thought beyond the classical, Greek experience of identity, as well as the Jewish countermovement of difference, which is really only a reversal rather than a genuine inversion. Such mutations are in fact the hallmark of both the sciences and the arts, above all painting and music in the 20th century, and yet they have bypassed philosophy for all this period, which has remained mostly stuck in the sterile to and fro of the Greco-Judaic dyad, identity and difference. This is why non-philosophy will discover in these scientific and artistic mutations, if not its raison d'être, then at least its strongest encouragement. Science and art, as experimental, mutational thoughts, can redeem philosophy from its stagnant authoritarianism. How do we equalize philosophy and science, philosophy and art, philosophy and ethics outside of every hierarchy and its last avatar, anarchist and nihilist leveling? This is to universalize them within the common layer of an a priori of a new style, rendering regional knowings more universal than they spontaneously are, or rendering them coextensive with philosophy, and rendering philosophy more empirical than it now is. Indeed, this study, using a cinematic model of thought, is one attempt at such a mutation, a regional knowledge made coextensive with philosophy while also rendering philosophy more empirical. That said, such experimentalism must not be subsumed within a philosophical paradigm of epistemology either. These hypotheses are posed as real. We might say that axioms and hypotheses are real postures, poses of the real, but not according to any philosophical position of realism. As Laruelle admits in a recent interview, I look for the real without being a realist, for materiality without being a materialist, the physical nature of generic man without naturalism. All of these philosophical positions want to obliterate the real through reality, materiality through materialism, physical nature by naturalism. In contrast to the inveterate idealism of philosophy, which refracts the real through its own ideas, be they metaphysical, critical, or even materialist, non-philosophy attempts to be ultra-realist, though without any relation to philosophical realism. Realism remains a position, one more definition of the real. The language of non-philosophy, the transcendental, a priori, thought, even the real, is harvested from philosophical definitions, of course, but it is then reoriented as real materials rather than ideas about the real. The real itself is left undefined, indifferent, non-relational, though these negatives here are not dialectical, and so reversible, on account of a positive identity that allows each philosophical position an equal standing. Here real identity and multiplicity are no longer mutually exclusive. The one is not a numeral. Moreover, the foreclosure of the real to philosophical capture and definition does not mean it is ineffable, but that it is equally, sayable. As Anthony Paul Smith and Nicola Rubczak phrase it, the real cannot be captured by philosophy, but instead authorizes the equivalency of all philosophies. All knowings, as relative before the real. Or, in other words, the real is not ineffable, but infinitely effable. One of the myriad ways through which the real appears to be known, however, does have a special status for Laruelle: the way through what he often simply calls man, or man in person. Man, Laruelle writes, is precisely the real foreclosed to philosophy, or I say that man is the real, that we are the real. However, this man is not an object of knowledge, at least not of the sort acquired through a philosophical position. As we will see, it is a real identity. Anthropomorphism and extended thinking. Despite all of its protestations to the contrary, to many readers non-philosophy still seems idealist, and hence philosophical, in virtue of this nomination of the real as man or human. Laruelle uses each term interchangeably with the other. As Ray Brassier writes, the privileging of the nomenclature man to designate the real cannot but rephenomenologize and resubstantialize its radical inconsistency. Ian James echoes Brassier's point and also questions Laruelle's apparent contradiction in humanizing the real while also declaring not to define it. So what exactly is Laruelle doing with such a humanization? Smith and Rubczak, conversely, offer a positive interpretation of the issue. What we find here is not typical philosophical humanism, represented in everyday culture as a privileging of some claimed universal human being that is in reality taken as a heteronormative, white, healthy male. But instead the question of the human is open in non-philosophy, even as the human or what he comes to call human in person is also the name of the real. It is not the real that is impersonal, but rather the real is foreclosed to philosophy, represented not in some anti-humanist hatred or indifference towards human beings, but in the maxim that, philosophy was made for man, not man for philosophy. Indeed, this apparent anthropomorphism of the real actually lies at the heart of non-philosophical research, and therefore this study. It is not only central on account of its endeavor to reorient thought from going from philosophy to the real to going from the real to philosophy, but also on account of the maxim that Smith and Rubsack referred to earlier, which actually accompanies this shift. We should note that, while individual philosophies are not epistemically judged by Laruelle, they are rendered positional and equal. Philosophy as a structure of decision is ethically judged on account of its deleterious effects on the human. Hence, the non-philosophical maxim is that philosophy should be made for the human rather than, as is the case in standard philosophical thought, that the human be made for philosophy. We must change hypothesis and even paradigm, break up the mixtures, found philosophy on man rather than the inverse. Man has been described, defined, categorized, quantified, and normalized by philosophy since its beginning, and it is the task of non-philosophy to invert this mediation of the human through philosophy. This double re-identification of both the human and the real over philosophy carries with it this new identity of the real with the human. But with that we also have two opposed subspecies of anthropomorphism, alongside the idealizations of man through philosophy, the human modeled on philosophical anthropology, what we will call philosomorphism in chapter. There is the Laruellian inversion that realizes man through non-philosophy. This realization, or de-idealization, does not define man, however, but simply subtracts 2.5 millennia of philosophical mediation, exploitation, harassment, racism, sexism, inequalities of all kinds, from the image of the human. Doing so, as we will see, leads to peculiar results, not least that what man is rendered wholly indefinite. Man also becomes, in a specifically Laruellian sense, non-human and utopian. Here, then, anthropomorphism, the transformation of animals and inanimate objects into an image of the human, is reframed by this new, more radical form that equates the human and the real. This rearticulation is not without connection with traditional analyses of anthropomorphism, though, as we can see in what Lorraine Daston and Greg Mittman say here. Anthropomorphism is the word used to describe the belief that animals are essentially like humans, and it is usually applied as a term of reproach, both intellectual and moral. Originally, the word referred to the attribution of human form to gods, forbidden by several religions as blasphemous. Something of the religious taboo still clings to secular, modern instances of anthropomorphism, even if it is animals rather than divinities that are being humanized. What religion forbids, the heresy of non-philosophy performs. In this secular, affirmative anthropomorphism, however, identifying the human with the real allows the human image to be multiplied as a consequence, without any definition, nor synthesis of definitions. Anthropo is altered to, morphed, not on account of philosophical difference, Deleuzian becoming, Derridian deconstruction, Levinasian alterity, but because, as real, man is indifferent to any one image. We do not know what the human is because we are already human before philosophy. Answering, or not answering, the question of who we are, then, is itself a problem for non-philosophy. As Rocco Gangle asks, are these two terms, human and philosophy, co-penetrating and reciprocally determined, or are they definitively separate? Laruelle thinks of this question as follows, here using the more abstract nomination individual. Individuals are not philosophizable nor liable to an all-political treatment, they are no longer subjects, they have no predicate and are thus politically indefinable and undecidable. We define them indirectly through axioms which decide for individuals, since political philosophy is incapable of doing so. With respect to philosophy, emancipation begins with a thought free of every predicate, with those individuals who are nothing other than real, and not formal, axioms. These are subjects without predicates, individuals without qualities or properties, which we call men in person. These subjects without predicates might put us in mind of Sartrean humanism, the subject as a predicateless nothing, a pur soi with no essence, only existence. Yet even attaching nothing to the individual is already too philosophical for Laruelle. Any definite decision always bears potentially catastrophic consequences for humans. The question of the human, then, is central to Laruelle's new style of thought and vital to its reorientation, its new posture. The non-philosophical human, as we will argue throughout this work, is some thing non-anthropological, perhaps even non-human. Equating the real with man is itself a gesture in this direction, an anthropomorphic posture that leaves both the real and the human indefinite. And so we intend to demonstrate that such humanization is, in fact, a radical anthropomorphism, that is, a reorientation of both what the human and the real entail, along with what counts as human thought and human philosophy, each of these receiving a non-standard treatment. And with that, therefore, just as the non of non-philosophy is not a negation but a broadening of our vision of philosophy, so a Laruellian non-humanism is not a negation of man, post-humanism, anti-humanism, but an expansive mutation and alter-humanism or plurihumanism that reverses the narrowing action of philosophy that always limits the human according to a single model. One component of this posture of expansive indefinition and mutation involves reconfiguring what we mean by Homo sapiens as the thinking, wise animal. Doubtless Philosophia, the love of wisdom, would be happy to aid us in this and all other matters involving the classification of man, which is presumably one reason why Laruelle describes the philosopher, sarcastically, of course, as the human par excellence in speaking, knowing, acting. The contrast, by implication, is with the imperfect, unwise animal, that is, with the non-philosophical individual, at least as seen from the philosophical vantage point. This is precisely why Laruelle does not ask for philosophy's help. Quite the contrary, de-philosophizing the human is what is needed most. This duality of apparent wisdom and ignorance affords us a new, starker formulation of Laruelle's project how to elaborate an outside philosophy thought. At one still recognizably human and even philosophical level, the elaboration of such an outsider thought, or philosophie brute, requires a kind of unlearning. The real is an unlearned knowledge, rather than a learned ignorance. Unlearned means that it is neither an expert knowledge nor a taught knowledge. It is non-taught knowledge, it gives its unilateral identity to a subject. Admittedly, the commendation of any form of ignorance, even as a Keachian negative capability or a stupidity, can strike some as churlish, and even duplicitous. Certainly Laruelle finds Deleuze's own theory of stupidity, indifference and repetition, a rather disingenuous move. Despite its being offered in place of the standard image of error in representationalist philosophy. We find here once again, under the mitigated form of an unlimited becoming, the distinction between man and philosopher, their hierarchy in spite of all, the philosopher who constructs the system and the idiot whom he talks about and who doubtless stumbles through the windings of the system do not adequately coincide. Once again the philosopher does not really want idiocy, he limits it. Merely playing the idiot will not suffice, if there is anything like a transcendental idiot who is not merely a philosopher's stooge, then he, she, or it will exist in a much more postural, bodily manner. Indeed, at another level, non-philosophical unlearning involves something more radical again, the idea, to be explored further, that thought is not the intrinsic property of humans that must serve to define their essence, an essence that would then indeed be local, it is a universal milieu. If we tend now to emphasize animality, bringing it within the sphere of culture, then why not emphasize the most elevated humanity, so as to bring it into the universe, and, through a paradoxical example, Why not re-examine its links with animality, of which it will then be a matter of knowing whether it, also, is universal? With respect to the human and this animality, Laruelle goes so far as to say that thought is not necessary and perhaps even foreign to the ego itself, which can be given without thought. That is why non-philosophy is also non-human. A film of philosophy, The Five Obstructions. To introduce non-philosophy in the spirit of consistency, we have made it our goal to think about it non-philosophically. If we are going to have any chance of success in this, we will have to acknowledge two things. First, the importance of extra-philosophical materials as models for non-philosophy's modes of thought, what Laruelle describes as techniques of creation that would be pictorial, poetic, musical, architectural, informational, etc. Even though we know that what counts as extra-philosophical is itself as mutable as philosophy, being determined differently within each game of positions. Second, the constant threat of reducing non-philosophy to a set of tenets understood through extant forms of philosophical explanation. Indeed, in respect to this last item, Rocco Gangle has pointed out that introducing non-philosophy is particularly challenging given that there is a distinctive pedagogical or initiatory problem built into the very fabric of non-philosophy. Likewise, Taylor Adkins openly admits that any proper to Laruelle is an illusion. The slow reception of Laruelle's work thus far has, no doubt, some connection to this problem of initiation, that is, the difficulty of explaining its highly unorthodox approach. As Andrew Resitnik also bemoans, Laruelle and his commentators, myself included, often encounter great difficulty when writing about non-philosophy. The injunction to generate self-conscious fictions, as opposed to treatises that pretend to some privileged view of reality, demands that we alter not only what we write, but also and especially how we write. However, it must be acknowledged that the results of this attempt are decidedly mixed. Laruelle often writes as though he comes from another world, replete with its own foreign and radically abstract standards of truth, clarity, and beauty. In fact, in an interview for a volume on art and non-philosophy, Laruelle reflects on the failure of his work, partly in terms of both its style and its lack of examples and citations. He explains this absence as follows. I don't talk about the great metaphysical poets like Donne, Hölderlin, and Mallarmé, who have been the consistent prey of philosophical commentaries. My project is different. I'm not that kind of commentator, and perhaps that's why I've failed. The mention of failure is connected to this lack of citations, as he then continues to explain. Just as I cite very few other philosophers, except as floating markers in my dream, and never cite myself at all, I do not cite applied work. Much preferring a certain type of paraphrase that is a destruction of commentary. Rightly or wrongly, and I admit that it may be wrongly, if it is necessary to cite an aesthetician, I try to do so in such a way that I use just a strictly circumscribed piece or moment in my work. What I write is a sample, not an example, of what I do when I think. To think is to make, no. Thinking is making, it is not of the real its ideal representation but a material part or sample from it. We think according to or alongside the real. And if making is a thinking, it is of its own kind, rather than an illustration of one philosophical kind. Such questions of art and failure bring us back to the issue of how one should introduce Laruelle when performative consistency, doing what one says and saying what one does, is so important. How do we assess Laruelle faithfully, that is, without representing him? Our response, modeled on Laruelle's own methods, will involve art. In point of fact, when speaking about his more experimental texts in another interview, Laruelle recounted his ongoing project to treat philosophy as a material, and thus also as a materiality without preoccupying oneself with the aims of philosophy, of its dignity, of its quasi-theological ends, of philosophical virtues, wisdom, etc. And he then adds, what interests me is philosophy as the material for an art, at the limit, an art. Yet, what is true of his experimental texts, that aim for art, is also true of all Laruelle's works inasmuch as they partake in this experiment, to demonstrate a new behavior, stance, or posture as regards what philosophy is both as a material and how it can be reviewed using art practices, such as photography, as outlined in his The Concept of Non-Photography and Photo-Fiction, or music. So, in Antibadiu, for instance, non-philosophy's initial project was, he says, to serialize the standard tonality of the philosophical scale to treat all of its pitches equally, as parameters or variables, so as to make heard a music other than the classical. Elsewhere, he describes such an approach as being a question of imagining in this way a non-informatics or a non-poetry, etc., and thus of capitalizing on the maximum effects of the type, poetry fiction, logic fiction, religion fiction, etc. A reorientation of philosophy through art material, then, can be seen in Laruelle's call for a non-standard aesthetics, which is described as an installation made up of multiple thought materials which are made at the edge of art and philosophy. In this connection, he also writes that he would like to use philosophy as a material, as one would use space or color, as a materiality, for an art that would be of a piece with conceptual thought without making a new aesthetic or a new philosophy. The ambition of creating a new genre is the deepest consistent core of all my undertakings. And so, pausing at this point of convergence between non-philosophy and art, we are emboldened to take an extra-philosophical, indirect, or tangential approach. This will use a visual art form, cinema, to perform a non-philosophical. If what Laruelle says is true, namely, that the model of art and of its liberty of material is something that encouraged me in non-philosophy, then such an approach may work well for us too. Indeed, in my previous work, Philosophy and the Moving Image, Refractions of Reality, a study of different philosophies of cinema, I began to adopt the non-philosophical posture by showing how to understand theories of film as material parts of the real of film, i.e., as immanent to it. Each theory, qua part, was related to film mereologically rather than in epistemic terms of right, absolutism, or wrong, traditional relativism. In other words, I argued that if one materializes theory itself, then there is no point in looking for one transcendent discourse that will somehow have a privileged access to film, such as cognitive neuroscience, Lacanian psychoanalysis, or Deleuzian ontology. Each discourse is both selective and circular, as regards the properties of film that make it an art. Materializing theory in this fashion shows each theory to be only a part and, by that, democratically opens up each part to every other part within the reel of film. Nonetheless, the exegetical form of that text still, perhaps, resembled the written Laruellian form too closely such that it might have been taken as an application of his theory in a transcendent manner. To develop a non-philosophical approach directly from the structure of film itself, albeit still of necessity communicated in textual form, would be another step toward a more autonomous film philosophy that moves even further away from resembling standard philosophy. And so I have decided, with both some justification and some arbitrariness, to utilize one particular film structure, that of Lars von Trier's De Fembensbetend, The Five Obstructions. This will be an attempt at making a film of philosophy rather than a philosophy of film. The Five Obstructions will be neither an application nor an illustration of Laruelle's non-philosophy but its own non-philosophy, though one that also operates here as a non-philosophical, that which leads to the inside, introducere, of Laruelle. So, the Five Obstructions, when it does intervene in each chapter, will come in a series of tangents alone, rather than a direct address, where this equals that. Its various appearances will touch on matters concerning Laruelle, philosophy, logic, behavior, animality, and performance, of course, but also on its own matter, the film itself, for itself, the documentary gaze, editing, acting, animation, and performativity. Here is where we hope the film becomes a posture that thinks alongside the other discussions in the same way that it and Laruelle's work both think alongside the real. The two most salient aspects, for our purposes, of the Five Obstructions are, first, its peculiar composition and, second, that it is a collaborative work. The Five Obstructions is made up of 5 remakes of an original work by another filmmaker, Jürgen Leth. Leth, born, like Laruelle, is a mentor of von Trier, yet it is he who is under von Trier's command in this picture, having to remake sequences from his own first film, a short, 5 times, each with an obstruction or creative constraint. The constraints are as follows: that it be remade with no shot longer than 12 frames, that it be remade in the most miserable place on earth, that it be remade with no constraint, a form of meant obstruction, that it be remade as a cartoon, the definition of a non-film for both von Trier and Leth, and finally, that von Trier makes the 5th remake, though it must be both credited to and narrated by Leth. Metjort gives us the background to this strange game being played between the two. The idea of undertaking a collaborative project was first discussed by von Trier and Leth during the celebratory launch of a new Zentropa subsidiary devoted to non-fiction filmmaking, Zentropa Real. As is the case with many of von Trier's initiatives, the establishing of Zentropa Real was marked by manifesto-like statements, in this case not only by von Trier himself, but also by Leth, Borgehost, and Togger Seidenfaden. Von Trier's pronouncements introduce a concept of defocus, the point being to learn how to set aside simple patterns, solutions chosen in advance, and routine techniques in order somehow to reach and rediscover life that has not, as the director puts it, been drained of life. The Five Obstructions, consequently, is a work whose very form explores a number of issues, but especially those concerning aesthetic creativity and generative constraint. Indeed, many of the obstacles that von Trier puts in front of Leth are designed to thwart the latter's artistic habits and routines, such as his penchant for the long take. No wonder, then, that Hector Rodriguez has described the film as a model for creativity as ludic action and a work of thinking as problematizing. In our study, we will introduce Laruelle tangentially via this same constrained approach, multiplying images of non-philosophy according to a 5-fold cinematic structure. Non-philosophy will thus be forced through 5 different entryways, beginning, ironically, with the most perspicuous one, philosophy, chapter, before continuing through paraconsistent logic, chapter, behaviorism, chapter, animality, chapter, and performance, chapter. The arrangement of these 5 chapters is to some extent arbitrary, stemming from the structure of a film with passing resemblances to Laruelle's work, as will be seen. A more direct motive for our choice of this film is that von Trier's obstructions can also be taken as 5 forms of non-philosophical thought in its own right, tackling questions of philosophy understood as the dystopian worst place that exploits the human, paraconsistent logic that equalizes all shots into a democratic frame rate, a kind of visual serialism, while also leveling truth and fiction in a Meningian jungle or Kara, a radical, non-philosophical, behaviorism scene. In the basic remake without constraint that tries to clone or mime an original through gesture and posture alone, the cartoon or animation that animalizes the optical real, and the misattributed commentary whereby the author plays the subject in an act of performative consistency. Last, the 5 Obstructions also suggested itself on account of the subject matter of Leth's original short film, titled Det Perfect Menneske, The Perfect Human. That Leth and his protege von Trier, both oftentimes working in various forms of the realist tradition, documentary and dogme film, should use this short film, which studies, with much humor, the behavior of the supposedly perfect human, raised many questions too tantalizing to resist asking. Krista Genevieve Lines describes the film thus. Although the film has been described as having the cool aesthetic of Richard Avedon, it also insinuates other histories, the stark discipline of Edouard Muybridge or Etienne Jules Méry, and Alphonse Bertillon's physiological dissections. In it, Claes Nielsen dressed in a tuxedo and Macon Algren in a white dress with radiant silver knee-high boots perform daily activities in a white spaceless room, shaving, eating, jumping, sleeping, making love, falling, getting dressed and dancing. In The Perfect Human, various human behaviors are observed, often in close-up, dissected from the whole. They are sometimes ordinary and sometimes surreal actions, but all are viewed with the same supposedly transcendent camera's eye, accompanied by the narrator's detached voice. Yes, there he is. Who is he? What can he do? What does he want? Why does he move like that? How does he move like that? Look at him. Look at him now. And now, and now. Look at him all the time. How does she lie down? Like that. We're going to see what the perfect human looks like and what it can do. Yet, as Caroline Bainbridge points out, the obstructions imposed by von Trier have as their focus an attempt to undo Leth's pursuit of masterful observations of human nature and to dismantle his approach to filmmaking systematically in the hope of breaking him down. He wishes, von Trier says, to reduce the objective distance that Leth, like many documentary makers, places between himself, his camera, and his subject. Nonetheless, despite all of these rules and constraints, it only seems that von Trier is in command. As Bainbridge continues, while, on the surface, von Trier appears to be in control, issuing the obstructions and formulating the challenges, Leth resists his adversary's attempt to reshape his working methods and ultimately comes off more successfully at the end of the film. Who is in control, who is the authority in this game of originals and remakes, is very much the question that animates the whole documentary. Indeed, as Lines observes, von Trier's realist tendencies, from his Dogme period onward, have always eschewed the director's usual aesthetic interventions in favor of a search for some kind of non-artistic truth, almost in the style of performance artist Alan Caprow. In support of this, she cites the final proclamation that follows Dogme's famous vow of chastity made by von Trier and Thomas Vinterberg. I am no longer an artist. I swear to refrain from creating a work. My supreme goal is to force the truth out of my characters and settings. I swear to do so by all the means available and at the cost of any good taste and any aesthetic considerations. Thus, I make my vow of chastity. The parallel between this non-artistic, non-cinematic filmmaking and Laruelle's non-philosophical aspirations is obvious, perhaps too much so. Von Trier has been described as the great democratizer of cinema in the digital age, and likewise, we will try to show that cinema in various forms, not just that of the art house, can act on the margins of perception to create a democratizing perception. André Bazin's neorealist notion of the objective, yet democratic, perception of the camera lens will aid us in this task later. It is ironic, then, that von Trier regards the perfect human as a pinnacle of artistic achievement. He says he has viewed it at least 20 times. Indeed, such a position might give both the film and its human subject matter a Platonic perfection and thereby render it classically philosophical, in Laruellian terms. And yet the perfect human itself clearly subverts both its own form and content with its overt pseudoscientific style, while von Trier subsequently subverts Leth's film, or so it seems, through these multiple clones. In light of this, there may equally be an anti-Platonism at work here. Significantly, Leth's allegedly detached eye, that of the non-participatory and modest observer, is thwarted in various ways by von Trier. As Lines asserts, the 5 obstructions perverts this modesty. The ventriloquizing relay of modest witnessing involves not only speaking for but also penetrating the body of the other, a puppet act. If we, then, in our turn are explicitly trying to ventriloquize Laruelle through the materials of philosophy, logic, behaviorism, animality, and performance studies, then the added constraint of forcing the structure of one film onto this parallelism acts both to help and to hinder us even more. Yet it is not added gratuitously in order to make some kind of romantic gesture of failure. On the contrary, it is an attempt to allow a further perversion such that, all the same, the parts can still refer or correspond to each other. As promised, this will not be on account of some crude one-to-one correlation, with one side illustrating or applying the other, specific ideas and specific scenes, images, elements of dialogue, etc. Nor can it even be in virtue of some isomorphism in structure, which is there, to be sure, because I have both discovered and invented it. If the parts do somehow work in parallel, we should refrain from seeing this as the cleverness of the author, artist at work, the human philosopher. Instead, and to adopt another pose, the suggestion is that anything viewed with sufficient care, the act, practice, or performance of a vision in one, can be thoughtful, can correspond to another part of the one, when each is seen as equally real. This is because thought itself is not representation, true, false, or relative, but a form of democratic, material participation. Obstructions and constraints should be thought of here as positive rather than as negative or contradictory. We have no intention to romanticize failure. The horror of the non-human. Some philosophers may not like such an interdisciplinary approach. For some, it is quite horrifying to see philosophical concepts ooze, flow, and mutate out of all recognizable shape. Yet, if philosophy begins in Thaumazian wonder, as Plato's Theaetetus and Aristotle's metaphysics say it does, is it surprising, then, that Thaumazian can also mean horror, dianon? So what of this wonder, and horror? Perhaps, for some, it is the horror that philosophy itself, that is, the model of thought, allegedly, may not be singular at all but multiple. It is the horror of finding thought among those who have either always been previously regarded as unthinking or, if they can think, only do so monstrously. Indeed, according to David Bollard, dianon can refer to both a wonder with respect to a human being and to that which is monstrous in humanity. One of those monstrosities, we will argue, is cinema, understood as a monstrous, animal thought within the human. Cinema thinks, monstrously. Indeed, as Eric Dufour has shown, cinema began in horror when, in an inanimate background image came alive and plunged into the foreground, l'rive d'entraîne en guerre de la société. In what follows, we will pursue this horror of animation even further, seeing a monstrous thought and even a possible animal philosophy at work in film. Again, be it taken as art, entertainment, or both, that cinema might think for itself and in its own audiovisual structure, taken here as shot length, foreground and background structure, recording format, animation, and performance, will be anathema for many philosophers. For these, film can only think by proxy of the human artists who make it, be they philosophers monk or no. It is truly nauseating for them to see philosophy slip away from its textual, human hands into the paws of something inhuman, especially when cinema is understood as an animal mode of perception. However, if we use a cinematic structure to introduce Laruelle, it is not in order to summon up only the allied horror of a certain non-human animation and animality within us. After all, for some, the response may equally be of wonder and even joy. Rather, this resort to film is ultimately only so that we might give up deciding on philosophy philosophically, as Laruelle says. To have any chance of avoiding the circularity of philosophical explanation, we must take the various tautological definitions of philosophy, the human, and the real and use them as materials. And we attempt this by treating their thought paraconsistently, behaviorally, animalistically, and performatively, in accordance with what Laruelle describes as heterophilosophical treatments of philosophy. Admittedly, some of what follows may well appear as simply more philosophy, and so not very radical. However, if one looks at this usage as a practice that performs its theory doing what we say and saying what we do, then it promises something quite different, a non-human posture for human thought. For this is what makes non-philosophy different. It is not another sales pitch for one more philosophical position but the suggestion of a posture that has consequences through a materiality of thought for human and animal alike. However, in none of this should we be tempted to see Laruelle as an anti-human thinker. Indeed, non-philosophy can add much to debates concerning humanism and anti-humanism, partially because its approach is uncategorizable for both camps. And here is another point of contact, inasmuch as the more recent paradigms of post-humanism and transhumanism have pushed the field beyond the shibboleths of post-Althusserian anti-humanism. Now the question is no longer simply whether one is for or against humanism, and what it putatively stands for, but whether we have ever known what it means to be human, or, further still, whether we have ever been human. Using the resources of hard science, theoretical speculation, and artistic invention, what the word human means has been interrogated from every angle. Recent art, techno-fantasy, both dystopian and utopian, performance work, steel art, Orlan, Franco-B, and various artistic experiments have exploded any one definition of the human, pluralizing and or dissolving its scope. In the field of theory, work by Kerry Wolfe, Neil Badmington, Steve Fuller, Rossi Braidotti, Patricia McCormick, and many others has refracted the image of anthropo through philosophy, biopolitics, bioscience, technology, futurism, and, crucially, animal studies. Aside from the deconstruction of the human subject as a socio-political myth, the becoming molecular of Deleuze and Guattari, or the bare life of Agamben's anthropological machines, the extension of the human in thought and technology, robotics, informatics, and art, also continues apace. At the most obvious level, Laruelle brings something meta-theoretical to this discourse. To see why, let us take the problem of circularity as an example. Philosophy is plagued by circles, the broadest one probably being the antinomy of ontological primacy versus epistemological primacy, being versus knowing. To really know, one must already know reality, but to know reality, one must already really know. Variations of such antinomies, dilemmas, and even trilemmas abound. Heidegger argues for ontology over logic, Dummett argues for logic over metaphysics, Levinas argues for ethics over both, and so on. And each demonstrates his case perfectly well, so long as one adheres to his idea of what a good demonstration does, or does not, look like. Can it use examples, or logic, or poetry? Each of them, in other words, forms a circle. Laruelle's non-philosophical response to these aporias is not to step into their demonstration, be it on one side or the other, but to sidestep it altogether through a materializing posture. This is what he calls, in Principles of Non-Philosophy, the principle of a real solution to antinomies. Aporias are realized rather than surrendered to nihilistically or explained away synthetically. Theoretically, using an antinomy, explaining it in an immanent manner, is to require an identity without synthesis, a transcendental identity of a unilateral duality, capable of explaining it. The true solution to philosophical antinomies, under whatever form they present themselves, does not consist in interiorizing them or imploding them, but in making them into a problem regarding which we discover a hypothesis that is at once a priori and experimental and designed to explain and critique them in an immanent manner. With this realizing method to hand, then, we arrive at another basic antinomy, and circularity, for philosophy, that of man and animal. The approach we will adopt takes the various philosophies of the human and the non-human as real objects, irrespective of whether they are speciesist, chauvinistic. They are examined to see how they work, how they remain always too philosophical, with circular arguments as to what thought is, what the human is, what the environment is, what the animal or plant is, and so on. This approach does not aim to displace any of these ideas with new, superior philosophies, of human and non-human, but to change our relevant optical field, with cinema to aid us. We will attempt to see these philosophies as real in virtue of their material equality rather than their representational superiority, i.e., the claim by any one of them to account for things correctly. The real of man or of animal is never defined but revisioned, through the materiality of these philosophies, in such a way that allows us to think anew, monstrously or mutation ally, about what it is to have supposedly superior thoughts about what makes us superior or inferior as a species and as thinkers. And doing this, doing what we say we do, is forwarded as one type of bridge between man and animal, a materializing of theory, practice that animalizes thought as well as humanizing animality. As such, it will be one attempt to enact Kerry Wolfe's commendation to post-humanist animal theorists not only to study animals at the level of content, thematics, and the object of knowledge but also at the level of style and approach. Just because we direct our attention to the study of non-human animals, and even if we do so with the aim of exposing how they have been misunderstood and exploited, that does not mean that we are not continuing to be humanist and therefore, by definition, anthropocentric. Indeed, one of the hallmarks of humanism, and even more specifically that kind of humanism called liberalism, is its penchant for that kind of pluralism, in which the sphere of attention and consideration, intellectual or ethical, is broadened and extended to previously marginalized groups, but without in the least destabilizing or throwing into radical question the schema of the human who undertakes such pluralization. In that event, pluralism becomes incorporation, and the projects of humanism, intellectually, and liberalism, politically, are extended, and indeed extended in a rather classic sort of way. The pluralism that admits the outsider without letting itself mutate as a consequence is no pluralism at all but an imperialism of thought. Here instead, we hope, not only is Laruelle's non-philosophy introduced as something strange and non-classical, but the non-human real is introduced, or reintroduced, into our thought as well through a change of orientation within a non-philosophical practice. Outline of a structure, with tangents. When recounting his intellectual biography, Laruelle mentions that his first university thesis titled The Absence of Being was inspired by Michelangelo Antonioni's film La Notte. That the equalizing Dark Night, as opposed to the enlightening of philosophy, has subsequently been such a theme in his work is a choice morsel for any film philosopher. That this philosophy thesis involved a renunciation of the greatest systematizer and absolute thinker in philosophical history, G.W.F. Hegel, doubtlessly leaves my motive for making a film of non-philosophy, as a usurpation of philosophical sufficiency, all too transparent. Yet the chosen film, The Five Obstructions, remains only a model for introducing Laruelle. For what matters most in any recounting, if only to be faithful to or consistent with the real of Laruelle's non-philosophy, is that there is always a plurality of other accounts possible. There is no best picture of the real, nor then, to be consistent, any best picture of non-standard philosophy. As Laruelle writes, for whichever phenomenon, one should be able to propose a multiplicity of equivalent interpretations. The model offered here, though it has a pentalateral shape, and so has 5 half-lives or chances of success, remains one model all the same. For Laruelle, by contrast, there are multiple activities of modeling between philosophy and science, philosophy and art, leading all the way to risking a modalist explosion. In a finite book such as this, however, the reality of such an explosion cannot be accommodated, though the logical consequences of embracing such devices will be explored in chapter. Another option, no doubt, would be to advance an explicitly philosophical to non-philosophy one that either explains its terminology in terms of its other parts or that uses another philosophy's, more familiar, terminology. Yet that merely staves off our ignorance a little longer or palms the explanation whole until it reaches a point where it is preaching to the converted devotees of Kant, Husserl, etc. Nonetheless, both would be types of explanatory circle, one narrow, the other broad, the radius of the latter being sufficiently large that its circumference is almost imperceptible. The use of illustrative examples, ostensive explanation, might be of help, but they would most likely suffer from the problem of privilege, the transcendental decision that selects one or more texts or concepts over others. One reason, perhaps, for Laruelle's avoidance of examples. Our chosen route, though, is to approach the object tangentially, using myriad analogies and perspectives, not to represent what the thing is by averaging them out, or creating more eyes in a Nietzschean perspectivism, but to instantiate how it works through the convergent movement between diverse images, always rectifying one image with another. This is not a relativism but a real instantiation, using many disparate samples rather than circularly privileging certain favored examples. As philosophy and non-philosophy states, descriptions must be multiplied and diversified in accordance with the thematics, whether philosophical or otherwise, that are available and chosen as material. Consequently, our own aim to model Laruelle 5 different times employs images that are only provisional, they too must mutate, so that even the concept of posture, the focus of chapter and something of a leitmotif for the study, does not exhaust non-philosophy. As philosophy and non-philosophy goes on to say, it will be said that the one is experience or effect, posture, inherence, to, self, lived experience, non-decisional, of, self, etc. But what will be described in the last instance by these multiple languages, none of which should be privileged, will no longer itself be an effect of language, or of metaphor. Hence the necessity of an ongoing rectification of these descriptions. This description is not false in itself, it becomes so if it is not pursued and rectified incessantly under the pressure and function of this specific matrix of the one. Descriptions are only false when they attempt to stand alone for the whole, when they are not rectified incessantly, when they do not mutate. That we are using a cinematic model to orchestrate these 5 other models does not give it a meta-level mastery, however, it is invoked partly on account of a set of resemblances and partly as another level of material constraint. Clearly, Laruelle's non-philosophical project is not only epistemic, the non-as expanded explanatory scope, it also has an ethical axis, the non-as protest, as resistance to any concentration of power, to any exceptionalism or inequality. Hence, apart from shadowing the structure of the various remakes in the 5 obstructions, slightly reordered, von Trier's first and second reproductions being switched, the chapter's sequence is also oriented by issues set along an ethical axis that inquires into the origins of inequality. The first such issue remains closest to home: how and why has philosophy, which belongs to the human par excellence, the perfect human, gained its authority over all other forms of thought, human and non-human? This question then leads to 4 more like it, expanded in scope, but always concerning inequities and their origins as we travel from the perfect human through mutant paralogic, chapter, bodily behavior, chapter, and animality, chapter, before returning to the figure of the performing philosopher, chapter. These matters will not be addressed through a history of ideas, however, to prove one or other position, nor with any other type of empirical research posing as evidence. Rather, it is the answer form itself that will be expanded, or re-rendered, through a set of materializing, cinematizing, postures. By wishing to introduce democracy into theory, equality into thinking, non-philosophy is also obviously utopian, opposed to the dystopias, or miserable places, facilitated by philosophy. Its opposition is not logical, though, but the posture of a hiatus or collapse, truly a non-place or utopia. Certainly there is also much circularity in utopian thinking. W. H. Auden once remarked that a literary critic should declare his dream of Eden because honesty demands that he describes it to his readers, so that they may be in a position to judge his judgments. So, in answer to the Marxist question what is to be done, or the Kantian question what ought I to do, or even what ought to be, we must have already decided on what has gone wrong. What is to be done begs us to ask, in the face of what? We must know the reality of our dystopia before we can construct a utopia. The 5 chapters of this study inquire into the question of the human, thought, the body, the animal, and art, oriented along an axis of varied non-human interests, once we understand that term in its expanded, non-philosophical sense. And, in this inquiry, it is a film that gathers these 5 together, partly through the force of invention and partly through the real equality that always already subsists between materials, when they are each seen from the vision in one. As Laura Mulvey writes, the cinematic inhabits a middle ground between the animated human and the spectral inhuman. It is our project to introduce Laruelle by demonstrating how that middle ground has been segmented into unequal shares, a partition of the sensible, to borrow a phrase from Jacques Rancière, that ensures that the non-human departs. Any utopia that might be inferred from what we will construct here, then, will be both discovered reality and invented fiction. In radical immanence, after all, the fictional also has the real in view, rather than one more true, but circular, philosophy. As Laruelle himself emphasizes, Non-philosophical utopia has never been about creating a new philosophy. Instead, it creates a new genre or generic practice, which might be called philofiction. Contemporary philosophy is progressive and open, it seeks the other, the stranger, the non-philosophical. But it is only so revolutionary because it continues to suppose the validity of ancient thought, and thus metaphysics merely revolutionizes itself at the same time in order to further extend its offshoots into the future. Philosophy is revolutionary and, like all revolutions, it persists in re-exhibiting the past and recognizing a normativity in it, assigning it an ultimately absolute validity. Non-philosophy must put an end to this hypocrisy and this conservatism. In this chapter, we begin our film of Laruelle's non-philosophy by taking the path of most resistance to his thought philosophy itself so as to expand on what he means by both philosophical circularity and authority. On one level, this will be the most orthodox of our 5 introductory obstructions. Indeed, using extant philosophies in order to make non-philosophy identifiable may be a hostage to fortune that in virtue of any success it might have would only add more evidence to the retort that non-philosophy is just more philosophy. Yet these comparisons are only ever suggestive, as they each ultimately fail to correspond sufficiently well to be anything other than a gesture in one direction alone. It should be noted straight away that Laruelle's is not a historical thesis concerning philosophy but a functional hypothesis. It is an experiment that revises how we see philosophy function, at all times, rather than an empirical position based on historical evidence. Even the book that comes closest to a history of ideas, Laruelle's Philosophies of Difference, is primarily aimed at his contemporaries and their problematics than Derrida and Deleuze. Here philosophy is the name of the position or phase, in any current practice or in history, that distances itself from the real, that withdraws and with that positions everything else relative to it. It is the Copernican sun. Consequently, Laruelle does not wish to replace philosophy with a superior theory but only a more inclusive theorizing whose one inimical gesture is targeted at the exclusionary, transcendent position of any kind of thought, be it deemed philosophical already or only one entering a philosophical phase. Non-philosophy attempts to be a thought which, without negating philosophy, without wishing for its death, without subordinating it once again, merely suspends its claims over the real and makes a new usage of philosophy. In other words, Laruelle only rejects that position or behavior of philosophy that mounts transcendent and exclusive truth claims for itself, leaving no room for others. It occupies all logical space, totally the space of the most proper thought, or what he calls the space-time of philosophical combat. By contrast, Laruelle aims to superpose all theories in one real space, so to speak, where all think alongside the real and are on the one, same side, unilateral, as he calls it. On another level, the encounters between philosophy and non-philosophy set up here will help demonstrate just how similarly transcendent so many different philosophies remain, often unintentionally. This can be seen in how their autopositions postulate that it is only thinking, of their kind, that genuinely encounters the real, be it directly or indirectly, through affect or matheme, wild speculation, or deductive inference. This power of self-affirmation which we will see articulated through Deleuze's libidinal economics, Badiou's mathematicism, the new realisms, or indeed most overtly in Kantian representationalism testifies to the prodigious ability of philosophical thoughts to recuperate themselves, circularly, despite wholly indifferent responses to them from the real. Yet, it is precisely in this narcissistic gesture, or withdrawal, that each philosophy deludes both itself and others into a hierarchical vision of the real. In each different manner of philosophical thinking, even be it in a thought of difference or creativity, all we ever see is philosophy itself display its power, over and over again. This repetition is crucial. In the first chapter of Deleuze and Guattari's What is Philosophy, on the topic What is a Concept? The authors ask a seemingly straightforward question: what is the best way to follow the great philosophers? Is it to repeat what they said or to do what they did? The question is rhetorical insofar as, pace the power of repetition in Deleuzean ontology, few would choose the first option without some trepidation as to how the interrogators might react. Our own already spent a good time pondering issues concerning saying and doing what one is saying, so it would be appropriate to ask now how Laruelle might answer this query. On the surface, Laruelle often appears to be repeating the sayings of philosophy, though with just enough distortion to create monstrous effects, clones. But, in following this line, does he do what they did as well? The answer to this question must be negative, because, for Laruelle, what philosophy does is perpetually repeat itself, even insofar as philosophers bend over backward not to repeat what was said before. Remembering the opening epigraph of R, it stated that there will always be philosophy. Because what is essential for it is that it is. Philosophers, or the kind of thinking deemed philosophical, never stop. Moreover, what great philosophers do, at least according to them and other philosophers, is not repeat but continually reinvent the discipline. Indeed, this is how Deleuze and Guattari respond to their own question. They, true, philosophers create concepts for problems that necessarily change. For Laruelle, what we also have in this response is typical of the philosophical stance, for their definition of true philosophy is one that retroactively recasts the history of philosophical thought in their own image, as that of concept creation, as opposed to a host of other candidates. They repeat the philosophical gesture that exhausts, not only the real, but any alternative modes of thinking that might hope to access the real. And, in fact, all great philosophies use an image of the history of philosophy to negotiate their terms of engagement with each other. As Laruelle writes in Philosophy and Non-Philosophy, all philosophies share the unique prize of unity, which is in itself indivisible, and this rarity is identical to the war that they all wage reciprocally. In this sense, the history of philosophy is the dominant practice in which all philosophies reconcile for a moment through the need that they have of making peace in view of their mutual auto-exploitation. Rocco Gangel also notes that, rather than denying the fact that philosophy has repeatedly reinvented itself, Laruelle takes the logic of creative difference and self-overcoming as the very essence of philosophy. Western philosophy, viewed as the untutelized history of its own continual self-overcoming, is, at exactly the same time, conservative, critical and creative. Obsessed with legitimizing themselves through historical origins, sometimes even by disavowing them, philosophers, including radicals like Deleuze, assume philosophy in order to prolong it, reaffirm it, or even deconstruct it. Of course, figures like Heidegger did think differently through poetry as Derrida did through literature, Badiou through mathematics, and Deleuze through rhizomatics. But were they ever sufficiently different to stop presupposing that their various modes of operation were mutually exclusive of each other, and exhaustive of the real? No, that was another rhetorical question. It was always understood by each that his new position either supplants the older one's whole or incorporates them as its parts. Philosophy is indeed a revolutionary practice by its very essence. But for this reason it does not wonder how a revolution, neither its gesture nor its operation, is possible, for it spontaneously practices it. In the th century it has therefore witnessed many ruptures, for example, Wittgenstein's of language games, Deleuze's generalized serialism and univocal chance, Derrida's other as absolute or Judaic other, deconstruction. In his Philosophies of Difference, Laruelle points to the pre-Socratics as the very first philosophers to enunciate this kind of exhaustive speech act: everything is, water, earth, fire, etc. What the archie is, air, water, or whatever else, is irrelevant, it is the formula everything is. That is problematic for Laruelle, as, likewise, would be any anarchic variation on the same theme, such as everything is chaos, or everything is difference, or becoming, and so on. It is the formula everything is that he challenges, not because becoming, say, is incorrect, but because it precludes coexistence with others in virtue of its all-encompassing representation of the real. What Laruelle says of psycho, analysis in the following is generally true of all philosophical analysis in contrast with what he calls here non-analysis. Non-analysis, as the scientific generalization of analysis, is neither a super-analysis, in the manner of Wittgenstein, nor a meta-analysis, neither a hetero-analysis nor a deconstruction, which are all philosophical generalizations and thus always restrained or restrictive by definition. Non-analysis considers restrained analysis as a simple given, a function required by the science of man, such that what absolutely distinguishes it from this restrained analysis left to itself is the fact that it primarily suspends the latter's pretension, reduces its previous validity to the state of simple belief. The statements of non-philosophy about philosophy are not meta or super theories, a new species of generalization, or theory of everything. But they are a usage, or clone, of theories that say everything is. It takes them as a simple given, and therewith comes the risk of non-philosophy itself also being seen as only one more totalizing approach. So, the counterclaim that Laruelle likewise says everything is, such that saying everything is cannot be allowed, misses the point that Laruelle is cloning the statements of philosophy to dislodge them, to tootherize them. Even mentioning, remember, is itself a kind of use, a clone or mutation. Non-philosophical clones are never perfect but are always slightly disfigured mutants. Similarly, when Laruelle says that the real is foreclosed, this is not another definition but an axiom or hypothesis that allows us to experiment with knowledge, with the idea that all thoughts are equal. Indeed, such charges as these against Laruelle are forms of philosophical reassimilation, or renormalization, as Laruelle puts it, the strategy of tu quoque, you, too, are one of us, that we will examine later. These accusers argue that there is no other option than the philosophical one, at this level of thought at least, and so that everything already is philosophizable. Philosophy conserves, and despite some of its manifest best intentions, it maintains both a hierarchy and an inegalitarian spirit. Yet what philosophy conserves most crucially is itself, which thereby forms the template for every conservatism. It pursues one essential end, albeit through myriad and various means, that of realizing itself, affirming itself. It is an act of self-affirmation, at base upholding simply that one is a philosopher, and yet also all of the authority that goes with that. Real or imagined. Its content or message is finally immaterial, it is the form that counts, for philosophy's essence is an opaque identity, this black immanence of a technological box or of difference. Should a philosophy seem to gain its authority by proxy of a science like mathematics or physics, how the science purportedly legitimizes that philosophy's position is ultimately unimportant. What counts is the philosophical assertion that it does. It is the philosophy that has the power, or is in the position, to assert. Yet why it can assert at all is left in the box, in spite of its rationalizations. At the heart of the relation of philosophy to itself or to science, there is a black box, an unthought identity, a technological, incomprehensible relation for which only the effect counts. Anything can be in the box with a. Philosophy, biology, neuroscience, physics, set theory. It is the opacity or promise of the real that they convey which is co-opted by philosophical authority. Such authority and even domination can come in many forms by analysis, synthesis, dialectic, but they are always philosophical processes of overseeing. In what follows, we will try to prise open the black boxes operating at the heart of the philosophy of Deleuze and Badiou, as well as within Kantianism and certain new realist approaches in metaphysics. We will also look at the more mysterious aspects of non-philosophy, namely, its notion of determination in the last instance and its connection with philosophy's standard conceptions of the a priori and the transcendental. Before any of that, however, we must arrange the mise en scene for our first encounter with the 5 obstructions by examining the dystopias, or worst places, that philosophical authority creates for the human. Philosophy's dystopias, the victims of thought. According to Laruelle, philosophy is the crowned power of domination, embodying, sometimes with religion in tow, the principle of arrogance within human discourse. Whenever an intellectual, philosopher, intervenes in public debate, in France one might imagine figures like Badiou or Bernard-Henri Lévy, there is that same gesture of overcoming or transcendence, a hubris that goes back to philosophy's Greek origins and that is still maintained at its root. Worse than that, however, when philosophy intervenes, be it from its left or its right wing, on behalf of the persecuted, it is with a reciprocal logic that places victim and persecutor on the same plane, a totalization of the two that is eminently Greek. Badiou's logic of force and Sartre's gaze, for instance, are both reversible. Victim and tyrant can easily swap places, owing to the victimological distance that philosophy injects into every scene. As a consequence, writes Laruelle, philosophical utopias and the camps are models of each other. Think of Badiou's definition of the human in his Ethics. There, he asks whether man is a living animal or immortal singularity and answers his own question by asserting that man is an animal whose resistance, unlike that of a horse, lies not in his fragile body but in his stubborn determination to remain what he is. Humans are not like horses because they rebel against their domination. And they do it alone from the bottom up, winning power through violent revolutionary overthrow rather than democratic, gradualist reform, or sentimental, humanitarian, top-down advocacy. It is always a question of power, the capacity to stand up and resist one force with a greater force. But if power relations are reversible, then the meaning of victim vanishes in algebraical smoke. It becomes only a philosophical variable. Indeed, the characterization of man's resistance as a determination to remain what he is actually the self-image of philosophy projected onto the human. And what of the victim who cannot resist, or whose resistance or non-resistance in myriad, uncommemorated exterminations is not even recorded by history? Indeed, for Laruelle, definitions by way of a subject, an attribute or a predicate, and in particular that definition of man as resisting animal from my point of view, these philosophical definitions are no longer effective. In contrast to the heroic resistance fighter, Laruelle calls attention to those unrecorded and unmarked casualties, the victim in person or the definitively defeated of history. What happens to the victim who has not had the time or the unlikely courage to resist? Philosophy forgets her. Evidently, she does not emerge, she is not interesting. As if we have chosen to be a beast or to be an immortal hero. The philosopher has passion for parousia and speech. Either the victim speaks or it is the philosopher who speaks. The victim must let out a sigh that the philosopher can inscribe in his system. The majority of victims are mute, dead, or reduced to silence there and then. In the very moment of the crime, they long ago lost the taste for the ambrosia of logos. The philosopher's victim is an abstraction, a surrogate for a position, a victimological distance. We see again, then, that this is a material rendering of philosophy in the image of distance itself rather than a personalized attack on certain philosophers. But the victim of philosophy is, Laruelle speculates, the repression of another victim, too obvious to not be forgotten or unnoticed. Laruelle is interested in these other victims, called victims in person, who exist below the philosophical radar, unheard of, miserable, and without any justification through history. He lists the persecutions of religious heretics, dualists, and Gnostics, and to that list we will add, in chapter, the most miserable, ahistorical, and obvious of all, those non-humans, horses included. Who are these silent, dead, or reduced to silence? These unrecorded and sometimes unrecordable individuals are, in Laruelle's words, a multitude of victims, who have already been consumed or who are still virtual, those who make up the ground of history. They are the victims who cannot be victims, in man's eyes, and yet without them, there could be no heroic victim, no suffering and resisting anthropo for the philosopher to champion. Laruelle gives these forgotten victims, and the situations they inhabit, one name, the worst, this being a place from where another form of struggle, which is not about power, can be hypothesized. We have not yet explored all the possibilities of thought, and so all the possibilities of struggle. I form this hypothesis of the worst, but under human conditions, so as not to sink into the worst of the worst. To be clear, neither this worst nor the victim is proposed as a philosophical abstraction but rather as the non-philosophical re-rendering of an abstraction. Firstly, this is not Platonism, meaning that the victim in person is not the victim in itself, an idea or model, a paradigm for the victim. Secondly, this is no longer a concrete victim taken from the field of battle or the television screen. She is no longer the victim as an other autrui, as she can be within a generalized Jewish context. She is not another person autrui who will be persecuted by me or by the philosophical universal, but no longer is it myself who will be persecuted by another person. So, what is the victim in person? What is the identity of the victim in person, her attributes? This is precisely the question that must be refused as it applies philosophical interrogation to things and to the world. The victim in person is the undefined person, the unknown victim who cannot be categorized by philosophy. For when philosophy appears on the scene, it is not only as a witness on the margins of the crime form of history but as a key protagonist in creating the victim as victim, in what Laruelle describes as its victimology. The very last words of philosophy and non-philosophy make it obvious that it is the exploitation of man that philosophy will have directed. In its power, philosophy is the ringleader and master of the game. All the autocratic forms of knowing, encyclopedia, unified science, the totalization of culture, the acceptance of truths, and so on, stem from philosophy's first gesture of definition and withdrawn distancing. As Alexander Galloway writes in his review of Laruelle's Théorie générale des victimes, the primary ethical task remains clear in Laruelle's book, to view humanity as indivisible, without resorting to essence or nature. The only way to do this, he suggests, is to radicalize the generic condition of humanity, not to universalize the liberal subject, as with the "we are the world" conceits of Western privilege, but rather to do the opposite, to underdetermine persons rather than overdetermine them, to admit to a baseline insufficiency of personhood. To protect the human against philosophy, we must undefine it, leave the human open and non-standard. Nietzsche already knew, of course, that to philosophies is to dominate, and Laruelle is no less familiar with Levinas's critique of both metaphysics and epistemology as forms of oppression, nor with Lacan's diagnosis of philosophy as a psychotic discourse of mastery. Yet, inasmuch as each still saves a philosophy, of metaphysical power, ethical powerlessness, and psychoanalytic privilege, respectively, Laruelle, while acknowledging their influence on his viewpoint, still believes that they did not get to the heart of the difficulty. As the first epigraph to this chapter states, contemporary philosophy is progressive and open, it seeks the other, the stranger, the non-philosophical. But it is only so revolutionary because it continues to suppose the validity of ancient thought. So, contra both the quasi-non-philosophical approach of Levinas, who nonetheless retains a Judaic ethics of the identity of victims, and Badiou's arch-philosophical ontology of forces, or Deleuze's Nietzschean version of the same, Laruelle formulates the following axiom. The only weapon of the poor, stripped not only of all but once and for all of the all itself, is invention. It will be a matter of passing from absolute poverty, the philosophical loss of philosophy, to radical poverty as non-philosophical loss of philosophy. This absolute poverty is the worst place, which Laruelle goes on to describe, with neither irony nor apparent hyperbole, as a minimum of evil world or the form of philosophy, and in the form of an integrism of philosophy that ceaselessly returns like a repressed evil. It is where the worst have been placed by philosophy. Badiou, in particular, presents the image of absolute poverty, the philosopher's poor, a pauperomorphism of the intellectual's imagination. The philosopher's poor is simply the inverted image of the rich philosopher, the philosopher at degree zero. These poor, these sans papiers, are really, again, philosophical abstractions, the specular image in reverse of the rich man, and aristocrat, as all true philosophers are. The following quotation, from the penultimate paragraph of Laruelle's Anti-Badiou, makes the point clear. Let us pose a last question worthy to attract the mockery of philosophical opinion: How can we recognize a poor man, and what does pauperized or in more statist manner, undocumented, really mean? For philosophy, it is almost self-evident. Give or take a few definitions, the poor man is recognized or can be identified by subtraction, by the suspension or privation of certain predicates, but without this touching on the sufficiency of philosophy, always ready to return because it is in reality that which assures this recognition. The true idea of an authentic poor man, as we come to understand, is that of the philosopher himself, who incarnates it as a paradigmatic character, the richest man, not necessarily yet actual or actualized, but endowed with a capital of potentialities that enables him to wait for history to reach its end, or who himself comes to his end. What does undocumented mean, exactly? It is a matter of a wholly negative subtraction by the philosopher who, himself, can then return with all the positivity of the Good Samaritan. Badiou, the perfect philosopher and Good Samaritan, will be discussed in more depth later in the chapter, especially given his position as philosopher king in current circles, as modest as such circles are these days. For now, though, we must turn to the other poor people, the other others, those radical poor to whom Laruelle alludes earlier. They are the ones who refuse to be subjects for either philosophers or, indeed, filmmakers, and yet who are placed as worst by both. A non-philosophical tangent, the most miserable place in the world. The ostensible purpose of the second obstruction set by von Trier for Jürgen Leth is to break down his detachment, his documentarian sensibility that distances him from his subjects. His modesty is what putatively allows him to be objective in his work, but no less importantly, it also protects him from his subject matter. According to von Trier, the highly affected distance Leth maintains to the things he describes needs to be removed. Hence, the obstacle set to remaking the perfect human this time is to locate the film in the worst, most miserable place in the world. Moreover, despite being set in this dystopia, Leth will not be allowed to show that place on screen. Von Trier, the highly affected distance you maintain from the things you describe, that's what I want to get rid of in my next obstruction. We talk so much about the ethics of the observer, I want to move you on from there, to make you empathize. I'd like to send you to the most miserable place on earth. In addition, Leth must now play the starring role in this remake. It is an interrogation, then, of both distance and the ethics of observation. In film theoretical terms, we can couch this as Krista Genevieve Lines does. Namely, as an investigation asking how cultural producers take responsibility for producing their backgrounds as they create their foregrounds. Within these optical aesthetics, furthermore, there is also the matter of thought and mastery. Von Trier asks whether, when choosing such a place, there are any limits for Leth, any places, any themes one cannot exploit. Is anything unfilmable? Leth cannot think of anything offhand, but he claims that he is not perverse, and would refuse, say, to film a dying child in a refugee camp. All the same, he agrees with von Trier that there is already a degree of perversion in maintaining a distance, at which point von Trier warms even more to the object of his challenge. Von Trier, in the way you do things. How far are you prepared to go if you're not describing something? It'd be worth a laboratory experiment. Would anything rub off? I want you to go close to a few really harrowing things. Dramas from real life that you refrain from filming. You've done so before. Leth, yes, it's a fascinating discipline. In response to this fascinating experiment, Leth takes on von Trier's challenge with little hesitation. The most miserable place he chooses is the red light district on Falkland Road, Mumbai, a place he has been once before under undisclosed circumstances, as he explains. Leth, where are the most awful places I've seen? The first place to occur to me was a horrific experience of the red light district of Bombay. I'd seen it a few years previously. I'd seen it 6 or 7 years ago. I thought it a horror beyond compare. The kind of thing you run away from, screaming. I am not afraid of prostitutes in general. But this was a picture from hell. For this setting, Leth chooses possibly the most incongruous section from The Perfect Human to remake. The key sequence is from the original film's dining scene, the most important in the film, according to Leth, where Claes Neeson, dressed in a tuxedo, eats a sumptuous meal of salmon, potatoes, and sauce hollandaise, with a chablis to accompany. Leth will now play Neeson's role as the perfect human, only now dining alone. Surrounded by some of the poorest individuals in the world, the cheapest prostitutes living in Mumbai. The roles of the invisible filmmaker and, highly, visible subject are reversed, with Leth front of camera before the citizens of Falkland Road. Leth, at least before the filming commences, seems unperturbed by the potentially harrowing experience awaiting him. No matter what we film, no matter what I say to you, to the camera it will still be a game. It will still involve stepping right up close and then showing that distance. With this declaration, it is evident that Leth sees no way around the automatic distancing effect of the camera, or the impossibility of creating a filmic empathy, and even the inauthenticity of attempting to do so. Hence, he is untroubled, he claims, even if he has to play the perfect human against practically any background. As Murray Smith notes, Leth allows us to glimpse Falkland Road, but only as a beautiful backdrop, a tableau of vibrant saris. Combined with a pointed refusal to engage with the social drama of poverty and prostitution. These things become background or atmosphere, two of the film industry's technical names for extras, be they actors or non-actors. Yet, even in his journey to Falkland Road on the day of the shoot, events conspire against the documenter, as Lines relates. Leth is traveling through the streets of Mumbai in a taxi. A woman and child approach the window, begging for money. Leth says, "I don't have any rupees. I don't have." The woman stays at the taxi window and waves. Leth asks the cameraman, "Do you have 10 rupees?" He refuses to make eye contact with the woman who advances, shielding against the light with her hand to peer into the darkened cab. She speaks, but the microphone does not pick up her voice as she turns to say something to the driver. Leth tries to open the window and says, "It's unfortunate. I can't open the window." The driver finally helps him, and he hands the woman the rupees. She persists, making a gesture of putting food in her mouth. He replies, "I don't have." He does not want to look at her. They are stuck in the street and Leth looks to see what is delaying them. They eventually move on. After a few moments, Leth says, "That's the kind of scene Lars von Trier wants. That's what he'd like. That scene. Damn it. And he can have it." As Lines then points out, the optics of the situation with the voiceless begging woman set in the visual background and the filmmaker in the foreground, on his way to record himself dining lavishly among the poor, thwart whatever distance Leth still hoped to maintain. Hence his mounting disturbance. In the final, filmed scene, Leth does manage to control the situation somewhat better and gets the shots he wants. Moreover, in doing so, he actually compromises von Trier's rule regarding the invisibility of his subject, because he sets up his dining table al fresco in the street, only with a large semi-transparent plastic sheet covering the entire background of the shot. Behind this membrane we see blurred images of mostly women and children, who stand quietly watching Leth consume his cordon bleu meal and recite his lines to camera. This framing device both shows and does not show its subject. As Lines puts it, it transforms the street scene into a literal moving picture. She continues thus. Leth firmly rejects Trier's demand that he be empathetic. Instead, he becomes modest with a vengeance. Rather than stand for the people of Falkland Road, Leth does less than represent them, he transforms them into a picture. Although he puts himself at stake, in front of the camera rather than behind it, he can only repeat the violating logic of the film's distance within the film, enacting a doubled objectification of his subject, by the film as well as by the frame. Leth thus refuses to take on Trier's task. His strategy is one of disidentification, creating even further distance between himself and the subjects of his film. the people of Falkland Road become a backdrop to his scene. For Leth, the lesson of obstruction #, like the lesson of the perfect human, is that he can show the irreducible distance between himself and his subject, and thus make his own limitations as a filmmaker visible. In doing so, however, he remains modest. His remobilization of modesty in this instant protects him. On one level, then, Leth clearly transgresses von Trier's stipulations in this constraint, not to show his miserable subject. On another level, however, Leth disobeys him even further, using his creative talent and art to protect him from his subject, even as he shows the distance such objective end. Modest filmmaking usually generates between itself and its subject matter. To put it clearer still, even when trying to thematize the ethics of observation, another distance is created, another subject is positioned, the documentarian's objectivized poor. Another victim, in other words, is created out of this victimology, one that, barely visible, is disregarded and made obvious in that act of semi-representation. The radically poor are hidden in plain, or quasi-plain, sight, having been transformed into a moving picture no less than philosophy also transforms the poor into an image of absolute poverty in its worst place. Tu quoque, or, you too are one of us. The heart of this chapter concerns the power of philosophy, both to resist non-philosophy and also to perpetuate itself. This authority lies in philosophy's domination of the form of all thought, including that of humans. Even when it empathizes with the oppressed, it does so under its indomitable force, its position of distance, and so its definition and record of victims. For Laruelle, however, to empathize with those who really suffer, philosophy needs to suffer itself. Yet to do this is impossible, at least while it remains the distancing thought par excellence. Of course, at this stage in the five obstructions, Leth's failure to abide by von Trier's rules by remaining too good at making films, by being creative, places von Trier in his own position of mastery, on account, not of his role as the rule maker of the game, but of an implied position of moral authenticity, that Leth fails to live up to. In our remodeling here, von Trier currently plays the role of a Laruellian critic of classical filmmaking, Leth, and philosophy. Roles may reverse, to be sure, not to mention my own involvement as introducer to Laruelle, but for now the following question arises: what makes von Trier so morally superior? What gives him the authority to judge Leth? Is not his stance only another form of distance, a lack in his empathy for Leth's predicament? Von Trier both admonishes and then punishes Leth for his failure in this obstruction. Recall that Laruelle does not wish to replace philosophy but only to remake it with different eyes, so to speak, with a reoriented view of its relationship to the real. That said, however, this charge of sanctimony against von Trier is one that is constantly set against Laruelle too, by philosophy. It comes in the accusation that he too, tu quoque, adopts philosophical style tropes when engaging with philosophy, that he too, despite protestations to the contrary, remains a philosopher like all the rest, irrespective of whether that definition of philosophy concerns its authority or any other characteristics. On this account, then, Laruelle is a typical philosopher inasmuch as, for example, he argues for consistency and rigor, and against contradiction and circularity, wherein transcendence is modeled on a privileged experience. But who would ever disagree with those principles? They typify a host of philosophers from Descartes to Husserl, at least in what they espouse. What they actually practice in the rest of their work is another matter, naturally. As we noted in the if philosophers are sometimes hypocritical by not practicing what they preach, who can say that Laruelle does any better? For, indeed, perhaps it is Laruelle alone who is doubly hypocritical by not noting his own shortcomings when it comes to consistent practice and simultaneously pointing out this fault in others. Judge not, lest ye be judged, and so on. Yet the retort of hypocrisy is itself a key concept of non-philosophy. It is a prediction of the principle of sufficient philosophy that philosophy will always repost that its worst failings are still eminently philosophical all the same. Such is philosophy's narcissism that it sees itself mirrored in everything it looks at. In its own rejection, it sees philosophy, and even where it falls short of being itself consistent, it sees another philosophy. So the idea that non-philosophy might not be more philosophy is simply impossible for philosophy to understand. Philosophers look at non-philosophy and see only a new philosophy that conceals itself or refuses to recognize itself as such. Yet this strategy is not the end of such philosophical renormalization. The main weapon used to make Laruelle come to his senses is derivativeness, that non-philosophy merely reinvents old philosophemes rather than anything new, even if only a posture or vision of what philosophy is. Of course, given Laruelle's modus operandi that uses philosophy as material, there will always be visible similarities between his writing and that of standard philosophy. Hence there are doubtless aspects of his project that resemble those of Kant, Marx, Husserl, or even Wittgenstein and the Vienna Circle, as well as Michel Henry, Derrida, and Deleuze. But these appearances emerge, as Laruelle puts it, only on the basis of disentangling them from all the philosophical, decisional and positional, and not merely doctrinal and dogmatic, content. Indeed, as regards these last three figures, Henry, Derrida, and Deleuze, with the varied twists and interlacings of immanence and transcendence present in their work, it is no surprise to Laruelle that non-philosophy appears to be a neighbor of these philosophers. This proximity is also a product of Laruelle's intellectual biography and the earliest influences on his thought, when we might say that he was still a philosopher. The radical phenomenology of Michel Henry, for example, is an important precursor to Laruelle, a deviation of non-philosophy, though one that has preceded it, as the latter puts it. Inasmuch as Henry took the principles of immanence and non-representationalism to their limit, in his conception of auto-affection, there is an obvious inheritance in Laruelle's work and so a likeness between their two approaches. Significantly, however, Laruelle soon came to see Henry as still overly philosophical because he retains too much faith in a certain idealist account of thought. Michel Henry seems to better elaborate radical immanence than Descartes, but in reality it is always as the result of thought that he elaborates it by depriving it of a possible autonomy of thought as knowledge and of a recognition of the relative autonomy of philosophy. There is a return in Henry and those who use him to the paralogisms of a psychology that is no longer rational, but affective. This affective or sensible idealism is realist, that much is true, but in reality, since the affect is inseparable from thought, it is still a realism-idealism, or an idealism-realism. Though Henry's work marks a significant advance over Descartes in ridding itself of representational structures, he still makes auto-affection follow thought. It still serves philosophy, and as such Henry remains a cogitative philosopher. If Laruelle is derived from Henry, then it is with an added level of radically that reaches back to reconfigure that source at its root, for Henry's phenomenology, like every other, is actually a limited form of non-philosophy. Alternatively, one can take non-philosophy as a novel mix of different extant philosophies. Indeed, I have previously entertained the idea that the Laruellian approach could be understood as a kind of Derridean deconstruction mixed with Deleuzian materialism. It takes an apparent anti-philosophy, apoetics, and materializes it through science, on various models, running from biology through geometry to physics, such that the seeming failures of philosophy are non-epistemic and actually physical, real, processes. This mix would also explain why Laruelle is almost friendless within philosophy today, beyond the effect of his own less than flattering comments on others, inasmuch as this two-sided approach faces the antipathy of both the naturalists, Deleuze et al., and the critical theorists, from the Kantians to Derrida. Laruelle's early work compounds this impression. In fact, the very title of his Machines Textuelles already indicating his bilateral perspective. Reflecting on his attempt to bring deconstruction and machinism together, he asks himself whether it is a question of a difference of systems. Of Derrida and Deleuze, since they should truly be called by their proper name? What difference can there be between two systems of difference, and the most aggressive, most critical difference, between two systems that are more or less clearly undecidable on the basis of representation. In the same way, it's neither a question of making the decision nor of proceeding to an election. They aren't for sale. Furthermore, these are barely philosophers. I have merely tried to make the Delita/Deroiti series resonate, making intensive difference and the textual simulacrum communicate. As Rocco Gangel notes, if Laruelle once aimed to establish the transcendental conditions of the coherence of deconstruction, it was in a Deleuzean spirit, for these would be conditions of reality rather than possibility. Additionally, Laurent Leroy can perfectly well refer to the common root between Derridean deconstruction and non-philosophy, and even Laruelle himself can refer to his work as a form of post-deconstructionism and say that it borrows from the American way of thinking that has been so informed by deconstruction. Yet, all the same, Ray Brassier is also correct to point out that, unlike deconstruction, non-philosophy involves a positive enlargement of the ambit of decision, rather than just an aporetic interruption. Further, according to Laruelle, this enlargement is not the simple extension of existing deconstruction to new objects but one that implicates deconstruction itself. Contemporary deconstructions of metaphysics, of logocentrism, of mythology, are only supplementary forms of the old philosophical faith. They content themselves to vary, breach, break, displace, disseminate, differentiate, etc., the old knowing always assumed as real and valid. Non-philosophical thought, by contrast, widens this fight to be against all forms of authority linked to transcendence in a state of autoposition. It is notable that even in Laruelle's more philosophical spirit in Machines Textuelles, if Deleuze and Derrida are to be engaged favorably, it is on account of both of them being barely philosophers, a negative judgment of state philosophy that Laruelle deems a badge of honor. However, 5 years after Machines Textuelles, with the inauguration of non-philosophy proper in Le Principe de Minorite, this mitigation would no longer be permissible, for both philosophies of difference remain forms of authority. Even the Delita/Deroiti series is too classically Greek. A blend is not enough. What is true of that mixture is true of others too. So, for another example, seeing Laruelle as a materialist who realizes the aporias of deconstructive epistemology might put one in mind of Hegel vis-a-vis Kant, the dialect being the realization of the latter's antinomies of reason. Yet an important disanalogy immediately presents itself. Laruelle's principle of insufficiency entails that what is realized is not philosophical progress, dialectical or otherwise, nor any form of finality, positive or nihilistic, but philosophy as material means its usage or performance, which comes in myriad forms, being Baroque, as Antibadio puts it. It is practice that is real rather than philosophy's speculative self-perpetuation. Or again, Laruelle himself has pointed out that one could see non-philosophy as an approach that radicalizes, which is to say universalizes, the thesis of de Hemquine, ripping it away from its positivistic scientific limits. Hence it might be possible to see non-philosophy as a philosophical thesis concerning the underdetermination of theory by supposedly neutral evidence. But here's the catch, radicalizing the thesis of Pierre Duhem and W. V. Auquin, which holds that it is impossible to test a scientific hypothesis without one or more background assumptions, entails seeing every singular theory being underdetermined by any kind of evidence, including that of both positivist science and authoritarian philosophy. And this thereby undermines the philosophical status of the new version of the thesis, as philosophy too is implicated in its radicalization. In the end, then, the similarities between non-philosophy and philosophy, be it single malt or blended, are materially informed, the latter as input for the former, and result, optimally, in a gestalt switch that changes how we see philosophy in general. Philosophy can and will see this material formalism as philosophical, but there are alternatives. The principles of non-philosophy puts the issue in terms of neither derivation nor mixture, for instance, but rather in terms of translation. Non-philosophy is this translation of Kant into Descartes, of Descartes into Marx, of Marx into Husserl, etc. That is to say, under the condition of the vision in one as untranslatable real. To put it more rigorously, no more than it is impossible or unsymbolizable, the real is not untranslatable, but is rather that which renders the possibility of translation real in the last instance, the real itself being foreclosed, without negation, to any translation and not becoming the untranslatable other than as force of thought or, in this instance, force of translation. Admittedly, translation, of one philosophy into another, could be seen as an exercise in transferring representations, understood as disembodied propositions, or information, from one medium to another. Or it could be seen as a material morphing through the flat medium of the real, whose own untranslatability is what enables not only philosophies but anything to be translated into anything else, even a film into a philosophy, if one looks with sufficient care. Such translatability does not come on account of one thing either applying or illustrating another but in view of the real identity of everything within immanence. Hence, in the following analyses of Deleuze, Badiou, realism, and Kantian transcendentalism, we will attempt a series of translations that are also levelings or flattenings and equalizing of thought that removes the authority or mastery from each approach. Moreover, we will also point to how, prior to this translation under the vision in one, even at their ethical best, i.e., when engaging with the inherent value of multiplicities and objects, or human universality and enlightenment, they remain forms of domination that engender inequality and misery, a source of myriad dystopias. The only place where they can genuinely coexist peacefully, waging war neither on each other nor on the human, is within a non-philosophical utopia. Deleuze and Badiou, two perfect philosophers. In this section we will briefly look at how two of non-philosophy's nearest neighbors, Deleuze and Badiou, still fall short of a radically immanent and consistent thinking, in Laruelle's eyes at least. Again, it is not so much the philosophers in person who are at fault as much as it is the position of philosophy that remains at the core of their thought that is under review. We saw in our how, for Laruelle, Deleuze's philosophy of immanence is compromised by its philosophical articulation, that Deleuze makes thought immanent to the real in the name of his own philosophy. As Laruelle argues, it is a question of knowing whether immanence will be the real as immanent only, to itself, or whether it ultimately remains the property of a plane, a universal, or even an ego. The reference to a plane is an undisguised taunting of Deleuze, the one to an ego is at Michel Henry's expense. Yet, in their defense, is not Deleuze, and Guattari's, plane of immanence simply another term for the equality of all before being, the univocity of the real, where being is said in the same way of every different thing? Still being barely a philosopher, has not Deleuze already introduced democracy into thought by placing it on one plane? Besides, in Deleuze and Guattari's various references to Laruelle's non-philosophy in What is Philosophy, it seems clear that the two see much to approve of, Laruelle being engaged, they say, in one of the most interesting undertakings of contemporary philosophy. He invokes a one-all that he qualifies as non-philosophical and, oddly, as scientific, on which the philosophical decision takes root. Admittedly, Deleuze and Guattari then add, this one-all seems to be close to Spinoza, this renaturalizing gesture being another indication that at least Deleuze remains too much the philosopher for Laruelle's taste, Spinoza being the prince of philosophers, whereas Laruelle is a committed anti-monarchist. Consequently, we have Laruelle's prolonged reply to Deleuze's endorsement, I, the philosopher, am lying, which continued to accentuate the differences between them. This was done, not to refute Laruelle's inheritance, he has never denied his intellectual debts, but to restate where non-philosophy is unlike philosophy. As we heard earlier, it first concerns how one answers the question what is philosophy. Let's suppose that there exists a book called What is Philosophy, and that it claims to answer this question by virtue of its own existence or manifestation. For Laruelle, it is impossible to seriously question what is philosophy, because the book places itself at the center of philosophy. What is philosophy? answers its own question performatively, with one definition to the exclusion of all others. Of course, Laruelle also characterizes philosophy in one manner, but he does so with a minimum of essence, as auto-positional and authoritative decision, to align different philosophies as equals with regard to the foreclosed real. Deleuze, however, practices his philosophy as the one true way, hence also his aristocratic style and distaste for debate. We could say that decision is the lowest common denominator that equalizes all forms of philosophy, whereas concept creation is the highest uncommon factor that separates Deleuzian thought from all the rest. And as to the plane of immanence, it too is guilty of a form of judgment, according to Laruelle, of giving an image and even a face to the real. The philosophically normal but theoretically amphibological concept of plane of immanence means that immanence continues to orbit around the plane, and as plane, it continues to orbit around the to itself, as axis of transcendence. Immanence thereby remains objective, albeit devoid of any object. It remains the appearance of objectivity, and gives rise to a new image of the real and thought. Instead of being absolutely faceless and unenvisageable, it assumes the face of a plane, of a topology, of survey and contemplation. Of course, Deleuze also says that pluralism equals monism, the magic formula, in an apparent gesture of egalitarianism. And yet, rather than pose his philosophy as one hypothesis among a plurality of others in the spirit of this multiplicity, it only appears to be pluralistic because Deleuze molecularizes the real into 1,000 surfaces. At bottom, such multiplicity is neither here nor there. It is the singular position or positing of real equals x that makes of it one more attempted philosophical capture, of all, one more authority. With philosophers there is always at least a philosophical positing, either as multiple or as one all, that conserves philosophical authority. The virtual and the actual, the plane of immanence, molecularities, and so on, far from being truly pluralist, reveal Deleuze's tendency to platonize in a frenetic manner within the black box of multiplicity, differential calculus, thermodynamics, bioenergetics, etc. Whereas Badiou condemns Deleuze for his platonism of the one, in favor of his own, purportedly true platonism of the multiple, Laruelle would condemn them both. But this would not be on account of one or the other, or both, having or not having a truly pluralist posture, but because they are both performatively monist. They both adopt singular, auto, positions and therewith preserve the authority of philosophy itself. Indeed, it was almost inevitable that Laruelle should have written anti-Badiou eventually. With the death of Deleuze and then Levinas in the S, Badiou used the resulting voids in French philosophy as a springboard for his own creative interventions, the clamor of being and ethics, that would prepare the way for a new philosopher king with a neoclassical worldview, Plato plus set theory. This is his own black box. Evidently, Badiou had no qualms over his right to this throne and was well prepared to install this new old paradigm as soon as his way was finally cleared. Hence it was not long after, and Jacques Derrida's demise, that Badiou became what Laruelle calls an apogee of modern traditional philosophy. Introducing the heady mix of Maoist politics and mathematical science into philosophy was, at the same time, the gesture of supreme authority and a re-education that would also promise a political action carried out upon philosophy itself. Philosophy, and with it humanity, needs to be purified. With the authority of philosophical history behind him, Plato as the first true philosopher, and the cachet of mathematical science beside him, Badiou was almost too easy a target for Laruelle. To characterize him faithfully is almost to caricature him simultaneously. It might have been otherwise. Badiou's paramount innovation in being and event, the equation of mathematics with ontology, might have laid the foundation for a true non-philosophy were it only an hypothesis that thereby equalized philosophy with other knowledges. Instead, it was a philosophical assertion, as seen in Badiou's definition of philosophy itself as meta-ontology. Badiou should have pursued the consistency of this equation to the end and removed philosophy's or any thought's sole right to meta-truth, the gathering of truths created by Badiou's four so-called truth procedures or conditions: science, politics, art, and love. But this was not the case. Philosophy retains a special role, as Badiou writes. The specific role of philosophy is to propose a unified conceptual space in which naming takes place of events that serve as the point of departure for truth procedures. Philosophy seeks to gather together all the additional names. It deals within thought with the composable nature of the procedures that condition it. It does not establish any truth, but it sets a locus of truths. It configurates the generic procedures, through a welcoming, a sheltering, built up with reference to their disparate simultaneity. Each epoch of disparate yet simultaneous truths needs its archetypal unifier. And for our epoch it is Badiouism. Retaining the role of meta-ontology for his philosophy means that it is Badiou who meta-conditions these four conditions in the name of philosophy he still prescribes from a transcendent auto-position. As such, it is Badiou's philosophy alone that continues to form its world, in particular, the world of mathematics as ontology, even as it basks in the glory of an appropriated scientific rigor, set theory, and an imputed philosophical lineage, Plato, Descartes, Hegel, Sartre, and Lacan. On all these counts, non-philosophy tackles things otherwise. To the four truth procedures, of which science is one, that sustain philosophy proper. Non-philosophy opposes an open multiplicity of unified theories, each of which takes as object material the relations between the fundamental and the regional, philosophy plus a determinate region of experience, philosophy and politics, philosophy and psychoanalysis, philosophy and ethics, philosophy and art, philosophy and technology, etc. Science has no exclusive privilege in non-philosophy, except for that which flows from its privileging within the philosophical material, which, precisely, is no more than a material. The modesty of Badiou vis-a-vis his disciplined philosophy merely gathers the truths of its epoch, belies the power he invests in his own work in its recreation of a true Platonism, as well as its recuperation of the philosophical decision. Hence it is no surprise that Badiou must take a classical stand against Laruelle's non-philosophy, reducing his rival's approach to the status of either a derivative or an anti-philosophy, religious mysticism. So, when discussing non-philosophy, Badiou claims that the strength of philosophy is its decisions in regards to the real. In a sense, Laruelle is too much like Heidegger, in critiquing a kind of great forgetting, of what is lost in the grasp of decision, what Heidegger called thinking. When you say something is purely in the historical existence of philosophy, the proposition is a failure. It becomes religious. There is a logical constraint when you say we must go beyond philosophy. This is why, in the end, Heidegger said only a God can save us. Of course, as we noted at the outset, Laruelle does not ground his approach on the history of philosophy as Badiou imputes here. It is not an empirical thesis based on exemplary proof. Non-philosophy is an experiment in thinking, in some cases in philosophical thinking itself. It is not a history lesson, which would only be one more authority in any case. Chapter will spell out the concrete implications, for humans and non-humans alike, of both the position of Deleuze, with his ethics of multiplicity, and of Badiou, in regard to his philosophy of universalist re-education. For Laruelle, each is seen as an attempt at morphing humanity, under the form of either multiple inhuman becomings or a universal model of classless, generic humanity. These philosophically pure positions bode ill, however, for as Laruelle cautions us, purification is always disquieting when we think of what it may have in store for humans. By contrast, what non-philosophy aims for is something more akin to a Marxist practice, one that Laruelle depicts as the transformation of the situation of humans in the world, who are left undefined and so unpurified. Rather than as the transformation, through becoming or re-education, of humans themselves. In no way does it rely on an authoritarian materialist position. It is the situation, the miserable places, that requires change, not their inhabitants. The new realism. The recent emergence of various new forms of philosophical realism and materialism, speculative, object-oriented, and so on, might well commend themselves to Laruelle as a group of theories friendly to the non-philosophical approach, albeit still operating within the genre of philosophy. Admittedly, the turn to all things realist, objectal, and thing-like is an orientation in theory with roots going back more than 20 years, be it the returning real, Hal Foster, Bodies That Matter, Judith Butler, The Social Lives of Things, Arjun Apaturi, The Parliament of Things, Bruno Latour, or even The Rights of Things, W.J.T. Mitchell. As Leslie Stern observes, the importance of objects is everywhere declaimed. Things, all sorts of things are on the agenda, clamoring and demanding attention. Witness such recent book titles as Evocative Objects, A History of the World in Objects, The Comfort of Things, Paraphernalia, and What Objects Mean, an introductory textbook to thing theory. Only now, though, has such thing theory gained a visible presence within certain philosophical circles. In philosophy of art, for instance, a recent text from this school argues that aesthetics must be expanded beyond the human appreciation of things to the appreciation of things by other things. Aesthetic events are not limited to interactions between humans or between humans and painted canvases or between humans and sentences in dramas. They happen when a saw bites into a fresh piece of plywood. They happen when a worm oozes out of some wet soil. They happen when a massive object emits gravity waves. Likewise, Latour's actor network theory posits itself as a true democracy of materials. As he puts it in We Have Never Been Modern, we are going to have to slow down, reorient and regulate the proliferation of monsters by representing their existence officially. Will a different democracy become necessary? A democracy extended to things. Graham Harman glosses this democracy as the view that all entities are on exactly the same ontological footing, and that Latour's guiding maxim is to grant dignity even to the least grain of reality, such that Latour insists on an absolute democracy of objects. A mosquito is just as real as Napoleon, and plastic in a garbage dump is no less an actant than a nuclear warhead. Such egalitarian attitudes do indeed echo various theses from non-philosophy. More generally, there are at least three areas where non-philosophy and the new realisms share common ground: their anti-Kantian stance, the rejection of anthropocentric epistemology, their high regard for the sciences and a broadly immanent, naturalistic methodology, and their democratic invocation of matter as a worthy philosophical subject, in numerous senses. And yet obstacles remain, the most important one being in respect to the practice of philosophy itself. The question of doing and saying discussed earlier has great pertinence for the materialization or realization of philosophical method in these movements, especially with respect to the meaning of thought understood as speculative, as in speculative realism or speculative philosophy. This nomenclature stems from A. N. Whitehead's famous account of speculative philosophy as any endeavor to frame a coherent, logical, necessary system of general ideas in terms of which every element of our experience can be interpreted. Straight away, this sets up a contrast with Laruelle's approach to thought that does not see itself as speculative in that sense of one system of ideas that can interpret every element of our experience. Admittedly, Laruelle has sometimes discussed his work in terms of hyperspeculations. But this phrase is normally equated with another name for non-philosophy, philofictions, to be discussed more fully in the following chapter, which indicates that it is the dimension of the hyper that matters here, that is, what amplifies thought beyond any philosophical realism and into a quasi-fictional, pararealism. These non-philosophical representations of philosophy, which are organized by new rules, therefore have specific effects, more exactly, hyperspeculative or extra-speculative effects. But they are no longer philosophical knowledges in the sense of the PSP principle of sufficient philosophy. Here one neither produces a literary effect with philosophy nor a philosophical effect with literature, etc. All these combinations are possible, but they have no usage here except as simple material of hyperspeculation. The products of the scientific and hyperspeculative usage of philosophy have no relevance for philosophy itself, but, since they are obtained on the basis of a material taken from it, they have a philosophical appearance that permits arranging them at least in fiction. This use of fiction is peculiar, to be sure. To begin with, it contrasts with the self-serious rhetoric of most philosophy. Philosophy takes itself seriously, that is, it demands that it be viewed realistically, no matter what the content of its theses concerning reality or realism. So, bringing the fictional into philosophy, not as a literary fiction that would only sustain the autorealism of philosophy, but as the real of fiction that disturbs philosophy's claim to understand fiction philosophically, must create a different effect from any straightforward anti-realism, or idealism. Anti-realism is a preeminently philosophical position, as is the view that all is fiction. Both are serious matters, positions on the real. This is why Principles of Non-Philosophy makes it clear that Laruelle is neither pro nor anti-speculative per se, so much as non-speculative, attempting to expand speculation beyond its philosophical and representational limits. Hence he writes that the real does more than drawing specularity out of itself, it gives place to a new organization that we will call non-speculative, without which it would be opposed to specularity and its speculative development, since it is rather the identity of speculation. The identity of speculation is the real. Like all thought, it is a thing, an object too, but it is only one. It is not an exhaustive picture of the real, as the speculative realist position attempts in its own metaphysical poses. Hence the ultimate difference between non-philosophy and the new realisms is that Laruelle's understanding of immanence is far more radical, involving the practice of thinking itself that is his primary object or material. Understood through radical immanence, nothing can be outside of the real, including speculation. Indeed, there remain some among the new realists who claim to bypass the general Copernicanism of continental philosophy, yet who, nevertheless, unwittingly abide by a representational and anthropocentric imperative for their own thought, that is, they still believe in the power of human philosophy to account for the real. This has even led to some from this quarter charging Laruelle and non-philosophy with arrogance for departing from such faith in philosophy. Moreover, the non-philosophical hypothesis of decision is itself condemned for a self-attribution of even greater representational powers than those attributed to philosophy. However, this judgment, tu quoque, again, can be traced back to an inability to interpret a rejection of arrogance, or rather, philosophy's authority, as anything other than simply more arrogance or authority, philosophical narcissism. It is a blind spot in their vision of non-philosophy because certain critics can only think in one mold, that of representational thought, even as they disavow it. In contrast to the verdict that condemns Laruelle's arrogance, therefore, there remains the option to view his approach according to its own hypothesis, as a thought that is part of the real as well as an open-ended experiment that revises what thought is a new experience of thought as immanent. In fact, one could even see things wholly the other way around and describe non-philosophy as the necessary bedfellow of the new realisms, being the thought that reorients realism toward the objectivity or materiality of its own practice. In other words, it turns toward philosophical thought itself as a realist orientation, stance, or posture. As Laruelle writes, there is possibly an unlimited multiplicity of descriptions without effect on their object, but which this object determines without reciprocity. Objects like worms or wormholes determine our thoughts, not the other way around. For some, this reorientation toward thought itself might appear to be a regress to the subject. In fact, it is undertaken as the only way of radically understanding the real and has no connection to any philosophical subject, be it substantial, historical, larval, evental, or whatever else. Nor is this a metatheoreticism because, as we know, non-philosophy is not a meta-level reflexivity or higher-order representation. So, what might appear to some new realists as Laruelle's subderridian recycling of the history of philosophy and its aporias is, in fact, a realizing of these aporias to render philosophy real. Rather than simply dismiss the fact that much of the classical philosophical tradition ostensibly reaching its zenith in the work of Husserl was indeed deconstructed on its own terms, a dismissal seen in a good deal of the contemporary backlash against Derrida, Laruelle expropriates these deconstructions into his own account to realize them, that is, to derelativize them of their post-Kantian coordinates. aporias no longer indicate the performative failure of epistemology so much as the material resistance of the real to one part of itself, one philosophy, attempting to capture the whole through withdrawal. For Laruelle, therefore, the apparently egalitarian position of the new realisms remains just that, a theoretical position, and in that sense philosophical. If there is realism, it is of the last instance, and consequently there is a real without decision of realism, realism being nothing but one philosophical position among others. This real without realism is not the product of philosophical speculation, no matter how inclusive, but a non-philosophical hypothesis, a posture and practice that takes philosophical speculation itself and reviews it as material. Things can only get better, and be treated better, by changing how we view our thinking itself. If the problem begins with us as philosophers, the solution must begin with us as well. The real cannot be captured by any one position, even a realism, simply because each and every ism is already actually real, albeit that the actuality the real furnishes is always in the last instance. This recurring formula of the last instance is something non-philosophy inherits from Marxist thought, and that Laruelle transforms into determination in the last instance, DLI. It is part and parcel of his approach that allows an integrity to objects of all sorts, both human and non-human, especially in terms of their epistemic determination, a knowledge of them that is not ours but theirs. This integral worth of any object X is an axiom, from axios, worthy, a starting point or posture that also leads to Laruelle's reformation of Kantian philosophy on two counts. First, he expands the notion of the a priori beyond its usual remit of conceptual ideality and into concrete, ordinary experience. He does this by making experiences themselves an a priori, no longer objectified in an experiential position, a posteriori, by an anthropocentric subject. Second, and now using Nietzsche here, he reconfigures the concept of the transcendental, transvaluing it such that it is now understood as constant mutation or auto-transcending. It is these three areas of the a priori, the transcendental, and determination that we turn to next, especially in the context of seeing whether non-philosophy's general approach can be equated with another philosophy, Kant's. Laruelle is not Kant, from determination in the last instance to the mutating transcendental. For Marxist theory, the base that determines social structures is fundamentally economic. This does not mean that economic structures solely and directly determine everything else about us, many other non-economic factors intervene, but rather that economics is the ultimate determining cause of every factor, in the last instance. Laruelle takes this deferral and indefiniteness of cause and generalizes it into the concept of DLI. In this view, there is no supreme base, be it material, neurological, linguistic, economic, or sexual, to name but a few candidates. DLI is the general indefinition of cause on account of the real being the indefinite cause of all. Nothing transcends, is outside of, the real, so all that occurs is real, and yet this is not according to any defined chain of cause and effect, material, neurological, economic, etc. Rather, on any occasion, for any event, there is, ultimately, a real basis to it. This is not to be understood as a first cause or ultimate origin of things, no matter how abstract, God, reason, desire, the void, redemption, the Big Bang, or whatever else. Such purported first causes are still determinate or defined, chock full of properties, mostly put there by philosophy. DLI is instead a last cause, though one that is indetermining rather than determining. One should thereby see DLI as an immanent causality, oriented from the real to the thought worlds created in philosophy. It is by no means intended to be mysterious, a causality from some kind of world behind the scenes, however. Though DLI is sometimes given the rather arcane name of occasional cause, this is only because it is tied to the moment where it manifests itself. Yet the present moment, whatever the occasion, is not the time of DLI as well. Its temporality is futural and explains why this determination is always hypothetical. What if thought were a thing? Non-philosophy is entirely oriented towards the future and, More fundamentally, it is entirely oriented towards a utopia of the real. The last instance never comes, as Louis Althusser, one of the later Marxist theorists of DLI, once said. In addition, this futurality is neither epistemic, a question of us not yet knowing how X was caused, nor ontological, the thing itself having a future anterior causal existence. The antinomy of being and knowing is a common version of philosophical circularity, whereas all knowing is real already, but in the last instance, that is, indefinitely. It is ironic for Laruelle that early Marxist thought over-philosophized this form of causality, reducing it to a materialist position and so proceeding through a philosophical decision rather than an axiomatic act of primary ultimation. Both historical and dialectical materialism add an idealist mediation to matter, through history and dialectics, and so lose what is radically undetermined not only in matter but in all causality as such. Hence, and in contrast to this, Laruelle's DLI is an underdeterminate and even indeterminate causality, the conjugation of the four causes having a part of their power become diminished. Consequently, historical materialism is profoundly transformed in non-philosophy. Aristotle's four causes, formal, material, efficient, and final, are left underdetermined rather than one or other of them being elevated over the other three. Significantly, each object is now allowed its own causality, in the last instance, of its knowledge and status as a known object. The real solution to this problem of the DLI as object and cause of its own theory must avoid Hegelian idealism even more than materialism does. Neither cause in exteriority or dialectical identity of contraries, the real is cause through immanence and determines the knowledge of its own syntax, of its causality, through a process that we will call cloning. In other words, the object X to be known must be, on the one hand, tested as radically immanent, i.e. seen in one, object of the vision in one, so as to be able to itself determine this form, and, on the other hand, its own knowledge. This determination is a cloning through itself, but as one or immanent, of its knowledge. The object X is identically without being philosophically divided cause of the last instance of its knowledge and known object. Each object has its own causality and self-knowledge restored, but only in the last instance, otherwise it would be kausasui, a notion that Laruelle rejects as philosophical. As we will see, in the Kantian terms that non-philosophy uses, but radically inverts, this means that each object, seen in one, becomes its own a priori, without reference to the status of any subject's knowledge of it. The object X is an a priori all its own. Beyond Laruelle's own work, the general turn to immanence in recent philosophy is often linked to a rejection or overturning of the subject-oriented thought of Kant and its Copernican turn, be it through Deleuze or a host of other non-Kantian thinkers, beginning with Bergson. As we know, what is different about Laruelle's approach is that he connects any inversion of Kant to the mode of expression of philosophy. This too must mutate, that is, it must be expanded beyond what we traditionally understand as the virtues of philosophical thought, clarity, analysis, speculation, description, argument, paradox, etc., once we realize that these epistemic and methodological values are not neutral but are materials to be rethought or reviewed from an alternative posture. They too become immanent and objectal, rather than transcendent and objective. Nonetheless, there are places where Laruelle, as Ray Brassier notes, has certainly been guilty of encouraging the impression that he is a Kantian philosopher using various Kantian terms in a wholly standard way. And this is especially true of his retention of the concepts of the a priori and transcendental. Admittedly, Laruelle does say in this context that he must be allowed the right, the legitimate right, to use philosophical vocabulary non-philosophically, that is, he should be permitted to use philosophical terms like transcendental non-philosophically, extracted from their transcendent and representational usage. Otherwise, he would not be doing non-philosophy at all. As for Kant, he states that the main axiom of non-philosophy can be formulated in entirely quasi-Kantian terms, but that it nonetheless remains not anti-Kantian but simply non-Kantian. Laruelle can thereby pose a question such as the following in non-Kantian terms. We abandon the question, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible? For this one, what can we discover of the new, the non-synthetic, with the help of synthetic a priori judgments, i.e. with philosophy? This is the whole problem for non-philosophy, if we can summarize it and present it with Kantian material. Consequently, this Kant is retained, not through subsuming non-philosophy back into the representationalist tradition but through a new, non-Copernican path to the transcendental. The Copernican revolution, so-called, is thereby radicalized, i.e. destroyed. This radicalization involves the transcendental as well, after it has been rendered mutational. This non-philosophical transcendental is what self transcends, as opposed to the philosophical transcendental that auto-positions, and hopes to transcend the real. In Laruelle's earliest, Nietzschean period, this was simply named transvaluation, yet even then, in the S, he regarded this as an immanent rather than meta-level procedure. Transvaluation is not a super-method or a meta-method, it emerges with the transcendental itself, or rather, with its will to auto-suppression or decline. It is the telos, at once internal and external, of the method. A telos that programs its own destruction. This non-standard treatment of the transcendental is a feature that has remained present throughout Laruelle's work. In his later texts, Philosophie non-standard and Antibadiou, the vocabulary of the transcendental is made even more starkly immanent, having being physicalized as undulatory matter, or an immanent undulatory that is also a transcending, but a simple one, an ascending, superposable and become underdetermining. It is now described as the quantum wave that embodies a transcendental movement, the gesture of a surpassing of itself in itself. Indeed, such is this internalization of the transcendental into the real that Laruelle can also pass over to speaking of the immanental instead, so that it is immanence that transcends itself. As Anthony Paul Smith points out, in his earlier work Laruelle describes the transcendental as rigorously immanent. In Philosophie non-standard Laruelle sees fit to simply coin a new term, immanental, which describes the non-relation between immanence as such and experience. It is then a posture of thought, like the transcendental, but one that happens within, hence the non-relation, the experience and immanence itself. However, the non-relation of immanence and experience does not leave the empirical opposed and outside of the real. Theirs is not an anti-relation. Experience too has its non-Kantian transvaluation in terms of a realizing of the a priori that in Laruelle's hands is no longer an epistemic ideality. The following passage from Philosophy and Non-Philosophy shows how non-philosophy also reworks philosophies a prioris into its own experience. The true advances, ruptures, or mutations of thought do not consist in extending the existing phenomena a little further or in tracing the continuities, in passing from the modes to the infinite or unlimited attributes, from the empirical to the universal a priori. This is philosophical practice but consists rather in relativizing the essences, which were presented as real or absolute, to the state of modes, effects, or particular cases of a new thought, in treating the elements, ethers and attributes as modes, in treating philosophies a prioris as the empirical, in unmasking the abusiveness of the so-called universalities that are always found to be forms of ancient thought seeking to perpetuate themselves. Here the a priori becomes an experience rather than the intraphilosophical form or a condition that it has been in philosophy from Kant to Husserl. Indeed, Laruelle's earlier work described such real a prioris as residual objects, a notion that can be related to Anne-Françoise Schmid's subsequent theory, not unconnected to non-philosophy, of integrative objects, which we will return to presently. One might say that what Laruelle does to philosophy as a whole render its conceptuality into a material for experimentation is done in micro upon the a priori, only it is achieved by making experience come before philosophical experience, by rendering it an a priori that no longer abides by the distinction between regional, or ontic, and essential, or ontological. Another interesting philosophical influence on this view comes from Michel Dufresne's inventory of local a prioris, which Laruelle cites in an early text. As Edward Casey's to the English translation of the notion of the a priori points out, Dufresne extends the limits of the a priori by taking the object's point of view first. To the Kantian formal a priori he adds the material structures of the great regions of reality described by Husserl, as well as the entire group of values, affective qualities, and even mythical significations which compose the categories of feeling or imagination. This extension necessarily plunges the a priori into experience, in its primitive state à l'état sauvage. Though experiential, these local a prioris cannot be learned, they are already there, preceding all learning and genesis. And yet, though still a priori, these experiences are not universal either, and can even be missed due to inculturation. The necessity of the a priori is not necessarily felt, as Dufresne puts it. He continues thus. To apprehend the essence, we must have recourse to experience, that is, to objects considered not as examples, but as problems. What are the specific characteristics of a certain stone? Yet when I discern something savory in the taste of fruit, grace in a dancer's movement, or youth in a child's countenance, I immediately discover the essence of the savory, of the gracious, or of youth. These essences do not serve as examples, but as notions by which my implicit knowledge is awakened or reanimated. Such essences are a priori because they are immediately given by experience and not learned more or less laboriously from experience. I already possess them in a certain sense. Such a leveling, with experience no longer merely in support of the a priori but identical with it, yet without resorting to idealism, has an obvious connection with Laruelle's stance. Does this make Dufresne a non-philosopher avant la lettre? The preceding passages might lead one to respond positively. An irredeemable difference, however, lies in Dufresne's retention of the phenomenological method in his general approach, for the experiences he has in mind are still anthropocentric rather than the radically asubjective experience that Laruelle utilizes. The object's point of view that Dufresne supposedly refers to is still the object from a philosophical subject's point of view, a trait that also continues to be found in much object-oriented thought that begins from the phenomenological or technological perspective. Therefore, no, Dufresne is not yet a non-philosopher, despite his unusual approach to the a priori. While we are again making comparisons, two other putative similarities should be clarified here. First, some might argue that Laruelle's real a priori is simply what Kant would have called a transcendental amphiboly, that is, a confusion of the pure object of the understanding with the appearance. According to Kant, this confusion can arise either by intellectualizing appearances, as he claims Leibniz's rationalism did, or sensualizing the concepts of the understanding, as Locke's empiricism is said to have done. Yet Laruelle would fall into neither camp, as he places the real a priori before the philosophical disjunction between sense and intellect. Indeed, making that division already begs the question in favor of Kant's solution to how mind and world interact, which is hardly surprising given the non-philosophical point of view on such circular positions. Residual objects and invisible victims. The philosophical essence of Cinnabar. This search for philosophical forebears to the non-philosophical real a priori is something of a red herring in any case, as the following, final section of this chapter can reveal. In fact, the topic of the a priori allows us to finish by looking at an important debate between Laruelle and a number of philosophers that took place at the Société Française de Philosophie in March. It exposes just how far from standard philosophy Laruelle had already gone, even in his most philosophical phase. Having just given an extensive presentation of his transvaluation of the transcendental method to the assembled, the subsequent questions turned immediately to the traditionally Kantian distinction between what is lawful, quid juris, and what is factual, quid facti. In response, Laruelle says that he does not wish simply to reject the distinction but displace it onto the residual objects or real a prioris he has been discussing. He continues in the following vein, shifting the conversation from these philosophical distinctions to a peculiar cultural and scientific artifact, red mercury sulfide or cinnabar. With regard to what I call residual objects, that is to say, a prioris that are not, or not just, ideal a prioris, the problem quid juris, is always post of their validity, i.e. the degree of their objective reality, of measuring their capacity to enter into the empirico-ideal constitution of an object. Because it is not a question of suppressing, in the transvaluation of the transcendental method, the problem of the objectivity of objects or of their constitution. It is precisely their unity, their identity, that we must account for, and which is thus suspended by the method. This is exactly what I wanted to suggest when I spoke about the cinnabar as I did. Cinnabar is indeed something other than mercury sulfide sic. The ideality of cinnabar, cinnabar capital C, is an identity that is a circle of reproduction. It supposes the passage, the composition, or the synthesis of a multiplicity of determinations. There are also various jokes that could be made about the cinnabar. Cinnabar is an encyclopedia. The problem always arises, therefore, of a legitimation of residual objects. The transcendental method must, whatever happens, remain a critique of illusions that arise with respect to experience. Red mercury sulfide, chemical formula HGS, is being treated as more than, but not other to, its chemistry. It is a residual object or non ideal a priori that Laruelle is attempting to enrich with cultural inscriptions, while still realizing a multiplicity of its determinations. The reason Laruelle chooses to illustrate his approach with cinnabar is partly because the same example appears in a crucial passage from Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, first edition, on the synthesis of reproduction in imagination. If cinnabar were now red, now black, now light, now heavy, if a human being were now changed into this animal shape, now into that one, if on the longest day the land were covered now with fruits, now with ice and snow, then my empirical imagination would never even get the opportunity to think of heavy cinnabar on the occasion of the representation of the color red. For Kant, we need stability for any experience to be possible at all, this a law, a juris, or, as the first critique asserts, the governance of a certain rule to which the appearances are already subjected in themselves. In his actual address to the Société before the discussion ensued, Laruelle had commented on this section from the critique to show the economy of his own method of transvaluing the transcendental. The aim of a transvaluation is thus very simple. It is a matter of understanding why mercury sulfide is not merely mercury sulfide, but an ideality whose a priori constituents are not only scientific laws. The cinnabar is part and parcel with its circle of determinations that inscribe it into the web of culture, and first of all into the Greco-Occidental field, with its poetry, with its force of imposing itself on us as a myth, and as a joke, of imposing itself on Kant also as an ideal object, an example of an example without which imposition, perhaps, Kant, as obsessed by chemistry and perception as he was, would have seen that it was also cinnabar that Roman ladies used as lipstick, or that the alchemical sign for cinnabar is a circle with a central point. Or that the same symbol was later used, toward the end of the Middle Ages, for the philosophical egg, for the sun, and for gold. Whence so the encyclopedia I have just cited concludes sagely, more Kantian than Kant himself, various confusions, against which one must be vigilant. Even more so, Kant could have known that cinnabar is also that red paint known as minimum with which any Sunday philosopher, returning to his country home as to his island of truth, would begin by painting the shutters of his understanding, before clothing them in the discrete colors of morality. Did Kant know this? In any case, the critique, which demonstrates so many things, does not demonstrate the true reasons that make of cinnabar an ideality. Poetry, fashion, domestic decor, humor, philosophical pedagogy, all of these are introduced into the cinnabar object alongside its scientific determinations, including the color red. It is an early prefiguring of what could be called an integrative object that gathers all discourses together and into the object, all of them equally real, in the last instance. But the enriched ideality of cinnabar does not make it an idea for Laruelle, rather, it renders its new expanse material or objectal. The set of cultural residues accruing to it are no longer accidental, the accident, essence dichotomy being somewhat redundant now, but experiential objects whose identity lies precisely in their being multifold and self-transcending, rather than a phenomenological or culturally subjective positioning. Though this is an early text of Laruelle's, and so not yet a full-blown non-philosophy, we already see here Laruelle striving to take philosophical precepts and reuse them in non-representational forms of thinking, the only difference being that here, at this stage, he was materializing particular philosophical concepts rather than philosophy and philosophical positions writ large. The discussion at the Société then revolves further around the meaning of cinnabar, and it is worth reporting the final exchanges for reasons that will soon become clear. Laruelle's next question came from Jacques Merleau-Ponty, epistemologist and cousin of Maurice, who is left somewhat anxious by the younger philosopher's broad-minded approach. Jacques Merleau-Ponty, it seems as if you have destroyed chemistry. You yourself said mercury sulfide sick. What does that mean? Are there not questions to ask about mercury sulfide, about what the empirical is and what the rational is, what the formal is, what content is, perhaps what experience and the transcendental are? All these questions can be asked of cinnabar, because there are electrons, wave functions, experiments, etc. in there, but you did not pose them. Lipstick, very well, but FL, and why not? There are verses in La Fontaine where he speaks of cinnabar in relation to the complexion of young girls. JMP, there are also treatises on chemistry that speak of it. FL, chemistry enters partially into culture. Precisely the object of the transcendental method is to take culture as its object and to destroy it. JMP, so chemistry must be destroyed in the process. FL, not entirely. The problem you raise is either one of chemistry, in which case it has nothing to do with the philosopher, or one of epistemology or the theory of science. As to the latter, I said just now, in responding to another question, that the philosopher intervenes therein only to destroy the strictly philosophical part that enters into that mélange that is epistemology. The first important phase in this last exchange is where Laruelle states that the philosopher intervenes therein only to destroy the strictly philosophical part of the scientific and cultural blend that is cinnabar or mercury sulfide. Removing the philosophical part will then allow us to get to the real identity of cinnabar, which is actually indifferent to its properties, being itself a point of condensation of all of culture, and not only an object of science. This reference to identity is crucial. Modernist philosophers like Kant typically understand the essence of an object in terms of one or more stable properties like extension, indivisibility, color, sometimes, and so on, although no single one of them, nor even their aggregate, can identify it exhaustively. The identity of the real object is described by Laruelle, conversely, as merely its internal difference that, contra Kant's stipulation, or law, actually destroys any stability. The identity of cinnabar is not logical but real and differential. All of the object's residual properties are on a par, so no one of them conditions the rest. Laruelle is not interested in the certain conditions dubbed logical that make all experience possible. The transcendental is what self-mutates rather than what renders other things immutable. This processual thinking shows just how Deleuzian Laruelle remained at this stage in his thought. He would soon subtract even difference from the real as a philosophical projection to leave it wholly non-relational. The second point to note in respect to this discussion of cinnabar is that this emphasis on essences in identifying the real object has remained a hallmark of much philosophical procedure and authority long after Kant. Saul Kripke's notion of rigid designation is a case in point. Among its other innovations, Kripke's naming and necessity is celebrated for having argued for the concept of an a posteriori necessary identity, such as between certain aspects of our experience of water and its chemistry. This type of identity would be necessary, even though it is not immediately apparent, it would come after experience, a posteriori. So, for instance, that light is a stream of photons, that water is HO, that lightning is an electrical discharge, that gold is the element with the atomic number, and so on, are a set of apparently contingent, a posteriori, yet still necessary identifications, according to Kripke. In other words, water had to be discovered to be hydrogen oxide, HO, and it is even arguable that it might have had some entirely different physical basis, though in another world than ours. It is a necessary identity, yet it appears contingent. Kripke explains this anomaly by showing how the contingency of the identity actually belongs to an aspect of our understanding of water. Some of its phenomenal properties to human perception, for example, may be inessential. This aspect is then confused with what is essential to both our understanding and hydrogen oxide, that is, with what is essential to both in every possible world. What is essential, then, pertains to the rigid designators that describe the properties of the two, phenomenal water and the chemical HO, necessary for their detection in all possible worlds. Yet the problem with Kripke's defense of necessity through scientific essentialism is this idea of all possible worlds, the philosopher's new essence, a black box wherein the means for capturing reality are stored. For this is a crucial element of Kripke's rigidity between possible worlds, which now takes on the role played by stable phenomena in Kant. A property is said to be essential to or rigidly true of a phenomenon if it is true of it in all possible worlds. Laruelle, conversely, would have to reject the necessity-contingency bifurcation at work here, for begging the question. Pointing to all possible worlds where, on one hand, certain properties reside and will so evermore, rigidly, and, on the other, certain other properties must cede their existence as ephemera, testifies as much as anything else to a poverty of imagination. More to the point, it exhausts the real as only one possibility rather than seeing the real as what makes any possibility, possibly, real. For such a philosophy, the real is a product of the possible, rather than, as for non-philosophy, the possible being a product of the real. Kripke thereby begs the question as to what is possible and what is real by deference to a certain philosopher's conception of science. It is quite instructive, for instance, that Kripke actually upbraids Kant for being unscientific when he identifies gold with the color, yellow. It is a question of scientific authority and philosophical law. In Laruelle's view, however, the human does not have to search for the real in the possible of the law, for it is he who gives his reality to the law and can therefore transform it. He brings with him the primacy of the real over the possible. There is much more possible than what philosophy can imagine. Chapter S analysis of paraconsistent or philo-fictional worlds will explore why in more detail. No less than the rigidity of water qua HO cannot exhaust water in every possible world, because there are more possible worlds realizable than philosophers will ever allow, so cinnabar is more than, but not other to, the chemical HGS. Contemporary philosophical essentialisms today may turn to the mathematical and natural sciences, not to adopt their style of thought, as Laruelle would commend, their hypothetical inquiries and experimentation, but to invoke a positive authority, to solve the hard problems. Laruelle, on the contrary, attempts to deepen the residues of objects like cinnabar and, significantly in this case, makes ongoing and rather strange references to lipstick when doing so. This may well be because, from his Encyclopedia of Cinnabar, Laruelle must have also known that, before the 20th century, the use of lipstick or lip rouge by a Western woman was often regarded as the mark of a prostitute. Though ladies of ancient Rome did also use cinnabar in their makeup, by Kant's era and well after, cinnabar would have mostly been seen on the faces of scarlet women, or actors. Yet this would have been an impossible example for a philosopher to use, at least morally, if not logically. Let me try to explain why. This example of lipstick, of course, is also of something ephemeral it wipes off of the mouth quite easily. But even more transient is the possible world to which it belongs, being one of the worst, most miserable places of prostitution. Such a world is not philosophically possible within a discourse of authority. As we already learned from the 5 obstructions, it is the prostitutes who must stay behind the screen, for what can count as philosophical, what can be foregrounded as an essence, is what belongs to the authorities rather than the minorities, no matter their number. Moreover, philosophy cannot get close to really harrowing things, as Jürgen Leth refers to them, without transforming them into its representation, its victimology. Certainly objectionable views, such as racism, can be tackled sensitively by philosophers, as can sexism or speciesism. But the idea that philosophy itself and so every positionalism is the prototype of all hierarchical thought, even the most benevolent, undercuts what ultimate good such charity can achieve. Philosophy is the medium, the space, of authority, where positions, of power, are articulated, where the circle of determinations is stabilized and fixed. Doubtless the politics of privilege and power are at work in numerous domains and in various forms too. Yet, for non-philosophy, it is philosophy itself that is the eminently political variable, the one that facilitates every inequality. From the point of view of non-philosophy, there is not a specifically political domain, though perhaps a political dimension may be possible as a function of the occasional material that one decides to treat that might be concerned with specific problems of power. On the other hand, it can be called political in the last instance insofar as philosophy is a constant variable of all phenomena and is a crowned power of domination. Philosophy is the eminently political variable of non-philosophy. The prostitute, in Mumbai, or anywhere else, cannot be seen for herself, in person, by philosophy. As radical poor or victim in person, she resists and is indifferent to the philosophical lens. In any case, philosophy always holds the camera and casts itself in the main role, the image of the perfect human in the center of every shot, even when it is apparently looking at victims. As a non-philosopher, though, Laruelle has always been on the side of the fallen, including fallen women, the unrecorded victims and outcasts. This is not because he is their supposed spokesman or representative but because of the orientation of non-philosophical thought, which is cameraless and begins from their side by default. Laruelle also uses the name stranger for these perpetual outsiders to thought and describes them as follows at the end of Antibadiu, Mainen person or the generic last instance is he whose person as stranger prohibits me from recognizing him in himself or from identifying him through given predicates, and who is the object of an obscure or secret praxis that we have called the lived without life. Philosophy is the giver of predicates and definitions, but they always only reflect itself and its position. Such narcissism, as we have seen, cannot also avoid rendering Laruelle's non-philosophy into philosophy, be it through Deleuze or Badiou, realism or, Kantian, transcendentalism. The harassing, as Laruelle calls it, of non-philosophy by philosophy leaves the former relatively uninjured, however, certainly as compared with philosophy's harassment of the human and how it normalizes man by foregrounding only its image of the perfect human, even including deviations from that perfection, which only perversely reinforce its norms. Real damage is done there. We knew already that the identity of the real cannot be documented by the modest filmmaker, even one who is unfazed by prostitutes, be it shown in a full frontal image or when placed semi-visible in the background. The camera always creates inequalities among images. The possibility of a democratic optics will be discussed later. In addition, what Laruelle names the lived without life points in the direction of those non-human strangers who frighten philosophers even more than sex workers do. These monsters will be the topic of chapter, where Kant's second stipulation after that against an unstable cinnabar comes into view, namely, the one forbidding a human being that were now changed into this animal shape, now into that one. Instead of the anthropomorphism that renders the world human, the Copernican revolution, Kant's nightmare is of a world where the non-human would morph the image of anthropo. It would be a counter-revolt against the human philosophy that created man's anthropological essence in the first place. This other, nightmarish possible world will only be analyzed, however, after we have looked at the possibility of impossible worlds in the next chapter, worlds where contradictory truths and fictions lie together as equals. Paraconsistent fictions and discontinuous logic. Non-philosophy must then no longer be read with the codes, grids, norms of philosophy, lest it be unable to be accepted. It is not irrational and chaotic for all that, this is a rigorous thought in its own way. Simply its mode of presence or of reception is no longer the rational, the logical, or the eidetic, the serrational or the metaphysical. François Laruelle, Philosophy and Non-Philosophy. We do not propose this irreflective thought with reference to any regional model, any experience drawn from a particular scientific discipline. Logic itself is perhaps no more sufficient than any other such discipline. Rather than understanding blind or deaf thoughts on the model of logic, with its formal automatism and principle of identity, we must render intelligible their practice of radical adequation through identity, doubtless but a real identity, not a logical one. François Laruelle, The Concept of Non-Photography. Logic, Optics, Cuts. The preceding chapter concluded with the idea that the human, for Laruelle, brings with him the primacy of the real over the possible. In what is both a very Bergsonian yet also non-philosophical point, the real cannot be conditioned by possibility, for the possibles, of philosophical imagination, are retroactively generated by the real, by a determination in the last instance that attaches, in a manner we have yet to uncover, to human being. As we also saw, Laruelle is non-Kantian inasmuch as the philosophical conditions of thought do not interest him. The conditions of possibility of photographic thought, for example, or non-photography, is not our problem, he says. Non-philosophy is unconditioned thought, it is self-standing knowing or gnosis. As Philosophy non-standard puts it, such a Gnosticism denotes the equality in principle of all knowledges, and its vision thereby strives to replace the struggle between thoughts with an equalizing, egalizer. The following chapter is designed to examine this unconditional egalitarianism through two models or tangents to Laruelle's enterprise, paraconsistent logic and hyperkinematic film editing, two phenomena that instantiate such an equalizing. The link between non-philosophy and editing is not being forced on us in virtue of our use of the 5 obstructions to introduce Laruelle, however. The references to the visual throughout his work are more than merely circumstantial, for there is an optics that is embedded in non-philosophy. Non-philosophy is not an intensified reduplication of philosophy, a metaphilosophy, but rather its simplification. It does not represent a change in scale with respect to philosophy, as though the latter was maintained for smaller elements. It is the same structure but in a more concentrated, more focused form. A more concentrated form, this is an idea of philosophical abstraction as physical concentration, which Laruelle also calls extraction, rather than higher-order representation. One might even conclude, then, that non-philosophy is the altered frame rate of philosophy, sampling it according to principles different than those of representation and decision. In Theorie des Identités, Laruelle describes an art of thought that would be a mutation in the conditions themselves of the optic of thought. Both film frame rates, as cuts and as captures, and paraconsistent thought are part of this mutation. In addition, though we will see that editing down to the level of discrete frames brings us to similar bedrock as paraconsistent logic, in that each deals with the limits of what can be seen and thought respectively, the specifically Laruellian concept that brings them together is that of philofiction. Just as man is another name for the real, so philofiction is another name for non-philosophy, though one that emphasizes more its association with art, and in particular the making of art from philosophical materials. It should be no surprise to note, however, that Laruelle cautions us over any mundane understanding of fiction as a form of misrepresentation. Fiction must no longer be thought as a mode of non-being, of the false, etc., but more positively as a mode of the non-one, no longer as a mode of philosophy, but as an effect of the riddle's unilaterality. It then stops being included and confined in the real, interpreted as being. Fiction is here divorced from its usual bedfellows, ontology and epistemology. What do I know to be real, / what is really knowing? Laruelle's fiction is not a position on the real, or, as he puts it himself, we see all things without ever objectifying or positing them. Position is a law of the world, not of the one real. This is what we call vision in one. Philofiction, also called fictional, is an experience rather than an ontological position. These forms must not be understood as its continuous modes, it is rather the fictional that must be thought as a new experience, very ordinary, but hidden from the eyes of philosophers and of the world, where fiction stops being the simple attribute of another activity and instead becomes a lived experience in the one in the last instance. Fiction is in itself a radical subjectivity and must be recognized as an autonomous experience before giving rise to technologically produced effects. If the real is experienced as nothing but real, then fiction, commensurately, must no longer belong to the order of the false, to a least real or non-being. And such a reconfiguration of fiction requires a rebellion against philosophy's authority over it. Fiction must no longer be subordinated to the judgments of philosophy. Instead, philosophy will be made to re-enter through fiction and be conceived as a mode of the radical experience of fabulation. As an avowedly utopian form of thought, the non-philosophical imperative is to hypothesize and construct a better place for the human. One of these experiences of fiction is of an a priori, but it is an a priori of the impossible, contra cripcus possibilist account. This experience of both fiction and the impossible will obviously be crucial to an introduction to non-philosophy in terms of both paraconsistent logic and cinematic storytelling, especially one operating on the cusp of fiction and non-fiction, as the Five Obstructions does. Laruelle clearly articulates the terms for this engagement in his Antibadiou. The real as a priori is impossible for logical contradiction, but it is in this way that it gives or makes visible originarily, that is to say, transforms, logical contradiction, and all those principles that Aristotle charged philosophy and the real with, as being and thought. Alongside the truths of fact and the logical truths that are the funds of philosophical commerce, transforming them by impossibilizing them, the real manifests necessary and impossible truths, truths whose impossibility is necessary. The real is impossible when it acts as other than particulate or a priori, it is the a priori of impossibility necessary to underdetermine or to transform the given world or the possible world, suspending the sufficiency of logical possibility, illegalizing legality without destroying it, putting into effect everywhere an impossibilization of functionings without annihilating them. Fiction, therefore, will be a key category for this chapter, but one that is non-consistent with misrepresentation and a philosophical epistemology predicated on being, an idea that will give us an initial motive to compare Laruelle with Alexius Meinong's non-ontological objects. And logic too will be central, but a discontinuous one that emerges from cinema's visualization of movement, a movement that some logicians, Graham Priest especially, have likened to paraconsistency, with the notion that a cinematic account of change is a form of realized contradiction. Performative realism, on Derrida. This chapter's first epigraph notes that, for all its apparent heterodoxy from the norms of reason, logic, or eidos, non-philosophy is not irrational and chaotic, being a rigorous thought in its own way. This rigor, we will see, is connected to fiction because it operates through an invention by fiction and rigor of philosophical possibles. But before engaging with the logic of fiction, we should first note the performative mode of logic, both consistent and inconsistent, that is largely operative in Laruelle's work. One must always remember, as performative, non-philosophy thereby exhausts itself as an immanent practice rather than as a program. Hence, one must ask what non-philosophy does, be it with philosophy or any other field, before asking what it is. Its being is its doing. This performative practice involves redecryptions or clones of philosophy alongside the real, or as Laruelle also puts it, the unlimited redecryption of vision in one itself. And there is a radical consistency to this, because non-philosophy treats itself equally with how it treats others as physical. This is another way of saying that it does what it says and says what it does, but it is also a way of underlining how non-philosophy equalizes, how it aspires to be egalitarian with itself. This non-reflexive, but performative, consistency is exemplified in Laruelle's renowned discussion with Jacques Derrida, held in connection with the publication of the former's Philosophies of Difference. In that book, Laruelle had faulted his former role model for not having been consistent in his critique of logocentrism and having established a new philosophical authority through the promotion of difference. What they once shared was the imperative to move away from philosophy qua logocentrism, even if complete escape was always impossible, or at least to dethrone it. Where they now differ is the degree to which one must utilize other means to enact this rebellion, and to what extent all thought not just classical logocentrism might be implicated as philosophical. So this encounter marks the moment when Derridean deconstruction met with Laruelle's post-deconstructive or non-Heideggerian deconstruction. Of most significance for us, their dispute highlights a difference between them as regards the nature of fiction, as well as that respecting the real. For Laruelle, fiction is not a literary or even linguistic genre into which philosophy can be subsumed, but a scientific philofiction that imposes upon philosophy a physical rather than a linguistic model. As fiction belongs to the real, any consistent attempt to literaturize philosophy must implicate itself as a performance within the real as well, irrespective of the bizarre outcomes that might follow. The post-structuralist turn in philosophy is often marked by Derrida's interventions of and, especially the lecture structure, sign, and play in the discourse of the human sciences in. Here certain positive terms of structuralism, such as law, science, and even structure itself, were put under the same differential analysis that structuralism had already applied to its classical objects: authorship, meaning, consciousness, history, and so on. Doing this left the primary status of structuralism's core concepts undecidable, thereby rendering structuralism's claim to be an objective science untenable. When structuralism turned on itself, and so mutated into post-structuralism, it still did so, however, in an avowedly reflective and reflexive mode of heightened self-awareness. Of course, this metatheoreticism is not amenable to Laruelle because non-philosophy is not an order of representation, higher or lower. That is why, for him, Derridean metaphilosophy is simply more philosophy, and no less so even when in its latter modes of literature as philosophy or theology. Even at its most transgressive, it still represents philosophy, literature, or religion through the exalted form of philosophy, which is the philosophical gesture par excellence. That, at least, is what Laruelle puts on the charge sheet against deconstruction. Is it reasonable, though, and is it actually consistent of him to have done so? The conflict between what Laruelle sees as Derrida's still all too philosophical work and his own mutation of it into performative practice, and so non-philosophy, will give us call to question whether Laruelle's logic of consistency is itself immune from non-philosophical mutation. It is certainly debatable whether Laruelle is fair to Derrida in seeing him tied to one definition of philosophy. All the same, one highly visible outcome from their dispute is that Derrida does come close to saying that, irrespective of what philosophy might be, Laruelle is practicing an impossible thought by any philosophical standards. And it is this notion of standards that Laruelle contests. To begin with, then, the following quotation is indicative of Derrida's general problem with non-philosophy. My first question, a big one, concerns the reality of this real which you constantly invoked in your talk. You oppose reality to a number of things, you oppose it to totality, it is not the whole, beings as a whole, and you also stressed its distinction from affectivity and possibility. The distinction between reality and possibility doesn't look all that surprising. But what is rather more surprising is when you oppose reality to philosophy. If we were to ask you in a classical manner, or in what you call the ontologico-Heideggerian manner, what is the reality of this real, and whether it is a specification of being, you would, I suppose, dismiss this type of question, which still belongs to the regime of ontologico-philosophical discourse, and even to its deconstruction, since it is easy to assimilate the latter to the former. Derrida here adopts the pose of the classical philosopher, assuming the pertinence of a certain kind of question, even to those who absolutely disagree with the view that philosophy can question everything. But given this pose, Derrida then goes on to ask Laruelle about the provenance of his idea of non-philosophy. If it does not come from philosophy itself, where does it come from? And to this provocation, Laruelle replied, I get it from the thing itself. This is as rigorous an answer I am able to give. Because the criterion for my discourse was a rigorously immanent or transcendental criterion, there is no other answer I can give. Here is the instance of bizarre, yet rigorous, consistency. If Laruelle is to avoid offering a sufficient, philosophical, reason for his account of the real, then he must abandon all discourse of accounts of in favor of performances that emanate directly from the real yet without representing it. He begins, as he puts it, directly from the one, which is to say from the most radical experience there is. You have to start from the real, otherwise you'll never get to it. Thought is not about the real, its putative substance, its identity, or its difference, rather, it is seen anew as aligned to the real in a non-representational manner. The real itself, of course, is absolutely indifferent to philosophy no less than it is indifferent to non-philosophy, understood as a thesis about the real. That is why non-philosophy must be understood as a performance that practices the real, a performative realism, so to speak, that sees all thoughts as equivalent, each one being as equally foreclosed to the real as the next. How Laruelle's practice might be evaluated as more performative than Derrida's given our earlier discussion of the immanent performativity of everything will be addressed in our final chapter. Unsurprisingly, the philosopher's reply to all this will be, how does he know? How does Laruelle know that non-philosophy thinks alongside the real, for example, rather than about it? As he acknowledges elsewhere, philosophical questions have to be asked, or at least they will be asked, their necessity is entirely philosophy's. How, for instance, is this exit of the one out of philosophy possible, this detachment of the real from the metaphysical will? To this Laruelle responds by saying that there is no scientific and dualitary answer to this question, that is, there can be no non-philosophical answer to a question posed philosophically. And demanding a philosophical response, which would be, of course, that it is impossible to exit radically from the circle of unitary philosophy, because the real, at least half, difference, is comprised by philosophy, and because philosophy's decision is the riddle's co-production. Philosophy holds all the keys to the exit doors and keeps them locked. Naturally, Derrida does not see Laruelle's realism in these non-philosophical terms. Instead, he views it as a species of trickery. Here, all of a sudden, I said to myself, he's trying to pull the trick of the transcendental on us again, the trick of auto-foundation, auto-legitimation, at the very moment when he claims to be making a radical break. From Derrida's vantage point, Laruelle speaks like a philosopher, thinks like a philosopher, and so is a philosopher. The indictment against Laruelle is that he is guilty of either self-deception or philosophical disingenuousness, as indeed Laruelle then acknowledges in his next response. I have to tell you that this is an absolutely standard, normal, common objection. It is always the one people put to me first. You use philosophy in order to talk about something which you claim is not philosophical. Listen. The objection is so fundamental that it is tantamount to indicting me of a crude, rudimentary self-contradiction. It is entirely obvious that I allow myself the right, the legitimate right, to use philosophical vocabulary non-philosophically. Yes, Laruelle uses terms like transcendental non-philosophically, that is, extracted from their transcendent and representational usage, they are performed or enacted to give them a new status and produce a different experience. And doing so also ensures that Laruelle does not fall into self-contradiction, since I take as indissociably given from the outset a certain use of language, which is not that of the Logos, and the one which founds it. I do not contradict myself, I do not relapse into philosophical contradiction. Yet we should also note this telltale reference to philosophical contradiction again, as Laruelle equally claims that I absolutely do not overturn philosophy. Were I claiming to overthrow it, it would be a pointless gesture, a zero-sum game. The entire enterprise would then be contradictory. These references to non-contradiction, one of the three tenets of classical logic and philosophy, beg the question as to what kind of non-standard non-contradiction, if any, might be in play here, and so also what other kinds of consistency. Might there be types of the two such that non-philosophy, to be itself, must not and cannot argue along the old lines that invoke a requisite degree of internal rigor or consistency as though these were neutral, one-size-fits-all ideals? Picking up from our last discussion of this inconsistent rigor in the, we are led to a number of questions. Are rigor, consistency, and non-contradiction philosophically fixed and transcendent, or are they mutable? Is it judicious of Laruelle to insist on non-philosophy being consistent throughout his work? Indeed, is his insistence on consistency or rigor in formal argument a legacy from philosophy that he cannot do without? Furthermore, is Laruelle being consistently non-philosophical in his constant valuation of consistency? That philosophy adopts a singular consistent approach to consistency is all too evident to Laruelle. It is a habit of philosophers, philosophies of difference tells us, of somewhat artificially raising problems of doctrinal coherence in order to give oneself the function and the benefit of resolving them. There were no contradictions. See how good and clever I am, how I have saved this author. There is an insurmountable contradiction, see how I know the author better than he himself, how I myself am a good author, more Kantian than Kant, more Spinozist than Spinoza. In order to avoid this Samaritan poison, we will postulate immediately that all these authors are not only systematic but taken in their totality coherent up to the point of their sometimes unbridled manner of making difference play. We will posit their internal rigor in order better to reject them globally. The philosophers who make difference play Nietzsche, Deleuze, Heidegger, and Derrida were the subject of philosophies of difference in. Yet 5 years later, Laruelle could write in Entente that non-philosophers are not anti-philosophers. They are without doubt more Spinozist than Spinoza, more Nietzschean than Nietzsche, and perhaps also more Heideggerian than Heidegger, etc. Consequently, the question that has to be asked is whether Laruelle himself is trying to be more Derridian than Derrida. Is the rigor and consistency that pushes the logic of antilogocentrism to its absolute end in Laruelle's practice not itself a fall into a peculiar self-contradiction of his own making, hoist by his own petard, so to speak? This demand is certainly a standard kind of philosophical retort, seeing any consistency, even of inconsistency, as uniform and uniformly applicable and, thereby, self-annihilating or suicidal. Such a strange inconsistency as Laruelle's, concerning consistency, might be assuaged, however, through a typing process that would hypothesize different types of non-contradiction and consistency at work here too. Of course, it is difficult to deny that an ongoing condition of any thought is the desire to avoid contradiction, even at a meta-level, in the consistent implementation of inconsistency as a value, for example. Alternatively, though, one could also question whether Laruelle's suicidal logic is one and the same throughout its enactment or performance. It might be that this very act of Laruelle, the suicide bomber that mimes Derrida, is actually necessary qua performative gesture because it could also force the creation of new forms of consistency through its performance. The logic is suicidal or autodestructive, but it can also be seen as creative, explosively so, as we will learn, when it forces another way of envisioning Laruelle's acts beyond the usual judgments of arrogance, naivete, self-deception, or disingenuousness. When non-philosophy is turned around to look at its own key term of consistency, in a non-philosophical mode, it will then be to inflate its meaning and so also the meaning of non-philosophy. Or rather, when it performs consistency in a non-philosophical mode, as a more focused image, of philosophy, it thereby generates new forms of consistency, which we might label paraconsistencies, so long as that term is not understood to be solely reducible to classical logic. The threat of precisely that reduction occurring will be examined in the following. A photographic tangent, thinking, fast and slow, the 12 frames obstruction. The topic of consistency toward philosophy with which we have begun this chapter is both an echo of earlier philosophical encounters in Laruelle's career, in the present case, Derrida, and the release of the topic into a non-philosophical context, a consistency that is thought without philosophy. we will eventually investigate whether there is any originality in such a liberated version of the concept when it is compared with theories of paraconsistency in contemporary logic. Our aim, though, will neither be to resist a subsumption of non-philosophy into that logic nor to extol the discovery of a model in logic for it. Rather, it is the idea that paraconsistent logic can be materialized, that it is a material, like all thought, that can act as another to non-philosophy. And we will arrive at this material view of logic through cinema, in particular, the technologies of photographic capture and editing. Certainly Laruelle's own concept of non-photography is first posited against any standard philosophy of the photograph. Photography must be delivered from its philosophical interpretations, he declares. There is a radical experience of photography its own a priori that must be recovered from beneath the layers of mediation cast over it by 2 centuries of philosophy of art. Indeed, the non-philosophical thinking that belongs to photography is what Laruelle gestures to throughout the concept of non-photography, for photography, when we think it, also thinks, and this is why it does not think like philosophy. Laruelle's usual task of discerning all the philosophical hybrids, correlations, or empirico-transcendental doublets blocking our view of the real can also be found in philosophy's overbearing relationship with photography. If we wish simply to describe or think the essence of photography, it is from this hybrid of philosophy as transcendental photography that we must deliver ourselves, so as to think the photographical outside every vicious circle, on the basis of a thinking and perhaps of a shot absolutely and right from the start divested of the spirit of photography. By contrast with the circular attempts to photograph photography, the philosopher as self-portrait of the photographer, we are offered a non-philosophical exercise in describing it as a thinking. Photography is a technique that simulates science, offering us the same flat and depth thinking, strictly horizontal and without depth, that is the experience of scientific knowledge. As its own purely transcendental science, the photo feels like those flat, areflexive, ultra-objective thoughts that are a discovery of scientific modernity. In fact, it was such flat, irreflective thinking as this that enabled both the non-Euclidean and the non-Newtonian mutations in geometry and physics. Photography, then, shorn of the philosophical aesthetics it must so often endure, is a science, a non-philosophy, and it makes real discoveries. To be sure, Laruelle is not the only person to say that photography must divest itself of philosophical aesthetics. Willem Flusser's work also comes to mind, but the broader context in which he says it, involving the radical inversion whereby photography might change philosophy too, is strikingly different. If one purpose of the concept of non-photography is to relieve photography of its philosophical residues, then one of these residues must be the representationalist fallacy. Thought is about X, images are about Y for common sense, and still for the philosophical regime, an image is an image of. A photo is a photo of. But for non-photography the photo is no longer of an object, it is its own reality, it photographs, or puts in photo, the real. Hence Laruelle seeks an a priori photographic content being in photo. This is the most materially abstracted, simplified, or condensed aspect of what he calls the photographicity of photography. And this photographicity, or being in photo, is a pre-analogical or pre-predicative semblance, one that stems neither from iconic manifestation nor from pragmatics or the norms that make of the photo a visual index, but from the photo's non-specular manifestation of identity. In other words, the thinking of photography, or shot, is not constructed by an extension of a philosophical model of thought, in its illustration through a photograph. Rather, it is native, or immanent to the photo, and is only discovered by a non-philosophical stance or posture toward it. One of the a prioris for cinema, that is, one of the perceptual constants that allows it to exist at all, is the frame rate of capture and projection. Below a projection rate of 18 frames a second, scene movement is not seen at all. Instead, and depending on the slowness of speed, what is seen is a set of phenomena ranging from one still photograph replacing another to a flickering melange of still images. At about 18 frames a second and above, however, smooth movement is seen. With the of sound into cinema from onward, 24 frames a second became the standard projection rate to provide both scene movement and sufficient sound quality. Images can be captured at various speeds, of course through slow or fast cranking, but the projection rate is a less plastic condition if we, or at least neurotypical Homo sapiens, want to see certain reality effects. Editing is another cinematic a priori inasmuch as certain maxima, long takes with no cuts, and minima, cuts every n number of frames, are involved in what allows us to discern figures, movements, and even story. Above a maximum, and one has no cuts at all, just a one-take film such as Alexander Sokurov's Russian Ark. This upper limit is benign enough in terms of individual films because all of them do have at least one cut, at the very end. Without it, we would not have a film at all. The lower limit, however, is far more influential, with edits that can reach the level of single frame numbers and thereby render films unwatchable. One might call the first obstruction that Lars von Trier sets Jürgen Leth, therefore, an impossible a priori. The demand is that he must cut his film such that no single edit lasts longer than 12 frames, or half a second, at the normal rate of projection. By comparison, the average shot length for a highly kinetic contemporary film like The Bourne Ultimatum, is seconds. Moreover, as Barry Salt's cinemetric studies have shown, the average shot length for films in the golden age of Hollywood, the SNS, was between 9 and 10 seconds. Cinematic time has evidently accelerated since then, but it would seem that von Trier is simply being sadistic in his demand for a remake of The Perfect Human at such a visually incomprehensible rate. The others parts of the obstruction are not so onerous. The questions that the original short asks, what is this human doing, how does he move, and so on, have to be answered in the remake. The film must be shot in Cuba, where Leth has never been, and finally, Leth cannot use a set for the film, as he says he would have preferred. It is the stipulation of 12 frame cuts that is least possible in all of this. Indeed, von Trier believes that this demand will ensure that The Perfect Human is ruined, and he will have thereby fulfilled his agenda to push Leth from the perfect to the human. We should note that this positions Leth as the philosopher, in quasi-Laruellian terms, one who distances himself from ordinary humanity in favor of perfection, an orientation that von Trier aims to reverse. Von Trier states that he ultimately wishes to banalize Leth, and his work, and the imposition of a basic psychophysical limit would appear to work well in this respect. As Leth remarks, it's completely insane. No edit more than frames long. It's totally destructive. He's ruining it from the start. It'll be a spastic film. Naturally, von Trier chose this constraint enough of a challenge for any filmmaker in the full knowledge that this would be particularly difficult for Leth on account of his realist preference for long takes in his own work. This is his soft spot. For Leth, the part of a film I enjoy the most is when one can feel time flow through a single scene. There should always be room for time. A film should breathe naturally. In his project to destroy The Perfect Human, von Trier has done his best here to eliminate this time, yet without going all the way to a film of still images like Chris Marker's La Jetée. Metjort detects von Trier's strategy in this obstruction as follows. The aim, more precisely, is systematically to target some of the discernible regularities that are likely to figure centrally in any style description associated with Leth. A particular use of the long take is, as Leth himself points out, a recurrent feature of his filmmaking practice, an expression of his philosophy of time, and a reflection of the creative influence that other artists have had on him. John Cage's ideas are reflected in the confidence I invest in the long take, where the contemplation of time and events within a single frame goes on for quite a while. In the 12-frame shot, film does not breathe so much as hyperventilate. And yet, in the final product, Leth's ingenuity comes to the fore once again. As Murray Smith describes it, Leth edits together shots in forward and reverse motion, overcoming the frame limitation to create the impression of smooth, sinuous motion. Sometimes each cut brings a new image, either due to its subject matter changing from a city to a room to a face, and so on, or more often simply by cutting in between mostly medium shots, close-ups, and extreme close-ups of the same subject, which is normally a man or a woman performing one or other action. Most frequent of all, however, shot size and subject are both maintained, but the cuts loop back and forth within one action to create a quasi-movement, albeit one with myriad tiny jump cuts throughout. In terms of content, the recurrent motifs are variations on the themes of smoking, shaving, and falling. With much emphasis placed on a male performer who adopts a series of poses comprising multiple shots, each of which is no more than half a second in duration. Some scenes have a continuous jazz score, others have a more stop-start musical accompaniment. Throughout, nobody with apparent Parkinson's disease features in the film, nor is there the impression that the cinematographer is spastic. Rather, the film gains its strange identity of hyperkinetic movement through constant reiteration of the smallest elements. Leth is pleased with himself and the result he has created for von Trier. We've got things under control. The frames are a paper tiger. And even von Trier has to congratulate him, the frames were a gift. It was like watching an old Leth film. Though he also comments that one always feels furious when it turns out that there are solutions. Paisley Livingston is equally impressed by Leth's solution to the challenge. Rapid editing is a clever response to an externally imposed and perfectly arbitrary rule. Looped or repeated shots constitute an ingenious way of obeying the rule while thwarting its limitations, allowing rhythmic editing with short and longer shots constructed through iteration of relatively static shots not longer than frames. The first and most obvious analog for non-philosophy in all this is the equality imposed on the film by this editing restriction. Akin to the equality of notes in musical serialism, the equality of shot length, all are at most 12 frames, is a material implementation of democracy, though it is one that the director, and his editors, discovered when pushed by necessity. Normally, of course, the director is allowed the freedom to pace his or her film edits according to a set of significations that arise from the demands of either the narrative or some aesthetic objective. Here the shot length is equalized, or rendered banal, to use von Trier's term. Leth gets around the banality or ordinariness that might have ensued from such equality with his own aesthetic skill so that a certain quasi-pacing of different durations is restored. And, no doubt, even if Leth had been unable to achieve this, he might have created visual inequalities, and interest, through the remaining devices left to him: image composition, color, and sound. All the same, the notion of what constitutes an instant is forcibly destandardized. As Leth admits in an interview after the release of The Five Obstructions, I find it very inspiring to think about what I call the instant, the idea of time as an almost liquid substance. There are these instants that pass and they have to be captured and framed. Leth, of course, understands the instant in terms of a long take, a habit that von Trier tries to recondition by reducing the instant to a more literal half-second. The tradition that such temporal realism emerges from, though, is Bazinian. André Bazin, himself a champion of the long take and critic of excessive montage, held that the narrative unit is not the episode, the event, the sudden turn of events, or the character of its protagonists, it is the succession of concrete instants of life, no one of which can be said to be more important than another, for their ontological equality destroys drama at its very basis. For Laruelle, though, it is neither the short nor the long take, quaduration, that does or does not capture the real. It is the idea that any one absolute formula, philosophical or photographic, could ever capture anything that he disputes. Indeed, a philosophy of fiction and of the possible, one that posits both as respectively unreal and prior to the real, only understands thought as enduring a speed and a slowness that are absolute from the outset. By contrast, in what Laruelle calls the law of fiction or the production of the possible, time can accelerate and must be passed through diachronically, step by step, necessarily with a wild speed. It is the variance that counts, not because, again, difference captures the real, this would be a Deleuzian cinema theory, but because no one time can ever capture the real, and this is equally true of all, this is their democracy of varying instants. There is neither one nor many psychophysical laws that succeed as laws. But there is a multitude of such laws that can become non-philosophical objects or materials. This connection between philofiction and variable, non-absolute speeds of thought merits further investigation. It is notable, in fact, that Murray Smith turns to David Bordwell in his discussion of the 5 obstructions as editing, specifically with reference to this alteration of its basic element. It is this theme and variation structure that bestows on the film its strongly if not decisively formalist character. David Bordwell has proposed the term parametric for films which make the systematic attention to and variation of style a primary focus, a parameter being any dimension of style, shot scale, editing rhythm, film score, for example, which can be systematically varied. One of the enabling conditions for such parametric form, according to Bordwell, is banality of theme. Oddly enough, though, Smith does not connect von Trier's stated aim to banalize a great work of film, The Perfect Human, with Bordwell's view that all such parametric films, inasmuch as they operate at a meta-level to focus the viewer's attention on form over narrative content, are thematically banal as a result. Bordwell's own view is that parametric films function by overt contrast with the standard form of cinema, which has become the classical Hollywood narrative work over the last 70 years or so. For Bordwell is an essentialist, films fit into 2 general categories of norm and transgression, and he rejects the idea that there is nothing cognitively or metaphysically fixed about the conventions of cinema. No less than Laruelle connects philofictional thought with variable speeds, so too Bordwell links classical Hollywood editing to thought. Here, though, it is to a forced thought based on the rate and manner of inferences made by the viewer in response to the visual stimuli in any one film. When Antonioni or Ozu dwells upon a locale that characters have left, or when Dreyer insists upon a character's slow walk across a parlor, the viewer must readjust his or her expectation, reset the scale of significance to be applied to the CAJ story organization, and perhaps play with a more open set of alternative schemata. Rhythm in narrative cinema comes down to this: by forcing the spectator to make inferences at a certain rate, the narration governs what and how we infer. Some of these inferences are produced in a top-down direction, through the viewer's own speculations, so to speak. Others are hardwired and generate more predictable thoughts. In either case, both bottom-up and top-down processing are inferential in that perceptual s about the stimulus are drawn, often inductively, on the basis of premises furnished by the data, by internalized rules, or by prior knowledge. As Bordwell's narrative in fiction film asserts, the Hollywood story is the product of a series of particular schemata, hypotheses, and inferences. When it comes to editing in particular, Bordwell's approach is extremely instructive. All of the films I have picked out contain passages of rapid editing, and some present shots only 1 frame long. Often this technique is motivated by violent action or by tense emotional confrontations. The rapidly cut battle scene or police attack is a convention of these works in early Soviet cinema. Just as often, though, accelerated rhythmic editing functions as the narration's instrument. Fast cutting not only embodies causal climaxes but creates rhetorical ones. Any rapidly cut sequence becomes ipso facto significant, not least because fast cutting tends, paradoxically, to stretch out the CAJ duration devoted to an episode. For the spectator, rapid editing is the most self-conscious effort of the rhetorical narration to control the pace of hypothesis formation. We have repeatedly seen that any rapid flow of fabula information, the unorganized story, via editing or other means, compels the spectator to make simple, all-or-nothing choices about story construction. Under the pressure of time, certainly long before half a second, we must give up trying to predict the next image and simply accept what we are given. For shots longer than half a second, spectators are less passive and able to apply rhetorical and narrative schemata according to prototypical units such as battle, strike rally, or police attack, for instance. Ironically, their decisions are generated by the material. Shorter than that, and we are in the grip of the film entirely. The idea that thought itself might have a velocity will strike many as odd, perhaps. How many thoughts can one have before breakfast? Or in a second? Are complex thoughts slower or faster than simple ones, leaving aside what makes any simple or complex? How long does it take one to draw a? For Gilbert Ryle, for instance, this type of talk is nonsense. Inferring is not used to denote either a slowish or a quickish process. I began to deduce, but had no time to finish is not the sort of thing that can significantly be said. A person may be quick or slow to reach London, solve an anagram or checkmate the opposing king, but reaching a, like arriving in London, solving an anagram and checkmating the king, is not the sort of thing that can be described as gradual, quick, or instantaneous. By contrast, Deleuze and Guattari do attach speed to thinking, when discussing concepts in what is philosophy, but only with the more plausible, though ultimately no less fanciful, notion that thought operates at an infinite speed. This has been literalized in the work of Deleuzians like William E. Connolly, who also argue for a range of velocities of thought, often with evidence taken from neuroscience. Bernard Stiegler similarly talks of intelligence as a type of mobility, a singular relation of space and time, which must be thought from the standpoint of speed, as its decompositions. But one does not have to be a philosopher to believe that thinking might come in fast and slow variations. Perhaps the oddness here lies mostly in thinking that such speeds could be measurable at all, rather than that they simply have a kind of pace. Yet Bordwell's cognitivist variation on this theme is indeed to link inferential thought to the measurable speed of its raw input or stimuli. The faster the pace of the filmic material, its editing, the more the inferential processes must be carried out automatically, bottom up. At half a second, and even long before it, we must give up trying to predict the next image and simply accept what we are given. In Leth's remake of The Perfect Human in half seconds, however, something more than simply automated thought occurs. In Bordwell's terms, its transgressive, accelerationist cutting highlights its own status as an art film. On one Laruelle level, its almost complete equality of shot lengths, at least according to von Trier's original intent to banalize Leth, created a democracy of instants, a serial film where no shot is allowed to speak louder than any other. Leth got around this constraint, however, and therewith restored a number of narrative values and inequalities as well. And yet, a second Laruelle dimension occurs at just this moment. For Bordwell, thought, qua pace of inference, follows film, qua rhythm of editing. But Bordwell's essentialism determines that certain kinds of inferences, those maintained by the tenets of cognitivism, are fundamental, and are indeed those that classical Hollywood filmmaking elicits more successfully than any other cinematic tradition. To put it in the simplest terms, Hollywood caters best for the brain's default inferential system. Anything that transgresses its norms, art film, tends to be enjoyed at a formal, meta level only, that is, at the level that brings attention to the banality of the film qua film itself, rather than at the level of a narrative content that the brain is actually designed to enjoy. Consequently, Bordwell's essentialism is naturalistic. Now, we can imagine a non-philosophical rendering of Bordwell's position without great difficulty. The real of film is made to conform to one theory, cognitivist philosophy. To invert this, we would have to see the real of film as foreclosed to any one theory, because each theory world is immanent to it, equally. Each theory world, concept of film, can be as fast or as slow as one wants, for theory and film are made for and by each other, or rather, they are the two sides of those philosophies that mediate the real of film in various ways. Seen through this inversion, one could just as well say that film speed is a kind of thinking, or at least the picture of a thinking, and that a parametric film thinks at a certain non-standard frame rate. Film is materialized and made to think in one and the same gesture. The speed of thought becomes the speed of cutting, but not as an input for human inferences, but as its own non-human form of thought. In this sense, Leth's restoration of value, and inequality, in the remakes also reverse engineers the very genesis of the cinema in Edouard Muybridge and Etienne Jules Méry's proto-filmic experiments, that decomposed animal movement into poses. Using his own half-second poses, Leth recreates a quasi-movement too. In addition, he thereby actually replicates the film projection apparatus, that generates movement from still photographs, in his filmmaking practice. Of course, we can tutorize this process further and set aside Leth's genius. Was not the first remake partly von Trier's idea too? Weren't Leth's editors, Camilla Skousen and Morten Hajabjig, also instrumental in the work, and so on? Taking this orientation to its radical end, what finally counts is this, what we call the film object beyond any specific theory of who authors what thinks. There is indeed a logic attaching to the speed of film thought, a logic that relates to frames per shot as well as the frame rate of projection. This would be a physicalized logic that renders abstraction, and the local a prioris of cinema, its perceptual constancies of scene movement, as speeds of extraction, or cuts. This notion of physical extraction close to Laruelle's own use of the abstract, as we will see, will also be linked to his paraconsistent logic on two grounds in the second half of this chapter. First, the equality of cuts in flattened editing creates a democracy of thoughts, however minuscule each decision or cut is, that juxtaposes, or superposes, contradictory positions. Second, the very notion of consistency is multiplied in material fashion, such that it now operates as both practice, doing what one says/saying what one does, and as the physical manner in which poses are held, or edited, together, consistency from consistere, to stand still, together. The physical has multiple consistencies, and logics, all its own, as seen in the continuity of a scene, or an argument, which is never perfectly smooth but always has jump cuts, or leaps of logic, of varying dimension, some of them more perceptible than others. The visual metaphors of logic are neither ornamental nor rhetorical, in other words. Sayings that describe formal logic as a snapshot of thought or an X-ray of reason can be given a literalist makeover that takes these metaphors seriously. After all, Milik Kapik has shown long ago that, despite the seemingly imageless nature of modern mathematics, there remain subtle and elusive elements of spatiality even in the most abstract mathematical and logical thought. The metaphorical status of logical space in Wittgenstein's Tractatus, for example, is clearly open to interrogation on this account. If it is merely a metaphor, why has the particular metaphor of space been chosen and been so effective? According to Kapik, there is a perfect isomorphism between physical atomism and the logical atomism of Wittgenstein. The objects of Tractatus are as immutable, discontinuous, indivisible, and simple as the indivisible and homogeneous particles of classical physics. In both kinds of atomism, change is reduced to the changing configurations of these ultimate units. In what follows, then, a different kind of visual space will be explored, one that offers up the most far-reaching thought about logical identity, consistency, and contradiction, and that operates alongside what it calls a cinematic account of change. It is comparable with what the concept of non-photography describes as the real identity of the photo, a non-decisional self-identity. The photo itself communicates the effect and the experience of flat thought, which is why Laruelle maintains that the photo is an emergent, novel representation, a discovery, and that it precedes photography. Its identity is neither classical, a logical X or Y, nor a synthesis of ground and form, of horizon and object, of sign and thing, of signifier and signified. Flatness equals democracy and equality in art and thought, when seen in one. Flat thought also disallows any disparity between one fundamental domain, philosophy, and other regional ones, photography, cinema, performance. As Laruelle states in Principles of Non-Philosophy in reference to the great schisms in Kant's first critique, one of the particular effects of this transcendental democratization and generalization is that logic, as elsewhere the aesthetic itself, escapes the disjunction of intellectual or sensible forms. A non-Kantian cinema, then, no longer has to choose between intellectuality and sensibility. Like non-philosophy, it can be both. Logical contradiction and real identity, inside Meinong's jungle. If there is a logic of identities, and moreover an identity of logic or of the symbols of thought, it is transcendental in the pure or rigorous sense where we have understood it. Laruelle's rigor is his radical consistency of practice, hence, as this quotation declares, it is the identity of logic that is as much in play as any logic of identities, and taken together, they must thereby mutate, understanding the transcendental as a transvaluation. From this perspective, logic has its own objectal identity, but one that shifts and so is multiple. The identity between philosophy and cinema, for example, is material and real, involving cuts as one example, there will be others. Rather than solely involving the classical logical relation of A equals A, cinema being philosophical, as if both were themselves immutably self-identical, it is the real identity of what Laruelle sometimes calls force, of vision, or what he later calls idempotency. Idempotency in mathematics and computing is a feature of repeated operations that do not result in anything additional to their first implementation. A plus A equals A is idempotent, that is, a non-summative addition. Likewise, on this view, cinema plus philosophy equals thought, equally but differently, and so non-summatively, they do not add together to give us the real or something closer to the real, but are rather equally part of the real by not giving it to us. Where real identity differs, then, from a singular logical identity is in the varying physical forms it takes. And this is true of Laruelle's work too. Consistency in non-philosophy is not classically or logically identical throughout, which would be a failing in Laruellian terms. It is really identical, that is, it is non-consistent in the sense of performing a broadened, paraconsistent notion of consistency. This makes Laruelle non-Aristotelian in a conspicuous fashion. And as J.C. Beale informs us, in this matter at least, such a position still remains heretical within philosophy at large. The classic source of much thought about contradiction comes from Aristotle's book Gamma of the Metaphysics. To this day, many of Aristotle's views have been widely rejected, the conspicuous exception, despite the work of Dancy and Lukasiewicz, are his views on contradiction. That no contradiction is true remains an entrenched unassailable dogma of Western thought, or so one would think. Nevertheless, Beale goes on to note that more recently, due in no small measure to progress in paraconsistent logic, the unassailable dogma has been assailed. Graham Priest is one of the heretics who has begun the assault on this dogma. The idea that affirming a contradiction leads to triviality, ex contradictione quod labet, anything follows from a contradiction, is itself, he argues, a tenet that needs to be challenged. Logic needs to evolve, as indeed it already does in other ways. The history of logic, too, bears out the fact that the fallibility of logical theory is no mere theoretical possibility. Our current logical theory has a relatively recent origin. It has been accepted for less than a century, and is very different from its predecessor, Aristotelian logic. It is not even consistent with it. For example, the theories are inconsistent on the question of the existential import of the A form, and on their analyses of relations. The first modern to discover the truth in contradiction was, of course, Alexius Meinong, whose Gegenstands theory of objects, allowed for such hypothetic exotica as square circles and perpetual motion. Non-existent items can still be objects, he affirmed, albeit the objects of an act of intentionality rather than as some notionally external thing. He was here still following the neo-Aristotelian stance of his teacher Franz Brentano. Prompted initially by debates in the psychology of play and make-believe, Meinong began developing his theory of objects outside being, as Peter Simons dubs it, in reaching its programmatic statement in. Contradictory entities are objects, but not because they actually exist or have being, sen. It is because they have properties, socien, or being so, that we can talk about, even if only because in order to know that there is no round square, I must make a judgment about the round square. Actual being or existence is not the be-all and end-all for Meinong. Now it would accord very well with the aforementioned prejudice in favor of existence to hold that we may speak of a socian only if a sen is presupposed. There would, indeed, be little sense in calling a house large or small, a region fertile or unfertile, before one knew that the house or the land does exist, has existed, or will exist. However, the very science from which we were able to obtain the largest number of instances counter to this prejudice shows clearly that any such principle is untenable. As we know, the figures with which geometry is concerned do not exist. Nevertheless, their properties, and hence their socian, can be established. Doubtless, in the area of what can be known merely a posteriori, a claim as to socian will be completely unjustifiable if it is not based on knowledge of a sen. It is equally certain that a socian which does not rest on a sen may often enough be utterly lacking in natural interest. None of this alters the fact that the socian of an object is not affected by its nixane. Meinong is here talking about abstract, mathematical objects. Alongside actually existing objects, humans, horses, cats, there are various other kinds of objects that do not exist but that we can still think and talk about. Some of them are abstract, circles, sets, numbers, some of them are fictional, Sherlock Holmes, Pegasus, Schrödinger's cat as an imaginary example, some of them, an even smaller number, are contradictory. Round squares, God as necessary freedom, Schrödinger's cat as both dead and alive. But the properties of these last objects are, irrespective of their nixane, not being. Roderick Chisholm further explains this strange idea as follows. The two basic theses of Meinong's theory of objects, Gegenstands theory, are, there are objects that do not exist and, every object that does not exist is yet constituted in some way or other and thus may be made the subject of true predication. Traditional metaphysics treats of objects that exist as well as of those that merely subsist, bestahen, but, having a prejudice in favor of the real, tends to neglect those objects that have no kind of being at all. Hence, according to Meinong, there is need for a more general theory of objects. Everything is an object, whether or not it is thinkable. If an object happens to be unthinkable, then it is something having at least the property of being unthinkable, and whether or not it exists or has any other kind of being. Every object has the characteristics it has whether or not it has any kind of being. In short, the socian, character, of every object is independent of its sen, being. This doctrine of assertion of the independence of socian from sen is sometimes misinterpreted by saying that it involves recourse to a third type of being in addition to existence and subsistence. Meinong's point, however, is that such objects as the round square have no type of being at all. They are homeless objects, to be found not even in Plato's heaven. The fact, no matter how odd, is that we can talk about the different features of square circles and square squares. It is not pure non-signifying noise. In which case, what are we talking about? As Francisco Miro Quesada explains in Does Metaphysics Need a Non-Classical Logic? Most authors, like Russell, Quine, and others, consider that inexistent objects are always the same, the null set. But this belief cannot be accepted because there are non-existing objects that can be perfectly well differentiated. The traits that distinguish the Olympian god Zeus are completely different from the traits that determine the hippogriff. These homeless objects, from Zeus through Sherlock Holmes to round squares, exist in what was first described by William C. Neal as Meinong's jungle. Other pejorative descriptions for the Austrian philosopher and his views refer to the unspeakable Meinong or the horrors of Meinong's jungle. In his famous essay on What There Is, W.V. O'Quine likens the jungle to a slum, presumably a step up from being homeless. Using a caricature of Meinong, Wyman, he asserts that his overpopulated universe is in many ways unlovely. It offends the aesthetic sense of us who have a taste for desert landscapes, but this is not the worst of it. Wyman's slum of possibles is a breeding ground for disorderly elements. By a free gene therapy of individual concepts, some effort might be made at rehabilitation, but I feel we'd do better simply to clear Wyman's slum and be done with it. The philosophical distaste for this democracy of objects that does not bow down to the authority of ontology, a commitment to what there is obvious. For Quine, as Priest points out, that which exists is that over which one can quantify, and that's that. By contrast, Richard Sylvan thinks of the jungle as much more than a desert, or quantity survey. It is full of beauty and complexity, richness and value. It is not the world of fear, danger, and chaos popularly imagined and repeatedly portrayed by Hollywood, but a complex, beautiful, and valuable biological community which obeys discoverable ecological laws. Indeed, Priest, following Sylvan, believes that one must posit impossible worlds to do full justice to Meinong's views, with the idea that, contra Russell, Quine et al., every term denotes something. But is this egalitarianism comparable to Laruelle's democratic real? Yes and no. Laruelle's real is indeed democratic toward entities almost to the point of being anarchic, a kind of chaos or kara, standing against the ontological arches of philosophy. Everything is water, or fire, or difference. Against such encyclopedic thinking come diffusion and leveling. Every encyclopedia will be dispersed, and dispersed by a chaos of identities rather than disseminated or differed by a new encyclopedia. Laruelle is, moreover, highly aware that the main argument of philosophers against non-philosophy is its ultimate freedom of bad chaos, the precariousness of the arbitrary, the insane anarchy of whatever conceptual aggregations. All the same, the psychologistic nature of Meinong's theory is one obstacle to an equation with Laruelle, even when pared down to the most abstract concept of intentionality. The anarchy of Laruelle's real is non-intentional, that is, it is not due to the waywardness of any representational model of relativism. Anything goes because nothing is real. Instead, it is an immanent democracy that equalizes all thoughts as real. As Laruelle puts it, the old problem of the possibility of knowledge is resolved not by the appeal to a transcendental subject or a ground, but by the being foreclosed of the real to knowledge, of every object to its knowledge, a being foreclosed which does not render knowledge possible but determines it. There are comparable traits between Meinong and Laruelle, however. Everything has a standing in the real, no matter how idiotic or illusory, and that includes the hallucinations of philosophical authority as well. Even references to what is unthinkable, which then at least has the property of being unthinkable, actually denote what Laruelle would have once called a residual object, an object that gathers myriad discourses together. But the language of reference and denotation is actually too transcendent for Laruelle. The intentional object is not a representation, it is the object at a distance from the real. It is the radical immanence of the real that renders everything real. We begin with the real rather than either a mind or a logic still accountable to classical philosophy. On the other hand, the vision in one is not an intuition or the givenness of an object. Not a givenness, but a given without givenness, such that the I equals I, at its limit, signifies a givenness without given or a position without posed. Nor an object, which is to say a given through phenomenological distance, it excludes any transcendence from itself. It is neither a substance nor an act, but an identity whose entire consistency is inherence or immanence, to itself. Each thing, object, being, life, process, denotes itself alone. As a consequence, no philosophy, qua thought of the real, can undo its own transcendent pose, can reverse its self-imposed distance from the real. So, for example, where Priest forwards the liar paradox as both the greatest paradox in antiquity and a contradictory object for modern logic, from the non-philosophical perspective he misses the true target. A man says that he is lying. Is what he says true or false? For Laruelle, the paradox must be generalized. It is philosophy that always lies, not merely in this special case of paradox. When discussing what he calls the last antinomy in his essay I, the philosopher, am lying, a reply to Deleuze, Laruelle asserts that philosophy is always deceptive as regards saying what it does and doing what it says. We are now ready to formulate the final problem. If this book What is Philosophy? Proclaims, more naively than ever before, philosophy's idealist lie, and if it is philosophical par excellence, this is its naivete, is it truly capable of telling this lie, or is it lying once more? Does this double lie constitute a new truth, or simply a new abyss for truth? Let us give the paradox of epimetaphysics a slightly more interesting form by generalizing it. I, the philosopher, am lying as the paradox of all possible paradoxes. In order to dissolve this antinomy, which is more powerful than others, would not a radical, absolutely transcendental concept of science be necessary, rather than a weak and logical concept of thought as science? Philosophy's avidity for life and joy inclines towards the grave. It is a premature birth kept alive only through artificial means, an abortion that draws life from those who identify themselves with it. It needs this identification to survive. But we who provide it with life, will we one day be capable of no longer lying in the name of survival and of recognizing what is in fact the case, that we continually judge survival in the name of life? Philosophy, even at its least judgmental as with Deleuze, still deceives, because what it judges now is life in order to perpetuate itself, in order for philosophy to survive, superlive. Though Deleuze aspires to have life judge, state, philosophy and morality, what he practices is a judgment of life by his philosophy, whereby life, with certain definitions, hierarchies, exclusions such as morality, does the philosopher's conceptual bidding. The practice remains autopositional, an enactment of itself. From contradiction to paraconsistency, trivial explosions. If we leave meaning aside, though, there are other ways to relate non-philosophy to contradiction. As we know, it is possible to read Laruelle's work as a project in realizing aporia, taking deconstructive antinomies as real objects, rather than irreal, failed, representations. This would make the experience of non-philosophy that of realized contradiction, which could then be compared with Hegelian dialectic. In his Lesser Logic, Hegel famously comments that, according to Kant, thought has a natural tendency to issue in contradictions or antinomies, whenever it seeks to apprehend the infinite. But Kant never penetrated to the discovery of what the antinomies really and positively mean. The true and positive meaning of the antinomies is this, that every actual thing involves a coexistence of opposed elements. Instead of the antinomies stopping all metaphysical ambition, they become the motor of the Absolute's historical progression. Reality is contradictory in its becoming. Coming from a logical point of view, Graham Priest in his turn argues in tandem with Hegel that the world is contradictory. Priest looks to Hegel's dialectical logic alongside modern logic, as well as various anomalies and inconsistencies in science, such as Bohr's quantum mechanics, to substantiate his approach. He admits that such thinking will not appeal to certain philosophical minds. It is presumably the desire to obtain something more algorithmic that is behind the demand that all contradictions should be rejected. Such a demand cannot be met. Neither is there any reason why it should be. These demands are just the last outpost of the Euclidean desire for certitude, which, while once common in the philosophy of science, can now be looked upon only with nostalgia. The reference to Euclid is salient. Indeed, one of the pioneers of contradictory or paraconsistent logic in the S was Newton da Costa. Significantly, da Costa considered his analyses of inconsistent thinking along the same lines as the development of non-Euclidean geometry. So, there is initially something for non-philosophy to engage with here. Laruelle would be in accord with this widening approach to paradigm change. The usage of the non from which non-philosophy's departure is inspired is that of non-Euclidean geometry, in the sense that the non, which has finally replaced the expressions metageometry or pangeometry, simultaneously determines the limits of the Euclidean in geometry and generalizes the latter. In the contemporary era, that is, from the S onward, paraconsistency was pioneered in Australia through the work of Sylvan and Priest, becoming known as dialetheism in the latter's work especially. Dialetheia means a two-way truth, where some sentences are simultaneously true and false. Dialetheism was first moot as a response to both the liar paradox and Russell's paradox. As Zach Weber points out, though, there is a spectrum of paraconsistent logics, ranging from weaker ones that are simply correctives against incoherence, explaining how we revise our theories and false beliefs, to the very strong views, such as priests, that hold that contradictions really are true. This thesis dialetheism is that sometimes the best theory, of mathematics, or metaphysics, or even the empirical world, is contradictory. And priests' dialetheism, moreover, rests its account on non-beings, on the negativity of contradiction. Similarly, then, there are places in Laruelle's work where he appears less interested in consistency than inconsistency. The evidence for this comes from his identification of the real with the one as non-consistent. In one essay he says that it is devoid of ontological, linguistic, and worldly consistency. It is without being and without essence, without language and without thought, even though it is said to be thus with the help of being, language, and thought, etc. This non-consistency entails that the one is indifferent to or tolerant of any material, any particular doctrinal position whatsoever. That said, however, Laruelle's identification of the real with man in person describes the latter as foreign to all inconsistency. It is the without consistency. Man in person or identity can be defined as the separated middle, which is neither included nor excluded, neither consistent nor inconsistent, etc. This nuance is important. Non-consistency is not the same as inconsistency, nor consistency. The non functions again as a kind of destandardization. Hence we should remain mindful that Laruelle is not Hegelian and regards neither contradiction, qua the negative or non-being, nor inconsistency as primary. As he writes, Fichte arrives at the Hegelian critique which rightly exploits all possibilities of logic, including contradiction, and thus the destruction of logic. But with Hegel, this concerns an anti-logical generalization of logic, a complication of reason, never of the discovery of the conditions of the pure transcendentality of thought. For this pure transcendentality, we should turn to Laruelle's more recent language, modeled on quantum mechanics and algebra. It is enough to understand that the term identity, perhaps not the happiest of terms, given its logical associations, assures the passage between the one, the perennial object of our research, and that of quantum superposition, our key concept at present. A superpositionary logic is a paraconsistent logic, but not a dialectical one, such as priests'. Indeed, the difficulty of breaking with logic, contradictory or not, is clear to Laruelle throughout his work. In Heidegger's attempt to deliver thought from logic, for example, he only proves that abandoning logic leaves the primacy of the logos untouched and undertakes to differentiate, from the real of the essence of being, this primacy. Wittgenstein, too, attempts to free logic by breaking, through language games, this mirror. But like Wittgenstein, Heidegger fails in the radically of this project. They ultimately remain naive philosophers because they begin by admitting the pertinence of philosophy and thus of its logical substrate, and ask themselves after the fact, even if it is not only after the fact, how to limit logic in thought and the claims of thought over the real. There is a contrast between consistency and coherence in contradictory logic that is instructive here, for it too marks out the philosopher at work once more. Ex contradictione quodlibetis. Anything that follows contradiction is sometimes called a logical explosion. Paraconsistent theories resist the explosion in the name of avoiding triviality. A position or theory wherein everything said is true, anything does go, but only because everything is real. Priest and those like-minded can give up on consistency, but must do so coherently, that is, non-trivially. As Priest claims, everything, including the aim of it all, the absolute, is inconsistent. It follows that Hegel would certainly not have accepted that inconsistency implies incoherence. And yet, following Laruelle's commendation of the modalist explosion, we might still want to embrace the explosive suicidally and ask, what is wrong with triviality, with the claim that everything really is true? The thesis has in fact been seriously defended. And this thesis is not the same as stating that nothing is real, because this version only saves a pluralist truth outside of a representational paradigm. What counts here is that everything, claims and statements included, is immanently real, first and foremost. Truth is plural because it is immanently real. For indeed there are aspects of Laruelle's radically democratic and flattened thought that would point in such a direction, given the powerlessness of language as for the real. This rule then specifies that any utterance whatsoever by right can be treated in this way, and thus can also be reduced to the state of inert material. Once again, it would appear that if paraconsistency is to avoid classical recapture, it must think through its equality of statements more thoroughly and engage a wider notion of just how parametric paraconsistency can be, that is, the idea that anything can be material, even consistency itself. After all, the law of identity in Aristotelian theory is a logical identity, not a real identity, that rests on a consistency and equality, of A equals A. But that type of consistency, and corresponding inconsistency, as in AVA, either A or not A, is also material. Bivalent, either, or, logic is molded on one specific type of matter and material consistency, the classical dimensions of perception and perhaps of philosophical objects, as Laruelle himself puts it. But there are many consistencies to the material real that we are a part of, not just the one logic of solids, Capek's logical atomism, but also other possible logics of fluids or gases or quantum events. Consistency has different forms, one of which concerns the way in which a substance, like a liquid, holds itself together, its thickness or viscosity. Cinema too has a variable consistency, how it edits together, stands still, together. And Jürgen Leth, we recall, thinks of time as an almost liquid substance. Cinematic logic, then, is plastic logic. Consequently, not all logics have the hardness that a philosophically rigorous or consistent argument is said to have to follow, by philosophy. This imperative is basically an argument from argument itself, the principle of sufficient philosophy. Here a pure philosophical thought is understood as logical identity, its asymptote of rigor being circular identity itself. Its first terms are either axiomatic, undefined, or defined in other terms, which are themselves defined in other terms, and so on. That are eventually defined in the first terms, A equals B equals C equals A. The radius may be vast, but it is still a circle. It is on account of such linkages one sufficiently complex and lengthy that the trick can keep going. Such rigor, though, is ultimately the rigor of sameness, of sterility, a rigor mortis, the stiffness of the dead body launched against the living, a notorious Etruscan and later Roman torture. A consistent body of thought is populated with rigid designators and robust logic. This is not to privilege imagination, say, over a hardened consistency, singular, per se, which might then become the hobgoblin of the small-minded. It is to show that there can be different theories of rigor and consistency, though some might find it hard to call them theories at all, looking as they do more like performative acts. As we will see in the final chapter, the material real also includes so-called representations as performing parts, with all their various attendant logics. And even axioms, for Laruelle, are not given as obvious truths but are postures that give rise to so many axiomatic emissions, the take-offs and vols of axioms. The Cinema of Discontinuous Thought, a non-Hegelian movie. Throughout his book In Contradiction, Priest argues as a modern logician who has taken a Hegelian turn for the dialectical idea that contradictions may be realized in a process of change. Change is contradiction, A and A, being and non-being. Of course, this reduces change to ontological states, something that many philosophers of time, such as Bergson, would argue against as inherently non-temporal. Time is composed of numerous plastic jours, not timeless instants. Priest acknowledges this but nonetheless asserts. Thus, in a sense, there is no change in the world at all, just a series of states patched together. the universe would appear to be more like a sequence of photographic stills, shown consecutively, than something in a genuine state of flux or change. We might call this the cinematic account of change. Change is in the instant of transformation, as when a cup breaks into pieces and so is right then a cup and not a cup. Or, as when I walk through the door and so am right then both inside and outside the room. These are both Priest's examples. These are not vague states according to Priest, which a fuzzy logic might account for, but real contradictions in the world. Hegel is brought to the cinema by Priest, who then quotes the science of logic approvingly. Motion itself is contradiction's immediate existence. Something moves not because at one moment of time it is here and at another there, but because at one and the same moment it is here and not here, or contradiction is the root of all movement and vitality, and it is only in so far as something contains a contradiction within it that it moves, has an urge and activity. Like cinema, from the point of view of philosophical logic, change is both inconsistent and real. Curiously, Bergson's vitalist account of temporal change, as durée, has sometimes been equated with the Hegelian position too, as Stanley L. Jockey points out. This abandonment of the principle of contradiction and identity was the basis of the claim of Hegel and all pantheists, and of evolutionists such as Bergson, that becoming is its own reason, in which case reality becomes a realized contradiction. The very opposite was true in classical or Aristotelo-Thomist metaphysics. Yet what we see here is, in fact, a real difference of view. Hegel bases the realization of contradiction through retaining the latter as the basis of change. Bergson, like Deleuze after him, dissolves contradiction, or, more precisely, non-being, into change. Non-being is produced, by life or desire. Likewise, if Laruelle realizes the aporias of deconstruction, Derrida crossbred with Deleuze, it is by reducing its antinomies to the products, hallucinations, of philosophy and its auto-positioning at a distance from the real. In contrast to this, the one does not see any contradiction but only a chaos. Hence it is appropriate that Laruelle, applying his own optical analogy to Hegelian dialectics, chooses the stroboscope rather than cinema, an instrument that shines a flashing, philosophical, light to reduce real movements into a series of states or poses, akin to Priest's photographic stills, shown consecutively. One might call this an even more extreme single-frame obstruction, to real movement itself. Nor is it odd, conversely, that Priest sees so much value in Zeno of Ellea's paradoxes of movement that reduce motion to contradictory states. That is exactly why movement is inconsistent, for both men, and yet also real, for Priest alone. Achilles' movement, or the arrows, really is obstructed. However, placing non-being, contradiction, at the heart of change is above all an ontologist's move, of being in Zeno's case, and of being and non-being in Priest's. In Leth's Cuban remake of The Perfect Human, alternatively, there are the ongoing movements of cinema that produce contradictions out of movement. We recall, for instance, that alongside the 12-frame obstruction set by von Trier was another that Leth should also answer some of the questions that the original film posed, such as what is this human doing, and how does he move? In the remake, the answer to the latter comes in one scene made of 12-frame edits, of course, of a man dancing in a room, with the following narration accompanying it. There is music in the room. There isn't any music in the room. There is music in the room. This is how he moves. The room is and is not filled with music. The man moves, but his movement is only made of 12-frame immobilities by immobilization. The spasmodic jump cuts, what Deleuze in cinema calls irrational movement, that make up the man's movement only instantiate one kind of cinematic movement and, so, one kind of logic with one kind of discontinuous consistency. Cinematic inferences, Bordwell's cognitions, come in many forms or edits, but they all belong to cinema. It is a philosophical abstraction that absolutizes one of them, be it as naturalistic, Bordwell, or dialectical, Priest, Hegel. Yet, for Laruelle, such abstractions are philosophical positions, cuts, from the real, that are better viewed as extractions under a non-philosophical redescription, philofictions that create non-philosophical statements out of philosophical statements, hence non-philosophy's ongoing family resemblance with philosophy. The abstract a prioris that they work with, natural or dialectical, as one wishes, when seen instead as local and empirical a prioris, however, do not come from philosophy. As act of abstraction they are extracted by the real, or one, itself. As philosophy and non-philosophy puts it, rather than abstracted by an operation, the reflection is from the outset extracted from the material by the one itself and for the one alone, and this extraction, i.e. manifestation of the a prioris, is solely real and only real by the one and for it. The absolutes of philosophies and certain logics are the products of cuts or extracts, and do not come from being, non-being, nor their ultimate contradiction. Mise and fiction. Nor is fiction to be thought of in non-philosophy as a form of non-being. This is clear from Laruelle's stance on science and fiction, as we should note again. The relations between philosophy and science in French thought have always been multifarious. One tendency has been to mix scientific evidence with philosophical truths, from Bergson to Badiou, Merleau-Ponty to Lacan. Another tendency belongs to the philosophy of science, or French epistemology, Cavales, Canguilhem, Bachelard, Foucault, being less interested in using evidence for other philosophical ends than it is in the evaluation of evidence in general. A third group sees philosophy and science linked through literature and fiction. In fact, Deleuze wrote explicitly on the need to see philosophy itself as a species of science fiction. In Nietzsche and Philosophy, he also wrote of how Nietzsche had his own conception of physics but no ambition as a physicist. He granted himself the poetic and philosophical right to dream of machines that perhaps one day science will realize by its own means. The same thing could be said of Deleuze himself as philosophy's preeminent science fiction writer on rhizomes, desiring machines, and time images. Derrida, moving in a different direction, saw philosophy as a species of fiction within literature, while Alfred Jarry, in still another fashion, characterized his pataphysics as a science of imaginary solutions employing all the playfulness of a literary and theatrical avant-garde. Laruelle, then, could be seen as a figure uniting both of these literary positions, though one who is operating within a broader paradigm still, using philofiction as the overarching category for an equalizing approach to science, philosophy, art, and every discourse. Naturally, the fiction here is not opposed to the real, for it is itself coming from the real and so functions according to the non-classical concept of real identity we have been analyzing here all along. Except the completion of fiction's sterilization, radicalize the historical but fruitless attempts to retract every claim to reality or co-production of reality from it. This obviously requires non-classical means, the real no longer as the autoposition of an identity, which are not deconstructive, the real can no longer be the other first and foremost. The fictional is therefore this ultimate essence of all fiction or its phenomenal given. It is what makes fiction real, i.e. accessible to every man before its very usage under the technical conditions of literature, of art, of philosophy. By disassociating fiction from any claim to approximate reality, naturalism, verisimilitude, neorealism, and so on, its own radical real can emerge. In some respects, the Five Obstructions supports this approach, not because it blends fact and fiction, nor because it is unclassifiable as one or the other, as Paisley Livingston claims, but in virtue of it operating, as Leth himself claims, exactly on the border between fiction and non-fiction. This border can be taken philosophically and divided up as either epistemic, vague or undecidable, ontological, inconsistent or imperceptible, or some mélange of the two, ambiguous or indiscernible, in a kind of pataphysics or parafiction. But the action of the border itself, its immanent performance, can also be viewed as a vector that directs its own orientation. Such a border creates numerous different fictional effects, depending on the fields it touches. It seems that, rather than a total thought which would again claim to synthesize every experience or simply to make them intercede diagonally, Non-philosophy is situated at the only point of reality capable of joining without decision or contradiction the effects of philo-fiction, poetry fiction, religion fiction, science fiction, etc. on condition of understanding that these fictional aspects, far from simply extending philosophy, poetry, etc. in imaginary forms, are instead the image of themselves that the wholly other which non-philosophy is gives upon the mirror of philosophy, of poetry, etc. Non-philosophy frees philosophy, Laruelle says, as a fiction, which no longer has anything but one last link with philosophical sufficiency. It delivers it from the substantial or humanist burdens of the real, that is, from the demand to approximate the real. Whereas the parceling out of the possible and the impossible as psychological, epistemological, physical, metaphysical, or logical phenomena is itself a philosophical enterprise, philo-fiction, we recall, is the invention by fiction and rigor of philosophical possibles. It is a generic mise en fiction of epistemology and its universals, or what Anne-Françoise Schmid names a mise en hypotheses. It is the mise en, the setting, vector, performance, or use, that invents a usage of philosophy qua fiction. Philo-fiction, as pure invention, has the rigor or consistency of fiction, therefore, much like Badiou follows the rigor of mathematical conventions, but without suturing it to the authority of mathematical science, as Badiou does. As philosophy non-standard explains it, a scientific philo-fiction involves a statistical production of quantum and probabilistic fictions. Hence, two things, two truths, may be quantum superposed, but on the basis of the real rather than dialectics. And this coincidence has a fictional rigor to it, that is, an invented rigor, the rigor of invention, not convention, akin to the science of the quantum, where life and death can coexist, Schrödinger's cat. Performative invention can move through the contradictions, impasses, or aporia of sufficient reason, when it enacts a new kind of thought, logic, consistency, or movement. It was in philosophy and non-philosophy that Laruelle coined the term fictional to denote the primitive element of opening or of possibility of every thought, science, and art included, the possible in the originary state. As we heard at the outset of this chapter, the real suspends the sufficiency of logical possibility. Where philosophers like Derrida, Kripke, or Priest can exhaust the philosophically possible in this world, in very different ways, to be sure, and or thereby create imaginary possible worlds, or even impossible worlds in paraconsistent logic, for Laruelle, both the possible and the impossible are invented by the real. Indeed, such a real, says the anti-Badiou, impossibilizes logic and theory without destroying them, instead simplifying them into their materiality, reducing them to the state of fiction but a logic fiction or philo-fiction. It gives to diploid theory, to all of fictional materiality, its force of formalism, for which reality, the empirical, and ideality are all of fictional materiality, but without constitutive effect upon it. Fundamentally, philosophy has never been able to think through the fictionality of fiction other than as variants of least being, a limitrophy of the real, or a nothingness that echoes supposed real referents as well as its contraries, science, truth, being, perception, etc. Kant and Fichte, for example, founded it on imagination. Nietzsche saw it as a willed entity. In sum, then, the history of fiction's philosophical ambitions is without appeal, it is a failure. Not only has fiction ultimately found philosophy opposing it once again to the instance of the real and limiting it in its will to power, but it has also not been able to acquire a concept, a reality, and an autonomous dignity at last, it remains too close to the artifact. However, the reasons for this failure are clear. Fiction has always been thought in philosophy's framework and has combined with the history and crossroads of philosophy. Philosophy tolerates fiction on condition of announcing itself to it and deciding on its essence. Thus, what is being investigated here is not a particular philosophical position of fiction in relation to the real but philosophy's legislation or right over it. For Laruelle, then, fiction can no longer be thought of as a mode of non-being, of the false. Seen in one, there is no distance from the real that would allow a fiction to miss its target. It is its own target, and real. Philosophical boxes and impossible boxes. In the chapter titled Fiction in Priests Towards Non-Being, where he compares Meinong and paraconsistent logic, there is an appendix, a short story called Sylvan's Box. For a moment, Priest says, he writes as both an artist and a philosopher. Priest's engagement with Meinong was heavily influenced by the work of his late friend and colleague, Richard Sylvan, the author of Exploring Meinong's Jungle. In this fictional story, Priest relates how he once journeyed to Sylvan's farm near Canberra, Australia, soon after Sylvan's death. With the permission of Nick Griffin, Sylvan's literary executor, Priest was allowed to go through various of his old papers and personal effects. One day, he happened on a very strange object, as he relates in the following. As I was putting the last batch of papers back, I noticed a small box located between that pile and the one on Meinong. It was too small to have papers in, I thought, maybe it contained some more letters. I picked it up and examined it. It was of brown cardboard of poor quality, made in a developing country, perhaps. The lid was taped down, and on it there was a label. In Richard's own handwriting was written impossible object. Carefully, I broke the tape and removed the lid. The sunlight streamed through the window into the box, illuminating its contents, or lack of them. For some moments I could do nothing but gaze, mouth agape. At first, I thought that it must be a trick of the light, but more careful inspection certified that it was no illusion. The box was absolutely empty, but also had something in it. Fixed to its base was a small figurine, carved of wood, Chinese influence, Southeast Asian maybe. One cannot explain to a congenitally blind person what the color red looks like. Similarly, it is impossible to explain what the perception of a contradiction, naked and brazen, is like. Sometimes, when one travels on a train, one arrives at a station at the same time as another train. If the other train moves first, it is possible to experience a strange sensation. One's kinesthetic senses say that one is stationary, but gazing out of the window says that one is moving. Phenomenologically, one experiences what stationary motion is like. Looking in the box was something like that, the experience was one of occupied emptiness. But unlike the train, this was no illusion. The box was really empty and occupied at the same time. The sense of touch confirmed this. The brown cardboard box contains a phenomenological experience as much as a physical artifact. It is the experience of an impossible object, being both empty and not empty, somewhat like the box for Schrödinger's cat, to which Priest alludes as well. It is an object that is now one thing, and now another, contradictory thing. Like Kant's shifting red cinnabar, it loses its consistent identity, and yet it is still experienced. So far, so philo-fictional, perhaps. But the box is also a philosopher's black box, opened for all to see. Not only does it contain, or is, an impossible object, but it also has the impossible relation between a logical science and a philosophy that gives the latter its authority, or at least appears to, for it remains a philosopher's box in the end. As Principles of Non-Philosophy puts it, this is a black box, an unthought identity, a technological, incomprehensible relation for which only the effect counts. And this is the reason why even Priest's paraconsistent and fictional world remains tethered to standard positions of philosophy and logic, because Sylvan's box is only an interlude in the text, a literary exception. After the artistic fugue has passed, Priest returns to the factual matters of mathematical objects and multiple denotation, the topics of the final two chapters of Towards Non-Being. In Priest's own text, then, it is fiction itself that is put aside, boxed in with its logical guarantor, and proper philosophy that continues. The black box of paraconsistency is that of philosophy and logic, with the latter mysteriously underwriting the former. We do not mean to be uncharitable over what might otherwise be read as a harmless flourish, it is because the story is positioned as an aside that a prodigious use of fiction, but not in a literary mode, becomes so important. Were Priest to be consistent, and do what he says, the fictional interlude would not be so bounded. But this would also mean giving up on the philosophical image of coherence, which he is so desperate to maintain, and allowing inconsistency to run to its trivial, explosive end. It is true that Priest does introduce inconsistencies into the telling of his fiction. The story concludes contradictorily with the box being buried on the grounds of Sylvan's farm and it being taken away by car, and he even claims that such inconsistency is no accident, it is essential to the plot. Yet others have found such devices entirely reducible to standard logic. David Nolan, for instance, has produced a consistent reading of Sylvan's box by showing how the story makes a lot of sense if instead we read it as a story where Priest believes he has found an inconsistent object. It is a matter of belief, self-delusion in this case, rather than essential inconsistency. Beyond belief, Nolan also argues that the literary convention of the unreliable author can also be invoked to save consistency, irrespective of whether that unreliability is unintentional, because the author is deluded, or intentional, because the author is lying. In other words, consistency can be reinserted here through a metafictional stance that positions Priest's piece as standard fiction, along with all the literary tropes that might go along with that. Indeed, when Priest's story of Sylvan's box first appeared in the Notre Dame Journal of Formal Logic, there was a where he described its events matter-of-factly as entirely fictitious. Indeed, in contrast to the philosophical authority that Priest uses to assess the ontological and logical status of fictions, i.e., to assess fiction with ontologic, Laruelle's project is to create a philo-fiction out of all philosophy and itself. This project is not a temporary relief or diversion that would actually facilitate serious, non-trivial, philosophy to continue unchecked. Paraconsistency, in non-philosophical terms, must be radicalized to point equally to itself, as a performative thought, as well as to regions like fiction. Philosophy's technological box is always working, covering any content and allowing every type of conjuring trick. The kinesthetics of movement on the train only generates an illusion or fictional fiction if one maintains that, somewhere else, there must be a permanent point of immobility, the factual and serious center, if only through the sense of touch of solid logics. If, however, one is open to the prospect that everything is mobile, including the terra firma on which one stands, the absolute grounds of philosophy, then one realizes that only a global mutation of logic, a mutant logic, is appropriate. The problem is no longer that of the death or the end of philosophy, of its gathering into itself, of its repetition or its recommencement. The project is less than this, but at the same time more ambitious. The problem is of that of its global mutation, of the loss of its sufficiency, that of finding a philo-fictional and religious fictional and also science fictional formalism that explains these phenomena. The mutation, as we said earlier, operates as a border between fiction and non-fiction, though one that is itself an agent. It is not the passive gap produced between two given blocks, of fact and fiction, but the performative line that fictionalizes any serious field it touches, creating clones and even mockeries out of it. We said near the beginning of this chapter that our interest in paraconsistency as a model for non-philosophy rested primarily on the hypothesis that paraconsistent logic could itself be materialized. This materiality of logic, as well as its attendant fictionality, its hypothesis, had a physical form, how it stands together, how it consists, that could be rendered photographically. We began this process by using Laruelle's depiction of non-philosophy as a concentrated image of philosophy. Turning to the 5 obstructions extended that model, with von Trier's stated aim to banalize a film work by pushing its shot length to a psychophysical limit. Rather than ruining the film, however, we saw how the 12-frame constraint might equalize the cinematic experience, creating a flat thought of democratic inferences, contrabordual, in what Laruelle also describes, ironically, as blind or deaf thoughts. In other words, these filmic thoughts, like all others, are ultimately, or in the last instance, non-representational, non-intentional thoughts. They are their own material, real, object. What such thoughts might be we cannot comment on, for that would be to make of a film, like the 5 obstructions, a mere illustration of a ready-made position. We can only gesture toward, or suggest, such thoughts, leaving them as indefinite as possible. Derrida, though acknowledging the radicalism of Laruelle's stance, still believed it to be impossible philosophically, an impossible thought by any philosophical standards. When Laruelle tries to sidestep the philosophical decision, for Derrida he only enacts another decision, another philosophy. In the next chapter, we will attempt to understand decision in an alternative manner as a kind of behavior, one taking the philosophical decision as undivided totality of its operations or acts, forms, ends and matters. This non-logical behaviorism will involve a further amplification of the materiality of thought, even beyond that we have seen through, in, consistency. Paraconsistency and its possible, impossible worlds will become parallel worlds, backgrounds, membranes, and cinematic screens, hiding the worst places in the world. How we see them, how distant we are from them, will result in various forms of vision, some of them in one, others hallucinatory, some of them a product of posture, others the mutation of posture. Philosophy's spontaneous exercise, philosophy's belief in itself as in the real, is a transcendental illusion. It means the call or the seduction of objective philosophical appearance is a hallucination, not as appearance but as objective, an objectivity which therefore no longer recovers the real for science detached from philosophy. The other consequence, which envelopes the preceding one, is that, on the basis of a real usage of decision, it becomes possible to radically renew its practices, to found a real usage of the fictional and hallucinatory virtualities of philosophy non-philosophy. In terms of behaviors or postures, even the hallucinations or fictions of philosophy are real. They become hyperfictions in the real rather than fictions or parafictions of the unreal. One cannot understand a philosopher, unless one is a philosopher. One cannot understand Dasein, one is oneself Dasein. It is an auto-system, philosophy is an activity of auto-definition, a very complex one, of course, and of auto-position. My problem is that of the reorientation of thought. Robin McKay and François Laruelle, Laruelle Undivided, in From Decision to Heresy. Remaking the One. In Gus Van Sant directed a shot-by-shot remake of Alfred Hitchcock's classic horror film Psycho. Although the new film was in color, rather than the original's black and white, and was set in a contemporary era with a new cast, it otherwise retained nearly all of the first film's audiovisual structure including Bernard Herrmann's score. Indeed, such was its fidelity to the film that some critics called it a, rather pointless, duplicate rather than a remake. A duplicate like this, presumably, would lie somewhere between a mere reprint of an original and a true remake. Van Sant's replica, however, is not the only model of copying with minimal difference. Projection, rather than production, can also be a variable. 5 years before Van Sant, the artist Douglas Gordon created Our Psycho, an art installation involving the projection of the psycho at 2 frames per second instead of the normal 24. This deceleration results in a projection time of 24 hours rather than the usual 1 hour 49 minutes. Here we are in the realm of speeds and slownesses again, the manipulation of perceptual constancies, a prioris, though this time in terms of rates of projection rather than editing, cuts. Something new has been created through how the art object is exhibited and perceived to such an extent that whether what was being shown was intended as horrific or comical was now a matter of the spectator's personal orientation, in various senses. Obviously, we are very much concerned with the potential of such remakes and how far that term can be stretched vis-a-vis changes made to content, form, and consumption. Moreover, if a remake is to be more than a duplicate, then what exactly is being remade, if it is not an audiovisual structure? More directly, we want to look again at the most contentious element of Laruelle's investigation of philosophy, that which operates through the structural invariant of decision, or as Principles of Non-Philosophy puts it, if philosophy is this material, it must be analyzed within all of the de jure dimensions of its structure, as philosophical decision. What are these dimensions? Can the decision itself, the cut itself and offcut, decidir, from the real be understood as a problem of reorientation, following the epigraph to this chapter quite literally? This would involve introducing a spatial and behavioral element even more explicitly into a philosophical behaviorism, or behavior without behaviorism, that renders the decisions and positions of philosophy into acts of withdrawal, of cutting, and ultimately of posture. According to Graham Priest, behavior as opposed to belief or even movement cannot evince contradiction. Characteristically, the behavior patterns that go with doing X and refusing to do X cannot be displayed simultaneously. In this chapter, however, we will look to philosophy and cinema as behavioral movements that not only display what looks like contradiction, something being both a part of the real and a decisive withdrawal from the real, or, in a film like Our Psycho, something being both a comedy and a horror, but do so through orientation or postural mutation rather than negativity, ambiguity, or undecidability. This will be the most naturalistic or physicalist we will offer, then, using acting and behavior to render non-philosophy. In doing so, we will also look at the significance of position and posture, in photography, the rise and fall of philosophical behaviorism, the concepts of withdrawal, hallucination, and orientation in Laruelle, and finally, the role of mime and gesture in both acting and Laruelle's concept of the clone. Most important, though, and through it all we will be re-examining the nature of decision. The need to find a non-philosophical perspective on Laruelle's theory of decision is certainly pressing, given the frustration it can generate among some commentators and many readers. What Ray Brassier, speaking from an empiricist standpoint in philosophy, writes is typical: Laruelle's insistence on identifying the essence of la philosophie over and above. Any listing of all those things which are named philosophy seems as misguided as would be the attempt to define the essence of sport over and above a list of all those activities which we happen to call sport. He continues like this. Ultimately, the claim that decisional autoposition embodies the essence of philosophy saddles Laruelle with an intolerable burden. Either he continues to insist that all philosophers are Hegelians, whether they know it or not, a claim which is exceedingly difficult, if not impossible to defend, or he maintains that those who are not really philosophers, in which case vast swathes of the philosophical tradition, from Hume to Chichland, must be excised from the discipline since their work no longer qualifies as philosophy. Alternatively, and more sensibly, Laruelle can simply drop the exorbitant claim that his account of decision is a description of philosophy tout court. Clearly Brassier has a point here, but only so long as decisional autoposition is indeed regarded as a Hegelian artifact, or in other words, that it is read and normalized as already philosophical, and in one peculiar form of philosophy to boot. Yet the whole point of non-philosophy is not to offer up one more metaphilosophy, one more philosophy of philosophy, be it from empiricism, Hegelianism, or any other standpoint. Decision is a non-philosophical notion of the minimal essence that makes philosophy philosophy, an essence understood as a material state rather than an immaterial idea. We have looked at it also from an ethical vantage point, the dystopias of philosophical authoritarianism, and a logical one, the coexistence of contradictory truths. Now we are shifting our approach to a more behavioral description. In each case, we aim to explain decision, but without philosophy. This might appear to many to be merely creating another circle with non-philosophy explaining non-philosophy were it not for the fact that we keep shifting approach. We keep mutating our posture from ethics to logic to behavior and so on, which is to say that there is no one form of non-philosophy to explain all the others but only a chain of different non-philosophical tangents that appears to create a circle. In Principles of Non-Philosophy the question is this: what experience do we have of thought qua thought but without reflection or without thought of thought? That is, without a philosophical form of thought. Indeed, the question may no longer even be a question because all of these hesitations, disjunctions, and questions still assume the power of thought. Thinking thought non-philosophically, if it is possible at all, will consequently have to be something different. And in this chapter we will look at it further as a physical and spatial behavior, a posture, rather than a self-styled reflective, transcendent position. Or rather, position too will be embodied or postured as behavior, with the transcendence, representations, and disembodied propositions of philosophy reviewed as forms of physical orientation toward the real being determined as real, in the last instance. Conversely, this would then be another form of democracy of thought, now involving decision too, generalizing any philosophical decision whatsoever, to all of experience, as an a priori. Decision becomes an experience, of, posture or orientation. And in the third remake of The Perfect Human where Jürgen Leth is given no obstructions at all in how he makes his film, the obstruction now becomes the fact that he must allow the real to act on all decisions. Through this non-obstruction, a difference between posture and position will emerge that renders decision into a stylistic, actorly manner, ideas are turned into behavior, are cloned or mimed, only in a type of immanent mimesis, remakes without representation. 5 Takes on decision. There are numerous ways in which to understand philosophical decision without reference either to individualized, voluntary, intellectual deliberation and judgment, at one end of the scale, or unconscious desire, sheer blind will, or forms of false consciousness, at the other end. Some of these may well adopt some kind of mid-position between the two, blending together different measures of cognitive belief, conative desire, and pragmatic action. Some others, however, may avoid such scalar measures in toto, either by eliminating decision altogether in favor of deterministic forces, standard naturalistic approaches, or by embedding it within a larger hermeneutic of sorts. Stephen Pepper's world hypotheses is one example of the latter. Here Pepper describes 4 basic philosophical positions: mechanism, organicism, formism, and contextualism in terms of their root metaphors, the machine, the organism, similarity, and the ongoing act in its context, respectively. Philosophical decision is rendered as the elaboration of a metaphorics, though how and why there are these 4 positions only remains unclear. Another hermeneutician of a sort is Alain Badiou. But his approach, by contrast, takes the arbitrariness and contingency of decision, not as tokens of the liberal subject's choice of metaphor, but as exemplary of the exceptional event of a truth that ruptures the status quo, and congenders that subject. In this eventualization of choice, the subject engenders herself in the acknowledgement of an event emerging through one of 4 procedures: erotic love, revolutionary politics, creative art, or science. The subject must intervene within the indiscernible and decide for the undecidable. The subject must choose for the event, that an event will have happened. Again, however, how and why we only have these 4 regimes are left unexplained. In comparison to this futural decision, within Gottfried Leibniz's rationalist paradigm, the decision is antedated by God's divine concepts. If there is a complete concept of a substance like Caesar or Adam, say, then no doubt there is the complete concept of Leibniz too, which would include his philosophy. Leibniz's principle of sufficient reason covers all things and so, turned on itself, could in theory provide a Leibnizian version of philosophical decision. But the principle could also be generalized to all other philosophies, so that it also includes the principle of philosophical sufficiency itself and all its decisions, known solely and necessarily to each philosopher God. Here, though, the freedom of decision would be problematized by its very conceptualization, as an already completed concept simply being played out in the world. To protect the voluntary aspect of decision at an existential level, however, we can turn to Sartre's notion of the fundamental project. This rests on neither occasional deliberations nor unconscious forces but on a biographical rendering of decision across a subject's whole life. The identity of each biography, a Flaubert, or a Genet, or even Sartre, is revealed as a unity formed by an original project. No one or group of empirical features or tendencies within a biography can capture who a subject was or is, but their aggregate is aggregated by his original choice or project of being. For Sartre, the tendencies point to a fundamental decision clarified through biography. In each inclination, in each tendency the person expresses himself completely, although from a different angle, a little as Spinoza's substance expresses itself completely in each of its attributes. But if this is so, we should discover in each tendency, in each attitude of the subject, a meaning which transcends it. Decision becomes the life of the subject, encapsulating each and every inclination or tendency in that life. Yet, we might now ask what would result if these tendencies, understood as movements, were seen as the project itself, rather than merely as its sign. That is where Bergson takes this line of thought, whereby the project becomes a projection. Instead of one meaning transcending the myriad directions taken in a life, there is ultimately one movement that animates every philosophical life. Bergson's argument is that each philosopher has never said more than a single thing. He has said only one thing because he has seen only one point, and at that it was not so much a vision as a contact. This contact has furnished an impulse, this impulse a movement. Indeed, according to Bergson, were that philosopher to have lived in a different era, it would nonetheless be the same movement that is expressed in his thought, even if through different materials. Not one chapter perhaps of the books he wrote would have been what it is, and nevertheless he would have said the same thing. Here philosophical viewpoint becomes a direction of movement, a vector. And a remake, of a thought, is not a replica of its words but a new instantiation of its movement. A behavioral tangent, being true to the idea, a film du look. Each philosopher says one thing only, as a movement. Or, each philosophy is one thing, as a life, Sartre, or a concept, Leibniz, or an event, Badiou, but only if there were philosophical events. Significantly, the French filmmaker Jean Renoir once declared that a director makes only one movie in his life. Then he breaks it into pieces and makes it again. So how might this process of filmmaking inform our researches into decision here? One way of reading the five obstructions is precisely as an enactment of Renoir's adage, with von Trier forcing Leth to recompose the perfect human again and again following certain constraints. But the obstructions to each remake nonetheless facilitate a creative reproduction rather than a faithful replica. This has been accounted for partly through the use of constant stylistic innovation. As von Trier writes of his own work, you can become so good at producing things that they become nauseatingly boring to look at. That might have happened had I continued to make the same film again and again, as some people do. Von Trier is known for not repeating himself, at least stylistically. Yet von Trier insists on a partial repetition in each task given to Leth, albeit that the added obstructions generate innovation in style. Metjord comments on this, saying, "The commitment to renewing styles throughout, it transpires, is to a form of self-provocation that involves abandoning the cinematic techniques as they are mastered in favor of new challenges. In what follows, we will attempt to transform our own preceding qualification, at least stylistically, such that the issue of style becomes a highly significant approach toward the physical rendering of philosophical decision as behavior or posture, one that is always renewed, that is constantly mutating." As Murray Smith writes of the film, in the five obstructions the game of style is narrativized, the variations in style have an overt motivation in the narrative contest recounted by the film. Even so, the variations are not motivated in the traditional manner as apt stylistic expressions of theme. Indeed, qua posture, style is embodied in a non-standard naturalism, and decision is made physical within the film itself, and not simply a philosophical view of its maker's motivations, her biography, or her concept. In the first obstruction, set in Cuba, a certain behavioral attitude is already assumed. Adopting the same pseudo-anthropological pose as its original, the perfect human asks questions such as, what is the perfect human thinking? Is he thinking about happiness? Death? Love? And yet the answers eventually provided to these and other questions are often pseudo-answers, at least for those who are looking for sufficient reasons. Paisley Livingston describes the situation thus. The response to the question, "Why does he move this way?" is a comical flaunting of Trier's injunction to answer the questions raised by the narrator of The Perfect Human. The proposed answer, "because women like it," does not really answer the question, while seeming to do so in a blunt way. All the other questions remain willfully unanswered in the remake, which reinforces the thought that Leth has cleverly slipped past this obstruction. Or, as Metjord confirms when writing about the original, human beings are represented doing typically human things, but we are given no sense of how it is for them to do those things. It is as if they are mindless. Consider, for example, the hollow monologue Claes Neeson delivers during the dinner scene. One does not get the sense at all that this man is really inquiring into the fleetingness of joy, neither does he seem genuinely concerned for the loss of you whomever she may be. So, here is a perfectly undefying because so rabidly third-person representation of humankind. And yet, before we categorize Leth's approach simpliciter as comical or undefying, we should note that Leth studied ethnography in the S and that a good deal of his later film work continued to be inspired by the anthropologist Bronislaw Malinowski. As we know from our first chapter, keeping a certain objective distance is a feature of Leth's approach that von Trier has been challenging throughout the 5 obstructions, mostly with little success, it has to be said. We ourselves likened it to the authoritarian stance of philosophy over its subjects, as Laruelle describes it. Now we are attempting to review that distance without ethics if we can precisely to redo distance itself as behavioral, as a way of seeing the philosophical decision without judging philosophy. Or, at a minimum, to see it also as a product of the real. Having returned from Mumbai, the most miserable place, Leth presents a film that displeases von Trier, at least as regards his demands for the second obstruction. Leth has made a good film, no doubt, but it is not what he was asked to do because he has shown his subject, even if only through a semi-transparent screen. In that Leth has prioritized his film aesthetics over his instructions by always trying to make a better film. He has not been true to the idea according to von Trier. The punishment for his misdemeanor is perverse: either he goes back to Mumbai and remakes the remake to the letter of von Trier's stipulations, or he remakes the original The Perfect Human without any constraints at all. The perversity arises because Leth initially asks for an alternative punishment whereby von Trier would provide a new set of obstructions for him to endure. As he says, "I prefer you to make the decisions." So, precisely because that would be Leth's preference, von Trier decrees that it is Leth who must make all the decisions in complete freedom for this third remake. That is the penance he must pay. Among the final exchanges at their meeting, the following are noteworthy. Leth: "That would be mean. That would be no good." Von Trier: "That's the way it's going to have to be, Jürgen. I am sorry, but to assert my authority I'll have to ask you to make that film again the way you think best." So, why then is such total freedom an imposition for Leth, beyond the usual psychoanalytic, existential responses concerning the intolerable burden of personal responsibility? For a start, it is simply because von Trier shares with Leth the idea that constraints are crucial for creativity in filmmaking, such that imposing a freestyle film on his former teacher can only be a straightforward negation of Leth's characteristic approach. But second, and more decisively for us, it is because of the nature of the decision-making process in film production, as seen from their shared point of view. This emerges when Leth returns to von Trier to present the freestyle film, which he makes in Brussels, and is subsequently tasked with his 4th remake and obstruction. Now, he has to remake The Perfect Human as a cartoon, an animation. This is taken as an even heavier blow to Leth because von Trier knows that Leth despises cartoons, indeed that, like von Trier, Leth actually hates cartoons. Why? Because making a cartoon involves constant decision-making. The great advantage of doing it as a cartoon, says von Trier, is that you'll be faced with loads of decisions. The aesthetics and all that. It can only turn out to be crap. We must remember that Leth's model of optical filmmaking involves patience, that is, a certain kind of passivity. I normally find places and then isolate something I want to examine. That's the method. And then I frame it very precisely and wait for the right moment. I believe very strongly in waiting and observing. Leth allows the moment to be captured to present.